These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cybercriminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. One part inspiration, one part science, one part legacy, and one part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere past the edge of convention.
Beyond the boundaries of tomorrow
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not. Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
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 reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canton's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canton products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light, who find big insights hiding in big data, who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands, whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Can you hear me all right, Sean?
Yep. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the first Chesapeake Fairlawn Qualifier live stream. We're going to be covering the Fairlawn Qualifier today, watching all the matches, giving some commentary, and enjoying ourselves here on First Chesapeake. Covering this event with me is Abbas. Abbas, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, thanks, Ashan. Hi, everyone. I'm Abbas. I was on Team 516 and 3101 from Florida in the past, and now I'm an alumni looking to commentate this event. I think it's interesting, Ashan, that 17 out of 18 teams, this is going to be their first qualifier. So it'll be very interesting to see how teams, play their first matches of the season and see how well they do.
Yep, I definitely agree. A lot of new teams, a lot of first times for teams to compete. Really interesting game that we have here, very strategic. This is, I believe, the fourth qualifier that's happened for Chesapeake, so stakes are certainly going up as teams are going to start running out of places for them to advance to the Chesapeake Championship. A lot of strategies are going to be developing in these next couple of weeks, and I'm excited to see as teams are able to work on and improve their robots.
Yeah, and speaking of the Chesapeake Championship, Ashan, do you know how many go to the championship from this qualifier?
So from this qualifier, just based on what we've seen on other qualifiers, I don't know the number, but I know that based on other qualifiers that are similar size, around 3 teams will advance. But this qualifier is going to be structured a little bit differently. Instead of having 2 cohorts where each cohort will have qualification matches, finals matches, and then their own awards, this qualifier is going to have 3 cohorts, with each cohort having 8 teams. Each team will play 5 qualification matches, and then at the end, all 3 of the cohorts will be mixed together, and the rankings will determine who advances. Because of want to put a lot of teams in the same venue, and running elimination matches might create a dangerous situation. So instead of using the winning alliance captain, we will use the highest ranked teams for advancement.
I see.
Yep, so we're just getting started. I think they just had their drivers meeting. The teams are going to be getting their robots up and ready. But before we actually see some robots on the field, would it be possible for us to see the game animation? That way, people who haven't seen FTC events can actually see what they will be, can see what to expect. Is that a possibility? Let's take a look. We're pulling up the animation right now. Oh, we are not queued for that right now. Okay, we will continue banter until we get queued for that.
Yeah.
So really cool game that we have here. One of the interesting things is teams really have to pick a strategy and stick to it. Oh, we can go. All right, we're gonna switch over to the game animation. Let's switch over to that. Go ahead and play the game animation.
Welcome to the first Tech Challenge 2021-2022 season game, Freight Frenzy, presented by Raytheon Technologies. A team consists of up to 2 driver operators, a coach, and a robot. The robot must be built from materials specified in the game manual and fit within an 18-inch sizing tool, but may expand after the match begins. Each match is played with 4 randomly selected teams, 2 per alliance. Your opponent for one match may be your partner for another. The game is played on a 12-foot square playing field with a foam tile floor and 1-foot high walls. In the back of the field are taped-off warehouses, which are alliance neutral. Obstructing the warehouses are barriers that robots must drive over or around. At the front of the field are alliance-specific storage units. Alliance-specific carousels are mounted on the front corners of the field walls. Alliance-specific barcode tape is located between the warehouses and the storage units. 4 unique navigation images are located around the field perimeter. 2 Alliance-specific shipping hubs and a 3rd shared shipping hub are positioned as shown. Outside of the field walls are the red and blue Alliance stations. There are 2 types of freight: 20 pieces of cargo, 2.7 inches in diameter, and 2-inch square boxes in various weights: 30 lightweight, 20 medium, and 10 heavy boxes. 4 of the lightweight boxes are marked with an X. In addition, rubber ducks will play a key role in the game, and teams will be constructing their own custom-designed shipping elements. Before each match, the freight is stored in the warehouses, and a preload box is placed onto the field for each robot. A duck is placed onto each carousel and in the middle position of each barcode. The remaining ducks are stored in the Alliance loading docks. Teams then place their robots on the field, touching the wall adjacent to their Alliance station, but not in a warehouse. The teams then place 1 preload box for each robot. A team may then decide to use their own shipping element in place of a duck on the barcode, or store their shipping element in the loading dock. The duck or shipping element on the barcode is then randomized to one of 3 locations. The players and field are now ready. Each match begins with a 30-second autonomous period. During this period, there are a number of ways for teams to score, using only pre-programmed instructions and sensor inputs. Delivering the duck from the carousel earns 10 points. Each piece of freight delivered to the Alliance's storage unit will earn 2 points. Each preloaded box placed on an Alliance's shipping hub earns 6 points. But there are ways to earn bonus points. If the box is placed on the correct level as indicated by the duck's location on the barcode, the Alliance earns a 10-point bonus. If a robot places its preload box on the level shown by its Alliance's shipping element position on the barcode, it will earn a 20-point bonus. A robot parked on its Alliance's storage unit earns 3 points. However, if the robot is parked completely in the storage unit, it will earn 6 points. A robot parked in the warehouse closest to its Alliance station earns 5 points. If the robot is completely inside the warehouse, it will earn 10 points. Following the autonomous period is the 2-minute driver-controlled period. During this time, Alliances score points by delivering freight to storage units and shipping hubs. For example, each piece of freight delivered to an Alliance's storage unit will earn 1 point. Freight scored on an Alliance's shipping hub will earn 2 points on a level 1, 4 points on a level 2, and 6 points on level 3. Each freight scored on the Alliance's side of the shared shipping hub will score 4 points for their Alliance. The last 30 seconds of the driver control period is the endgame. Robots may continue scoring freight, and there are also ways to earn bonus points. Delivering a duck or shipping element to the floor earns the Alliance 6 points. A balanced shipping hub at the end of the match earns 10 points. If an Alliance's section of the shared shipping hub is in contact with the tile floor That alliance earns 20 points. Robots parked in a warehouse earn 3 points. However, if the robot is parked completely in the warehouse, it earns 6 points. Each team's shipping element, fully supported by a shipping hub center pole or another team's capped shipping element, will earn 15 points. There are many ways to score in Freight Frenzy, but there are also rules that, if not followed, will deduct points from your alliance. For example, robots cannot interfere or interact with the opposing alliance shipping hub. Scoring elements may not be launched. Robots may not interfere with their opposing alliance's capping attempts. Only one duck or team shipping element is allowed on the carousel at a time. A robot may not cause an opposing alliance robot to become pinned, trapped, or blocked. This is just a brief summary of the Freight Frenzy game. For complete rules, please read the game manual and check the Q&A forum. And always remember the most important rule of First Tech Challenge: gracious professionalism. Good luck, teams, and have a great season.
Hi, everyone. All right. Hopefully you enjoyed that game. One of the cool things that we're going to be doing today is we're actually going to have guests come on and commentate with us for every cohort. So joining us for this cohort, we've got Heather Lynn. Heather, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Heather. I am alumni from Team 12518 Almond Robotics. We're located in Potomac, Maryland. And it's great to be here. See robots again, be part of the season as well. So thanks for having me.
Yep. Heather was also a Jeans List finalist in 2020, 2019. What year was that?
2020. Yeah, you're right.
2020. Yeah.
2020.
And so what are you doing now, Heather? Like you're out of first, you're out of high school.
Mm-hmm.
What plans for you in the future?
Yeah, I'm doing a little bit of interesting path. So I'm taking a gap year before going to college. So right now I'm working, doing a bunch of cool stuff. Right now I'm working at a startup company, making 3D printers, for shoes actually. So it's really interesting. And I'm also doing side by side, working at another startup called Robotic Research. We're making autonomous cars and vehicles. So it's really, really interesting gap year.
Cool. Really awesome. Where are you planning to go after this gap year? Do you know yet, or?
I don't know for sure yet. I deferred all my admissions and everything, so I will be finding out just like every other high school senior in around March right now. Yeah.
Awesome. And how do you think FIRST has really helped you be successful in these internships? Right, you're interning for technology startups. How has that experience really changed the way you approach these internships?
Yeah, for sure. FIRST definitely influenced a lot of where I am right now. Not just my interest in design, but also kind of confidence, right? And in this in the community where we're constantly innovating and working together. And it also helped build leadership and things like that. And I really think FIRST was such a great program. I've been in it for 8 years, and it's definitely influenced a lot of where I want to be. And it's definitely great to be back and contributing back to the community that gave so much to me.
Awesome. Cool. So as the day goes on, as this cohort goes on, we'll probably ask you some crazy stories from your first time. Crazy alliance selection stories.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we've got a lot of those, so they'll be coming up. Right now, we're waiting for qualification match 1 to begin.
All right.
Did you have any insights on these teams?
Yeah, so it looks like I think Robo Troopers is their only team that has played before. So that should be really interesting. I think another thing that I'm looking forward to seeing today is like how the whole decision between Alliance Hub and Shared Hub will go. That, as well as, playing the gap or not playing the gap, just going over the pipes or not. And it should be really interesting to see how teams decide to do that, especially because there's not playoffs, right? So you have to make sure you get the highest score you can get in qualifications right off the bat.
Yep. So the way the rankings are going to work is, right, everyone will play 5 matches, and the rankings are based on the cumulative score of your matches. So, right, in the 5 matches, you have to score as high as possible, and whichever team scores the highest in those 5 matches will get a slot in the Chesapeake Championship. One of the things to note about that is that just no defense is going to happen today, or at least it shouldn't, because wins and losses don't matter, right? You're just playing for yourself. You're playing for the highest score.
And speaking of wins and losses not mattering, Robo Troopers at their last event, even though they were 2-3 or 2-2 wins or something like that, they still ended up being finalist Alliance first pick and were ranked very, very high in quals. So it's really important that teams are just trying to score as much as they can without interfering with each other, because it'll just mess up the scores for everyone.
Heather, when you saw this game for the first time, what did you think of it?
I think the first thing that stood out to me was definitely the rubber duckies. That was really fun element. But I kind of like the idea of having a sharing shipping hub and this alliance shipping hub. I think it really separated the 2 roles of the robots. Although I say maybe we're going to lack a little bit of defense this year, since it's kind of looks like the field itself is halved. But yeah, I think it's a really enjoyable game so far. I'm seeing a lot of innovative robots. And definitely the terrain element is going to be new, at least for me. So I'm excited to see what kind of innovations are there to get over those bars, to get into the deep post.
Yeah, last time in an FTC game that they had terrain that teams actually had to climb over, because in Rover Ruckus they had terrain, but nobody actually climbed over it, except for there was one team that won the World Championship that climbed over it. Yeah, last time that happened was Rescue 2015-16. That was my first season of doing FTC. So it's been a while since terrain, and even this year teams can decide that, hey, we want to build a narrow robot, not go over that terrain, go through the gap. Or they can be like, hey, we want to go over the terrain that way. If someone's standing in the gap, we can still get through, right? I think that's where defense comes in. When you have a competition with elimination matches, if you're playing a narrow robot, there's no point in just not standing in that gap and preventing that narrow robot from doing anything.
Yeah, I really hope to see some innovations in getting over those 2, not just a bunch of rectangular robots, so we'll see.
Yeah, I think these tubes have also created a lot of issues in terms of the meta for how teams navigate their autonomous, right? Usually odometry was the way to go. People would put dead encoder wheels, so just wheels that would touch the ground and spin and had an encoder on it. But with these tubes, it's very difficult to implement a system to do that. And so it's going to be interesting to see how teams are able to make reliable autonomous programs with these tubes in the way.
Yeah, I think one thing that helps it be not too complicated is that the motions aren't too complex in this game. In Ultimate Goal, you saw teams just going everywhere autonomous. There wasn't a single square or a single tile that went untouched during the period. But now in this one, I think it's pretty much expected that one team stick to the top half of the field and the other team stick to the bottom half of the field in autonomous. So the really top tier teams, they're doing just back and forth motions throughout autonomous, and other teams, they're doing straights with some turns here and there. So it's not too bad for drive encoders to keep track of.
Yep. Other cool things about this game that I think stand out, right? You have these weighted blocks versus unweighted blocks, and just from being able to play around with the field a little bit myself, the weighted blocks are really valuable when you put them on the shared shipping hub, but they're not valuable putting it on your Alliance-specific shipping hub, because when you put it on your Alliance-specific shipping hub, it makes it very easy for that thing to tilt over. You lose that 20 points in the end game. Balls, on the other hand, are not valuable at all on the shared shipping hub because they're not heavy, but they're very valuable on your Alliance shipping hub, even though they take a little bit more space, right? You can put as many balls as you want at the top of that Alliance shipping hub, and it's not going to tip over.
Yeah.
So
I think it'll be
interesting to see how teams are able to sort, I think.
Yeah, and also if teams do end up going for that 10-point balanced Alliance shipping hub bonus, because, I mean, we've seen like a lot of the top teams that are going for like 200, 300-point matches, they're not caring about that Alliance shipping hub being balanced whatsoever. They're just dumping and dumping onto it.
Is it a 10-point balance or a 20-point?
Yeah, it's a 10-point balance for the Alliance shipping hub, and then a 20-point balance for the shared shipping hub.
20 points for tilted in your direction.
Yeah, 20 points for the shared shipping hub being tilted, and 10 points for the Alliance when being not tilted.
Cool.
Yeah, and while we're talking about endgame, I think it'll be interesting to see if we have teams placing capstones, or, you know, placing their team's shipping elements and capping the Alliance hubs. I think in our first match, we can see that at least 3 of the teams, all of the teams that are on the field, have their own capstones, or their own team's shipping elements. So it should be interesting to see how they decide to get those on top of the Alliance-specific shipping hub, or if they're just using that to get the bonus
right
in autonomous. Yeah.
So Heather, are you currently mentoring a team now that you're out of the program?
Yep, so I'm still in touch with the team I used to be on, the Almond Robotics.
Cool.
Generally just there to give a couple tips every now and then. Yeah.
Awesome. Looks like we also had a couple of teams that were not able to show up to the event today with a robot. So the match schedule will be a little bit different than posted on the website due to some teams filling in with surrogates. But overall, I think... Go ahead.
In qualification match 1, we see 27-1 FCHS Buffaloes number 2 wasn't able to attend today. So we're having team 4924 fill in for them. And that's the Redbeard Pandas.
Yep. Well, it looks like all 4 robots are on the field. All 4 of them have unique shipping elements instead of using the Ducky as their mission target. So let's see if they're able to score those score in the proper hub level.
Heather, were you at MTI over the summer in August?
Yes, I was. I competed there actually.
Okay. Yeah, we had matches together.
Oh, right. Yeah. I remember that. That was a lot of fun. I think MTI last year was a great end to the season, being the first actual in-person tournament of the whole year. So I was really glad they put that together to kind of at least end my first career, and probably definitely a lot of others as well. I'm actually wearing an MTI shirt, I think.
Oh.
Used to volunteer there in the years past.
Yeah, I feel like MTI is like really, really competitive, or at least last year it was really, really competitive. Hopefully it stays that way, because
I hope so too.
Like, we got teams from all around the country. Okay, we got randomization for this first match, so it's going to be in the bottom level, so teams will earn additional points if they are able to place their first package in the bottom level of the Alliance-specific shipping.
Into a really competitive level.
All right, looks like they're ready to begin this match.
Okay, so on the Red Alliance, we have team 8094. That is Robotic Rampage, and 14169. which is BC 4H party time to the party time, and then team 2721, which is played as and then in their place is the surrogate team, 4924 Redbeard Pandas with team 2447 Turing Squad.
So this is interesting. Red Alliance got both of their pieces of freight in the bottom level, which is worth a lot of points because they use their individual markers.
Yeah,
they did not get the dock. They have 2 partial parks. That's a lot of points for the Red Alliance. And then Blue Alliance, they got the dock, and they got some partial parks. But I think it's gonna be hard for Blue Alliance to come back. It seems like 24-15 is the unofficial score. Coming out of auto. Interesting decision by, I can't tell which robot that is on the Red Alliance. 14169. They have very small Mecanum wheels, it looks like, but they're still able to get over those tubes,
which are 3 inches approximately.
Yeah, but it looks like they got a penalty for knocking into that shared shipping hub.
Oh no. But Team 8094, I mean, they're really zooming around over there. Looks like they've done quite a bit of driver practice, making sure they can get through that gap pretty easily, and then just line right up for to score on that Alliance-specific hub. Over on Blue, we're not seeing too much motion. I guess now we are. The Redbeard Pandas are going to score on their Alliance-specific hub, and it looks like Team 2447 is trying to get on their shared shipping hub. It's interesting that neither alliance has been able to tip the hub yet. I think we'll see later in the match that maybe it can be tipped.
It looks like there might be like a piece of freight underneath the hub that's preventing it from tipping over.
Yeah.
Can't tell.
Yeah, with endgame just starting now, it looks like we'll have the teams try and cycle all of their ducks off the carousel. Red has got 1, 2, 3. I think they're going to get all of them. Oh. Maybe.
Right, so the key with these ducks, right? You can only spin them so fast. If you spin them too fast, they're going to fall off of the carousel. And these ducks are worth a lot. Each duck is worth 1 piece of freight in the top hub.
Yeah.
So you can score those ducks a lot quicker. Looks like this is going to be a very close match, right? You got unofficial score 114 to 115. I think penalties might decide this match. We will have to see how the endgame scoring works out. Blue Alliance looks like they've got their hub in the straight up and down position. They've got it, so that's going to be a 10-point bonus for them. But Red Alliance looks like they have the shared hub in their possession.
And with the previous auto scores, getting 40 points for placing both of the freight in the correct hub level.
Right.
Definitely going to be a lot of points for them.
Heather, you see anything interesting there?
Yeah, I thought there was a lot of motion for the first match, at least. Usually, I'm experienced to seeing, DC robots, something slow. But this is a very busy first match that I really like to see. And I like how both teams kind of work together really well. So we had one robot on the sharing hub and then another robot on the alliance that are consistently scoring. That was really great to see.
Yeah, and it looks like right now the score in Virginia to beat is 162, which was set by Team 16439 AlphaGo and 9830 Robolitz. So this match could
that's the score to beat. That's the score to beat in Virginia, but Chesapeake covers Maryland and Virginia. So if you look at the scores from Maryland, the high score of 216 points was set in the first qualifier in the Chesapeake region by Armed and Dangerous and Robolords. So it's going to be interesting if we can see 216 get hit today.
Yeah, that'll definitely be a lot tougher of a barrier to cross, but hopefully teams here can do it.
Referee's still deliberating, probably having to do with some penalties, probably having to do with just making sure that they got all the scores down.
Yeah, I think the shared shipping hub penalty is a big one. And it happens pretty often.
it's a very narrow space to score on that shared shipping hub, right? And you have to, I think the rules say you cannot move the hub or rotate it. And so...
Yeah, I mean, with a robot as fast as 14169s, I'm sure it's a little difficult to control it at some times. So you just got to be very careful with it.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so while we're waiting for scores, Heather, tell us the craziest match you've been a part of.
Match I've been a part of?
Yep, match.
Okay.
Like single match.
I think the one that comes to the top of my head is Rover Ruckus. We had this sort of arm that extended out to deliver minerals. And I think while we were doing our pre-robot checkups right before the match, somebody, maybe it was me, kind of loosened a screw in the middle of a match. Our whole arm just collapsed. It was really scary to see, but the whole crowd was gasping and everything. But it was definitely a learning experience. So remember to tighten those screws before each of your matches. And the next qualifier, we totally redesigned our arm. So hopefully that
this is not a qualifier.
This isn't a qualifier, yeah.
Okay, so a little lower stakes than world championship or something like that.
Yeah, but it was definitely good. I think that was only my second year, so we're still experimenting with how a match is actually supposed to be. And qualifiers for us were still fairly high stakes since we still had to advance to states from those.
Yeah. It's difficult. Chesapeake and Maryland and Virginia are all competitive regions, and so even the qualifier level, very difficult to get out of. Especially here with only 3 teams advancing, maybe 4 teams. We'll have to see what the final thing is. We don't know. It's just really difficult to get to that level. All right, looks like teams are picking up their robots. We should be getting a score very soon.
Okay. All right, and it looks like the Red Alliance takes this match with a score of 99 to 84. That puts the two red teams in ranks 1 and 2. And wow, Heather, you mentioned the penalties, but a 50-point penalty for the Red Alliance and a 30-point penalty for the Blue Alliance. So I think that's 1 major and 2 minors for the Red Alliance, and then 1 major for the Blue Alliance. But I'll have to check on that.
Yep. Definitely tough to have that many penalties. I'm surprised that Red Alliance was still able to come up with the win with the 50-point penalty, right? That's a third of their score. Had they not had a 50-point penalty, they would have been in 149 points, right? So...
Yeah, so majors are 10 points, or majors are 30 points, and then minors are 10 points.
I think the team I'm most impressed with in that match was Redbeard Pandas. They were cycling a lot, right? They got that 56-point driver control. That was pretty much all them with all the freight that they were able to get on their Alliance Pacific shipping hub. So they're going to be playing in a match themselves.
Speaking of the Redbeard Pandas, looks like they're playing in the next match. And I think we'll have another surrogate team in on the Red Alliance. So we'll have to see who that is. Go for it.
Just to be clear, Redbeard Pandas is substituting for another team right now, or
they substituted last match for another team, but this is like their actual match this time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it looks like they're going to be getting a lot of practice in today. And it looks like for this match, 3 of our 4 teams will be You Had One Job PCHS, from team number 16380, then team 17548, Bland SciTech 1, and team 4924, the Redbeard Panda. And we'll see who is filling in for FCHS Buffaloes. Sean, do you know how many matches are in each in each cohort? Is it just 10 matches per cohort?
Yeah, it's going to be about 10 matches per cohort. They have their goal was for 8 teams to be in each cohort. Some teams will be playing just surrogates in their cohort because there's only 19 teams at this qualifier. So 5 teams will be playing in 2 cohorts playing as surrogates in one cohort and as a normal team in the other. Yep. If you are interested in pulling up the match schedule, you can go to events.chesapeake.com. I just posted that in chat. I can't post it in chat because I'm not signed in. I'll post it in chat in a second. And there you can find all the match schedules, the rankings, all the data about the teams that we have.
Do we have any data on how many rookie teams will be at this qualifier today?
I can pull it up. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the numbers, like the numbers of the teams, I'm thinking at least 7 or 8. I mean, 5 of them have 20,000 plus numbers, and then we have one in the high 19,000s. But yeah, let's take that. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to have 6 teams that are rookies, starting from SBS Robotics all the way down to the FCHS Buffaloes number 2. I guess with the 2 surrogate teams, that makes it 4. 4 or 5.
Yeah, it's crazy. Rookie teams are now like 20,000 numbers.
Yeah.
Back when I was in FTC, right, we hit 10,000 for the first time, and that was like, wow, somebody has to fit 5 digits on their robot.
Yeah, I mean, my team numbers were 516, 506, 3101, like those were the numbers at our school. And now we're seeing 20,000, which is crazy.
Yeah. I mean, I had 5 digits. It was 12518. But now, like, even that is just really low compared to the rookie teams now.
Yeah, I mean, in the Chesapeake region, you have team number 7, which is also super cool.
Yeah, in Massachusetts, where I've been doing a little bit of work since my school's there, team number 1 in Massachusetts, Team Unlimited. Yep. Actually, my suite mate was on team number 1, which is kind of crazy.
Wow.
Oh, that's so cool.
Cool. Looks like all the teams are getting set up. I think at this event we only have 1 field, so it's gonna be a little bit slower matches than we're normally used to. While we're waiting, tell me a crazy story from MTI, either of you.
I mean, I'd have to say the playoffs. They were so interesting. I know in the first set of semifinals with the Alliance from California, the 2nd and 3rd ranked. Yeah, the 2nd and 3rd ranked alliances. So that was like Raider bots, Out of the Box, and Brainstormers. And then you had Black Forest Robotics and the rest of their alliance. I think those matches were definitely crazy because the winning alliance from that came back from like losing the first match and then winning the next 2 matches, and there was just so much defense and scoring and so much going on in there.
Yeah, MTI was really exciting. It was super competitive. My favorite part was definitely the defense a lot of the robots played. I think last year you had like one robot doing defense, the other robot consistently scoring. And it was so much fun seeing all the robots clash together and everything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just so exciting to be there. I think I was part of the live stream of that event, but really cool event to live stream. I'm really glad that it's in Maryland because that means I can go to it. So after this match, I think that we may never see an event like that ever again, right? That was the only time that everyone, like literally everyone from around the world was coming to one event because Worlds got canceled and teams had the budget to do it.
And, well, I mean, this year there is only one Worlds, so
So this year we might see something like that, but this year with only 2 advancement slots from every single region to the World Championship, there's gonna be a lot of teams that, we were the winning alliance first pick, we're not going to Worlds. So it's gonna make it really difficult to have consistently the best teams there. And then there's also gonna be like regions that are not as big, like 10 team regions, 15 team regions. They get 2 advancement slots to Worlds. So we'll have to see how well that goes. Looks like we got randomization.
So now it's in the second level, so the mid-level, which means every piece of freight scored in here will be 4 points, as well as the 10 or 20 point bonus for scoring into that level. And it looks like on the Blue Alliance, we have 2 teams with team shipping elements, and then on the Red Alliance, we only have 1 team with team shipping elements.
So actually, each piece of freight will be worth 6 points in the autonomous period and 4 points in the teleop period for being scored. Okay. Yep. So it can be worth up to 10 points if they score the freight in the middle level. So far, we don't see any freight being scored. Redbeard Pandas, they lined up for moving their duck. It didn't seem to work. They got the freight in the middle level, though.
Yeah, they do get the freight, but on the Red Alliance, we do see team 8094, which I guess is the surrogate for one of the FCHS Buffalo teams, getting the duck in autonomous, but not too much motion from their alliance partner, team 1638. Okay, now with the Telia period beginning, I think we should see some fast motion from the Redbeard
Drivers,
again.
pick up your controllers.
Both are teams who
2,
played in the last matches.
1.
It's interesting. It seems like nobody's going for the shared shipping hub yet. I think drivers are working out some kinks.
I think it looks like one of the robots on the Blue Alliance has interesting wheel setup. It looks like treads, Omni wheels in the back. Definitely cool to see something new that are not just the Mechanim wheels.
Yeah, and I think one thing I want to point out is we saw a robotic rampage just go over the pipes, over the barrier, and it seems like even though they have like a really low drive base, they were able to do it super easily. So that's pretty impressive. That they can, they're really slim, so they can go through the barrier, or so they can go like around the barrier, but they're also able to go over the pipes. So, in times when they were having issues communicating with their alliance partner, they were just able to go right over it and then continue on with the rest of the game.
So one of the difficulties that I think this Blue Alliance robot's having, referees are calling it out, is in the packet freight zone. I forget what it's called. Where all the freight is stored, in the warehouse, where all the freight is stored, there's the balls, right? And if you accidentally push a ball and it gets out of the warehouse, that's gonna be a penalty on you. And so you can see those balls that are near the shared shipping hub, those got pushed out of the warehouse by some robot, accidentally probably, and that probably caused a penalty. So,
yeah, wow.
8094
really killing it with those ducks. Looks like they got all of them and the park completely inside the warehouse. So
yeah, nine ducks.
66 points, or 60 points total.
The Red Alliance got 8 ducks, according to the unofficial live score. So let's see how the penalties add up. I think that's going to make a difference in this match.
But looks like pretty much a full endgame with ducks for both teams. So,
yep,
super impressive there.
Yeah.
And then it looks like, I don't think anybody took control of the shipping hub, or the shared shipping hub this time. But Blue did keep their alliance-specific one upright.
Yep.
So, kudos to them for getting those points, even though they did put freight on it. So,
Yeah. So just looking at these first 2 matches, not enough data points, but it looks like about 100 points is what you need to win a match in this qualifier. We've seen in previous competitions that being about the same. And I think that we're going to need a team to be averaging around 125 to 150 points if they want to really win this competition and take it by storm. All right, they're just adding up all the points, deliberating about the penalties. While they're talking about that, let's come up with another topic. What other crazy stories do you have?
Let's see. I think I have one.
Okay, you got one, Heather.
Okay, I think going back to your question about crazy match, I just thought of another one back in when we were stacking blocks.
Yeah.
And
Skystone.
Yeah, Skystone. Sorry. You erased from my mind, but this is state championship, so this was pretty high stakes because it was going to determine if we were advancing to Worlds or not. And
we got a score.
Oh,
1
it
second.
looks like
Wow, that's a close match. So it looks like the
That's a
Blue
really
Lions
close
takes
match.
it with a score of 87 to 85. And that puts the Redbeard Pandas at rank 3 and their alliance partner 17548 in rank 4. With only 2 matches played, it's still a very, very close qualifier. So nothing to worry about for teams here. But again, we're seeing those penalties, and even though they did get the penalties, they did still win. So,
right, 20% of their score was penalties this time. Like, this is really, really high. Like, you will get a lot more points if you just don't do the penalties and you're a little bit slower. So I think teams are really gonna have to adapt to that. All right, go ahead, Heather. Skystone.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So this was kind of the match determining whether or not we were advancing to Worlds, and we were stacking. I think we were both 9 high, and our opponent team's tower just knocked down. The crowd's gasping, "Oh my god!" And we were just about to cap our tower, and it started wobbling. It was kind of going back and forth in the last second, and by the time the timer hit 0, it kind of steadied itself and stayed up. And it was really nerve-wracking match. That's what I really liked about Skystone. Yeah.
I think I was in that match against you.
Oh yes, you were. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I think was it your robot or was it just your alliance?
It was my alliance. I don't know if my robot was in that match. I think you all swept us. So we played in the first match and then someone else in the second.
That was really, really exciting match. It was good having you guys as our opponents.
Cool. All right, so before we get to our next match, we've got a first Chesapeake program promo video that we want to show you. So let's go ahead and switch to that.
One of the things that's most rewarding about seeing a first Chesapeake competition is the energy. This is not a science fair. It is loud, there is cheering, there are mascots. It is something that you have to see to believe. These kids have really found their bliss, they found a goal, and they all are working towards this. And we see this as they graduate, as they go on to college, and as they enter their careers. We feel that FIRST has really been their first step in a successful future for them and also for us.
First Chesapeake obviously teaches STEM skills for building robots, but it's also about more than robots. And I learned so many more things that really made me well-rounded as a person. As a student, I met people both on my teams and at competitions who are doing amazing things and have gone on to do really incredible things in STEM as well. That's a lot of fun, and it's also really valuable because it gives me these connections to people doing phenomenal things in STEM.
I first became involved with First Chesapeake when my 2 sons became involved with the FIRST program. Both of them were in robotics and found a huge passion for the ability to grow and also to explore the emerging capabilities around robotics. First, and First Chesapeake specifically, is a great avenue for our children to understand how they can impact the world in a fun and engaging environment. I'm so excited about the impact that our First Chesapeake students will have on our future.
I was amazed at what these young high school students were able to accomplish in 6 weeks. They take a project that seems like it's daunting and hard to achieve, and they're able to break it down and bring different skills and diverse backgrounds and achieve it. It's just a really amazing experience to see how someone's learning comes to life. And even more so, having been, both a mentor and a judge, also seeing what these students bring to the table and the amount of thought and strategy and through to execution that they have is truly profound, and it's always a pleasure to see what they come up with.
When we think about robotics and when we think about the future engineers, the future doctors, the future astronauts, the future educators, as well as the future trades and craftsmen, those individuals are going to have a strong math and science background. So First Chesapeake being the training ground in order for these new leaders to emerge is going to be very valuable, is very valuable. So we have to continue to nurture them, continue to give them the guidance that they need, continue to give them the mentoring that they need in order for them to be able to dream about what it's going to take for us to continue to be competitive as a country in this global world.
Our First Chesapeake students are going to have a tremendous impact on our future. They are already making a difference today. They are working in companies such as NASA. They are working for the military. They are working in film. These are creative, smart, driven young people, and they are tomorrow's technology leaders.
Four eager 7th graders ready to explore what participating in STEM activities had to offer. From unboxing their first kit of parts and learning how to program Hello World using Java, to building their first drivetrain and qualifying for states, this like-minded group of students learned far more in 4 years than they could have ever imagined.
We are Team 12847, and this is our story. The FIRST community is unlike any other we have ever been a part of. Never have I seen so many individuals in one room, all driven by the same goal, to innovate, engineer, and lead.
Participating in FTC taught me to be a gracious professional and work hard while giving back to my community. I apply the knowledge I have acquired from being a part of FIRST in my daily life, and it continues to shape who I am as a person. Even amidst a global pandemic, FIRST Tech Challenge inspires and motivates so many individuals around the world. FTC provides students with the skills necessary to become the leaders of tomorrow.
We might go live soon.
Yeah. All right. I think we are live.
All right, and we are back.
Yeah, it looks like we're queuing up for match number 3. Okay.
Great.
Yeah, it looks like we're queuing up for match number 3. Here we're going to see teams 14-169, 27-21, 49-24, and 27-14. So
it looks like there's going to be probably surrogates for the two Buffalo teams.
Yeah, 2 surrogates again for the 2 Buffalo teams.
Yeah, I think this is... Go ahead.
Yeah, that should mean if the 2 Buffalo teams are in this cohort, then that should mean that the rest of the cohorts will have 0 surrogates, unless other teams aren't showing up.
Yeah, it's interesting because like at the beginning of every single game animation, they say your opponent in one match may be your partner in one match may be your opponent in another. That was really true in MTI where you played rounds of 3, right? And that's going to be very true here today, where there's only 10 teams or 8 teams in each cohort. You're going to play with and against every single one of those teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, in this cohort, there's really 6 teams, so it's like pretty much cycling through like almost the same teams every match.
All right, looks like we got the 4th robot just placed on the field. Should be getting started soon.
And do we know who the top-ranked team is right now for this event?
I do not know. They were in the first match. Because not everyone has played one match yet, I don't think we have enough data to do that. So yeah, the rankings are not up yet, so I think 8094 is the top ranked team right now, but still not enough data.
Yeah, because they did play in both matches. I'm just not sure if they're counting the rankings from the surrogate matches for teams.
We should be getting randomization on the second or two as soon as teams stop touching their controllers.
Oh, and I guess this is my first Chesapeake event. So is it usually like this, where like the matches are on Saturday and then the judging is on Sunday?
So that's what they've been doing for these recent events because of COVID-19. They've been trying to do virtual judging. And so they've had matches on Saturday, judging on Sunday. I think next weekend is going to be a chaotic weekend with 4 events happening. So they're going to have 3 events running on Saturday with judging on Sunday for those events, and 1 event running on Sunday with matches happening on Sunday with judging happening on Saturday. This weekend there is also another event going on. They're doing judging today. That is the remote event. So teams have the option to sign up for a remote event. I think like 8 or 9 teams signed up for one. That way, if they had COVID-19 policies that prevented them from coming, they could go to that remote event. And so teams had until last night to submit, or they have until tonight to submit their match videos and scores. And they also are going to participate in judging, and the results from that competition will be released when we do the award ceremony.
Okay, and I think it looks like Team 16380 is going to be the surrogate for this match. And I believe that's their first time on the field, correct, guys? Or, actually, no, they played in the last match. No, they played in the last match. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's been on there before. Ooh.
All right, so another lower level randomization. Looking for 4092, 4924. So, to be able to score in that lower level like they did in their first match. Hopefully another team can do that as well, because that's worth a lot of points in autonomous.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like we're seeing 3 team scoring elements here, with one alliance choosing to keep the duck.
So 4924 got the duck this time, but Blue Alliance misses the duck just barely.
But it actually looks on the Red Alliance like they were spinning the duck in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
So a little bit unfortunate, but they did get the freight on the right level, so that's very good.
Ooh,
As did
just barely knocks over the Alliance Shipping Hub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Watching teams, would you be concerned about tipping over that Alliance Shipping Hub, or is that 10 points and you'd rather just score fast?
I'd rather just score fast. Like, I think later in the season,
Drivers,
it could be
pick
a
up your
deciding
controllers.
factor, but in the
3,
beginning, like, it's
2,
definitely worth it to
1.
go for more cycles than try and balance it. I mean, really, how would you balance it? Like, if you'd have to, like, maneuver around it and be super careful. But I think the problems you're facing at that point is you could really easily just, like, bump it or knock it over or interfere with it and then get penalties from that. So, unless you had, like, some sort of fine manipulation system to, like, direct where you're going to put it on the hub, then, like, really there's no, like, super good and, like, clever way to do it. Yeah.
I've seen some teams kind of, they just go for balls and put just the balls on the shipping hub. Maybe that'll help with the balancing, but I agree, it's definitely really hard to keep that in mind when you're trying to cycle. Especially if you're going to be just loading them on one side of the shipping hub. I definitely think more of a deciding factor is the sharing shipping hub, since that's 20 points, I believe. And that's like, it either goes to you or your team, so it's like automatically puts you 20 points ahead. So yeah, I think focusing on that one's probably going to be more of a deciding factor, especially in the qualifiers.
Yeah, it looks like Redbeard Pandas are gearing up to do their endgame ducks. And, you know, they've been very consistent with them throughout their past couple matches. Let's see if they can do it again. One thing I'm interested to see really is how many batteries these teams all have charged. You know, if they're playing 10 matches back to back to back, that can be pretty draining on all of their batteries. And it looks like we may not get anyone claiming the shared shipping hub. So that is 20 points that are just not in that match. Very interesting.
Right, like if I'm a team, I see that shared shipping hub empty, endgame comes around, sure, I'm doing ducks, but I get my partner to just put 1 or 2 blocks on that shared shipping hub, steal it, right? That's 20 points plus the 2 blocks that you put on it, 28 points that you can get very quickly.
Yeah, to be fair, I think both alliances were having one robot that was having some issues, you know, connection issues, driving issues, something like that. I'm sure they would have loved to get those points, but I guess it just wasn't meant to be that match. This does look like it's going to be a pretty high-scoring match for the Blue Alliance, though probably, possibly a new event record as long as there are no penalties or anything. Redbeard Pandas definitely did very well getting all those ducks down into the field, and it looks like they have 4 or 5 freight up in that blue Alliance specific shipping hub.
Yep. Yeah, I think this was a really strong match. Redbeard Pandas got all 9 ducks, right? They had a solid auto, they got their duck during auto, so all 10 ducks were scored by the Blue Alliance there, and they got 4 blocks on the top, right? That's more than they've gotten, or that's about what they've been getting in the previous matches, so glad to see that. Red Alliance definitely, I wish they had started their ducks a little bit earlier. That would have allowed them to score more ducks, and those ducks are worth a lot.
Yeah, the cool thing about the ducks is you have to really coordinate with the human player, since you're not allowed to put the duck on the carousel while it's spinning. So I think the Redbeard Pandas really got that. Must have been doing a lot of practice, they really got it down.
Yep.
Hopefully we'll see a team break 100 points for the first time with this match. I know in our first match we had 99 points, so very close, but...
Yeah, hopefully we'll be seeing any penalties.
And it looks like the FRC kickoff is probably happening right around now. They'll release the new game.
Yep, they're right now having that stream. That's where a lot of the other commentators are.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be exciting to see, since I think FRC hasn't really had a full season in a while now.
They're having this FRC kickoff and they're showing a bunch of FTC robots. I love it. Like in their promo videos with Star Wars, they just have a bunch of FTC robots that they're showing. Cool. For those of you that don't know, FIRST is a program that runs for all ages, starting from kindergarten or even pre-K all the way till 12th grade. There's different leagues. So the league that we're currently in, up here we got a score. 140 points, high score of the day. Puts Red Beard Pandas in number 1 and their partner 27-14. That was a surrogate in number 2 seed. So that number 2 seed won't count, but really impressive score there. Only 10 points of penalties. See, right? Like, reducing the amount of penalties really puts you in a position to win. Any other thoughts on that match?
No, I mean, it was definitely really good gameplay from the Redbeard Pandas. They're just really, really fast doing their thing out there. I think it's interesting how they have, like, the whole intake, outtake in one system type thing, where they have, like, their actual intake just, like, with the box together, so then, like, the freight just stays in one location the entire time, and they just move the robot and everything. It's a super simple but effective design.
Yep, definitely agree. Okay, going back to the types of programs that we have in FIRST, we've got FLL Explore, FLL Discover, that's for pre-K all the way to like 3rd or 4th grade. Then there's FIRST LEGO League Challenge, which is like 5th grade through 8th grade. And then there's FIRST Tech Challenge, which is what we are currently watching. That's 7th grade through 12th grade. And then there's the FIRST Robotics Competition, which is 9th grade to 12th grade. We're all alumni of the FIRST Tech Challenge, but many of the other commentators that have been on earlier have been alumni of the FIRST Robotics Competitions and are helping out their teams as they kick off their season for the year. All right, cool. I think it's time for another story time. Craziest alliance selection story.
Oh boy. I'd have to say maybe Relic Recovery Worlds for me. Actually, that's just one that comes off the top of my head. I remember the team that was first, they asked, or maybe it was first or second, I remember they asked probably like 3 or 4 teams, and all of them graciously declined. And that being like my first world championship and first alliance selection really made it super, super interesting for me. I think it was first, and they had just asked like 2nd, 3rd, and 4th if they joined their alliance, and they all said no. So that was like, I thought that was very, very interesting.
It must have been very nerve-wracking for the team representative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about you, Sean?
I think craziest alliance selection for me, first year, day before Maryland States, we went to compete at a qualifier in Pennsylvania. We go to that qualifier, and we play our matches. We end up as the 4th seed, or no, we end up as like the 5th seed. Was it the 5th seed, the 5th seed or the 6th seed? In the top 4 seeds were all powerhouses, like Cubics out of the box. There were some other like teams that were really good at that time. 1 picks 4, 2 picks 3. So that puts us in the 4th alliance captain position. A position you never want to be in, right? Like, 4th alliance captain, you're going to be playing the number 1 alliance. The amount of times the number 1 alliance beats you is way higher than the amount of times that you're going to beat the number 1. We see Cubics as the number 2 seed. Number 1 seed is Flaming Phoenix. They are around. they're still around. They were a pretty good team then, and they picked Out of the Box as their first pick. Number 3 seed, so the new number 3 seed decides to pick us. And we're like, okay, do we accept, do we not accept? And we chose not to accept. That way we wouldn't play Cubics in the semifinals, because we figured that with 6 advancement slots, maybe we can make it to the finals, be a finalist alliance captain, and that advances us. So we don't play Cubics in the semifinals. End up making the best picks ever for our picks. We picked, I can't even remember the teams that we picked at this point. One of them was at MTI in Velocity Vortex. 2 Pennsylvania teams, right? We picked that. And we end up winning the semifinals. In the finals, we lose to Cubics, who was the world champion that year. But because we were finalist alliance captain and there were enough doubles, it got us a spot at the Pennsylvania State Championship.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, because you qualified for both Pennsylvania States and Maryland States, were you allowed to attend both of them, or could you attend both of them but only qualify out of one of them?
So the next day, at the Maryland State Championship, I'll tell the finger breaking story later, but Cubics ends up picking us. We win the event. We advance to Super Regionals, so we drop our spot at Pennsylvania. But yes, we are allowed to compete at every single state championship you qualify for, up to 3.
I see. Yeah, being from Florida, attending other state championships was never really.
I mean, you can go to Georgia.
We're pretty far from Georgia. It's like a 5-6 hour drive.
I've definitely driven 5 or 6 hours to go to another state championship.
Okay.
the big ones
I think Georgia might be closed.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the big ones were Delaware, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Maryland. A lot of teams would go compete at multiple in that region. Great, looks like we got randomization for this match. Qualification match number 4.
And it looks like on the blue lines we have team 8094, the team 20447. Which is the Turing squad. And then on the red alliance, we have team 16380. You had one job, PCHS, and team 17548, which is Land SciTech 1. Okay, right at the beginning of the match, we see on the blue alliance one robot getting the duck off of the carousel, and then another robot, I think, placing the freight incorrectly. In the Alliance Pacific hub, correct?
Yeah, I think it should be on the bottom tier.
Bottom level.
Yeah.
Not too much motion from the Red Alliance, but a very high scoring autonomous. Wow, 72 points. 32 points from the.
Even though they scored it on the wrong level, they will still get 6 points for
pick up
putting
your
that freight on.
controllers.
Yeah, and then 4
3,
points later in the game.
2, 1.
Yeah, and we should maybe see a very high score from both of these teams. Oh wow, looks like the Blue Alliance almost ran into their arm. Robotic Rampage trying to go a little fast over there, but definitely very quick. I'm interested to see on the Blue Alliance if we see 2 robots going for that Alliance-specific hub or 1 robot. All right, now it looks like we're having 1 robot for the Alliance-specific hub and 1 robot for the shared shipping hub. And
really interesting turret design.
Yeah. Team 2447 is going to be our first turret of the day. Maybe we'll see some from other teams too, but this is definitely reminding me of RoboDucks, a team from Michigan, where they have their intake on the turret, and so they just have 1 box that spins around like the entire match. And Team 2447 is definitely going very, very quickly.
Yeah, this is probably the most amount of freight that we have seen scored on an Alliance-specific hub, right? We saw 4 in the last match by
the Redbeard Pandas.
We're going to probably see 5 or 6 in this match, but they look like they've got a piece of freight stuck inside of their robot that they can't get out. So they might not do any more freight. They might go and do the ducks.
Yes.
I will be surprised if... Yeah, Looks like they're
Yeah,
gonna
hopefully
go
they
do the
do get the
ducks.
ducks. Okay,
Yeah.
looks like Endgame started and they are getting the ducks. Maybe they're a little nervous and going very fast with them. Okay, looks like they finally got their rhythm. Yeah, 3, 4, not too much time left. Hopefully they can get as many as possible. And it seems like Team 2447, the touring squad, has really picked up their pace and, gotten in the groove, scoring those, very close full park on the Blue Alliance right there at the end. I think that's something we see with the dangers of a skinny robot. I think it's almost worth it to always go over the pipes when trying to get that parking bonus right at the end, because even if you fly over or whatever, you're going to be completely in the warehouse. There's no chance of getting stuck on that spike over there.
And we're back. Looks like teams are setting up for qualification match number 5. That's going to be our halfway point through this cohort. We've got 10 matches in this cohort. That last match, super exciting. Really, really high score. Set a high score of 141 points for the day. Let's see if that can be beat in this match.
Yeah, it looks like we have our rank 1 and rank 3 teams on the Red Alliance. That is Robotic Rampage, Team 8094, and I guess somebody's going to be playing as a surrogate for Team 2714 FCHS Buffaloes. Then on the Blue Alliance, we have another surrogate with Team 2721 FCHS Buffaloes number 2, and Team 16380, You Had One Job, PCHS. So depending on who plays for the FCHS Buffaloes, we may get another very high-scoring match this game. What was your guys' favorite game in all the time you competed?
Ooh. I would say Skystorm for me.
Yeah.
I think knocking over the towers, that was always really exciting. Yeah.
Yeah, I was on 31-1 that year, and in our 27 matches, we had one tower knocked over in one of the league meets, and then we had 2 12 stacks at the Florida State Championship, which was really exciting.
Yeah, I think I'm partial to Rescue. Rescue was such a cool game. Like, so cool. Plus, like, back then, there was no Go Build It. There was no, like, D-hubs from Activonics. There was just, like, set screws. And so it was a roll of a die of whether your robot would work at any given time. That game was so much fun. I really wish that it wasn't my rookie year game because that was such a difficult mechanical challenge. But I like Rescue. I really like Velocity Vortex. Velocity Vortex was a good game if beacons were gone. And then Skystone was also like a very well developed game. I thought that those 3 games definitely stood out. Rover Ruckus was kind of boring. Relic Recovery, like even though that was probably the best robot we've ever had, not a great game.
Yeah, I remember in Relic Recovery, it was like some teams would just finish everything. There'd be 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, 30, 40 seconds.
That happened to us at Worlds once. We were just like, okay, 20 seconds. There's nothing left for us to do. Guess we soft capped.
Okay, looks like qualification match number 5. We have their randomization, and it's going to be on the middle level this time. So it's interesting. We haven't had any high level randomizations yet. So. Yeah, I think I really enjoyed Ultimate Goal. I mean, you know, shooting things was like launching the rings was definitely super cool, and I think it makes it a lot of fun. Like when you show people like this is their first time seeing something from first, you know, and showing robots like shooting frisbee like rings like across the field was really cool. Yeah, and obviously with MTI and everything, just made it so much fun.
Yeah, it looks like Red Alliance got one in their shipping hub that's in the proper position. Let's see if they can get another partial park. They got one full park. Blue Alliance didn't move during auto.
Drivers,
Looks like they
pick up your controllers.
The partial park
3,
Red Alliance.
2, 1.
And Robotic Rampage is showing that speed that they've shown every match they've played. Super fast, really good driving, just a well-tuned practice robot overall. And I mean, that's why they're in first, right? Ooh, a little dink on the Alliance hub there. Hopefully that won't be too many penalty points from them.
I like how they went for a ball in the first one, even though they tipped over the Alliance hub, right? Having balls up there makes it a lot easier to keep that thing stable.
Yeah. And it looks like we're seeing some motion from their alliance partner, putting on two freight into that shared shipping hub. And I think the Blue Alliance is working on some driver team communication issues.
Looks like they're handing off jobs to each other.
Interesting.
Sure.
Maybe now they look like they're going for the shipping hub. They got one in the lower. Yeah, 8094 really. They've got 5 up there already. Here's number 6. Let's see if they can get 7.
Yeah, and I mean their alliance partner is definitely doing super good work over there on that shared shipping hub, and those points haven't even been counted yet. I think right off the bat I see 6, maybe 7 freight, and we're seeing all gold cargo over there. And now
here
onto
come the dust.
Yeah.
I think this might be a very high-scoring match.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is penalties. Moving that alliance-specific hub in the beginning was definitely a killer. I could be wrong, but I think 8094 is trying a different strategy with ducks this time, placing them closer to the inside of the carousel rather than all the way at the edge as they have before.
It looks like they got all of their ducks. That's going to be a really high score for them. Yeah, and it doesn't look like any of the shared shipping hub freight. They've got like 6 or 7 pieces on there.
Yes, but they have given the tipping points, so a lot of those points have already been counted. Well, maybe not all. I think
4 points per piece, right? That's going to be 20 points.
28, 32 points, something like that. Yeah, I think the penalties will really decide the score in this match. Maybe a major, couple minors that could really hurt the score of the Red Alliance.
How much did the Red Alliance move the shared shipping hub?
Not the shared, the alliance-specific one. The alliance-specific one looks off like at least a foot.
Oh, okay. Right.
Yeah. Wow, okay, looks like they're tallying all the scores and they're at 161 right now before final.
I really like the teamwork here. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the scores that we're seeing and that you all see in the audience display are all unofficial. They don't actually represent what will happen. Scores will be completely different in the final score. So these don't really count for anything. Just they're helpful for watching, but they could change really quickly.
Yeah, it looks like they did give that major to the Red Alliance.
All right. What other crazy stories do you all have? Which team have you played the most finals with?
Most?
Like you've been in alliance with them in the finals, like semifinals or finals with that team.
For me, it's probably like 3101 or 516, like whichever one I'm not on that year. We pretty much end up picking each other at league championships every year, so that's a couple matches. I don't think I know we have not been on alliance. We've been in different divisions every year for states. So that hasn't ended up happening.
Looks like we got a score. 141 ties up the highest score of the day. 30 points of penalty for pushing that alliance shipping hub in the middle. Could have been a high score for Virginia had those 30 points not happened. But really high end game and driver control period. Autonomous is somewhere where they could definitely earn some more points.
I think right now we're seeing the highest autonomous is in 100 points, like 101 points, which is really, really a lot of points.
Yep.
Sean, I have a question for you. What's this hashtag numbers guy thing going on in the chat? I assume that's for you. I haven't, my first time seeing that.
Yeah, so last year, I think Flick Smith, who's another commentator for Chesapeake FTC, started calling me the numbers guy because I would just pull numbers out, do analysis on how much a team needed to score in order to win. But yeah, I think that's how I got the name numbers guy.
Awesome.
Also, the FRC kickoff is dropping right now, so they just released the game animation.
Oh, wow.
Looks like a shooting game with
shooting.
big balls.
Ooh. Like buses.
Yep. They have a really cool hanging
oh wow
challenge this year with like kind of like the pyramids from Ultimate Ascent.
Yeah.
Yep.
Looks like they even have to like monkey bar through it.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting event. We'll have to see how that turns out, and maybe we'll see some of those matches later this month on the First Chesapeake channel. All right, looks like we got our 4 teams on for this upcoming match. We got 49-24 again, Red Bearded Pandas. A couple other teams. Teams are guaranteed 5 minutes between each match, which is why matches are running a little bit slower today. And because we only have 8 teams per cohort, they are there are a lot of matches where teams play back-to-back, and so they're guaranteed that 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited for this match. I mean, we have Redbeard Pandas with the Turing squad, and both have been very, very high-scoring teams. So hopefully we can see another, 150-point match out of that.
Yep, I want to see Redbeard Pandas with 80, whatever that
with
last
Robotic
team
Rampage. Yeah,
Robotic
that
Rampage
would be super, super cool.
Yeah, I think they could break 175 to 200 points there.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, if we look at the rankings, are the rankings up yet? No, rankings are currently not working on the website. So
well, off the top of my head, I know that Robotic Rampage is in first, and then one of the surrogate teams is in second, and then we can see that third, fourth, and fifth are in this match.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll get to see a couple matches that are about 150 by the end of this cohort.
What do you think of the FRC game, Sean?
Enough of it to actually have any opinions. I don't know what the strategies are going to be. Maybe we'll play that video later, but don't want to say anything considering I don't know enough about it. I am kind of disappointed though that it is a shooting game again, because last year Infinite Recharge, 2 years in a row shooting game.
Yeah, and then I think it just gave teams like a lot of time to tune their shooters and really work out the kinks for them. Okay.
All right, looks like we got randomization. Teams are off and autonomous.
Starting. Yeah, a lot of motion from all of these. Wow, this does not look like an autonomous.
So on the blue lines, you can see that they got into their warehouse,
and then
they only got the partial park because they went too far forward.
Oh, and looks like Redbeard Pandas moved their Alliance-specific hub a little bit right there, so hopefully not too many penalty points, maybe a major again for them. but hopefully they can still come out with a pretty high score in this game. Another low level.
Drivers,
Really
pick up
interesting.
your controllers.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single high level
3,
on this yet.
2, 1.
You know, it took Turing Squad a couple of seconds to get situated last game before they really got into their groove. As they play more matches, I'm sure they'll get better at just being super, super fast and efficient with it. Yeah.
Look at this. So the Red Alliance is scoring from outside of the barriers to put on the shared shipping hub.
Wow.
Right.
I think that's probably the first time I've seen that.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone reach over the bars. Interesting strategy because they've already got the turret robot able to score on that shared shipping hub, but it seems like it tipped it in their favor. They probably didn't want that heavy block on the top of the Alliance specific shipping hub, and so they just put it on the shared shipping hub.
Yeah, definitely a cool strategy since there's not a lot of space around the shared shipping hub. So scoring from outside can kind of try to eliminate those penalties.
I know people have been saying, like, in eliminations, like, what's gonna happen when you park right inside that gap. Well, I guess that's your solution, right? Like, you just score from outside of that area. Okay, with Endgame about to start, looks like we'll see Redbeard Pandas go try to get all of their ducks scored, and then on the Blue Alliance we also have Team 169, I believe, trying to get all of their ducks scored. Redbeard Pandas is looking very, very fast with, I think, a 4-inch wheel, probably on a motor with that speed, but you never know. Maybe a little too fast, actually.
And it's cool how they put their duck right at the center to
super close to it. Yeah. And I think that time we saw Redbeard Pandas try to go over the pipes to get their parking points, which I think they might have pulled off in the end, but it was close because they did get stuck.
Yeah. Overall, solid end game. They got it tipped in their favor. They got all the ducks, and not as high scoring on the Alliance Pacific Hub, but Blue Alliance six straight on the Alliance Pacific Hub, which is tied for the highest that we've seen. So overall, solid job by them for getting those up there. Not stable, not a big deal. 10 points that they missed. They got 2 full parks as well.
Looks like we're still getting a pretty high score out of the Red Alliance, 124 points, so breaking that 100-point barrier.
Yeah. Let's see. Here comes the score. Red Alliance takes it 124 to 61. Redbeard Panda stays in third. Pushes up 17-5-4-8 to 7th place. Right, 10-point penalty. That's more than 10% of their score. Cutting off those penalties is really the key to making sure that you can get a high ranking, right? And so teams that haven't read the rules or are just getting penalties for making careless mistakes, that's really going to cost them in the end. All right, and we've got another video, again from Woody Flowers. So let's go ahead and roll that.
Many smart people are predicting that future careers and jobs will rapidly and continuously change. In my career, for example, most of the analytical methods used for engineering analysis have dramatically changed. Artificial intelligence is suddenly becoming a very powerful tool. It's even on the verge of becoming a tool designing tool. What happens when big data and AI become potential tool makers? What happens when natural language is applied to solid modeling and stress analysis? You might soon be able to say to your screen, design a bracket to hold this wheel, keep the deflection to less than 1 millimeter as the robot collides with a stiff wall at full speed. That time is near. So what will a STEM-trained person do? What will we offer to society so society will love us? It's not likely to be commonly applied technical analysis. However, uniquely human things like recognizing needs, being creative, acting on empathy, demonstrating leadership, designing beautiful things, those uniquely human characteristics will be even more valuable. So, those who understand the universe and understand themselves and society will be in a very powerful and satisfying position. That's good stuff. Building a robot teaches that the universe is perfect. Mother Nature
Okay, and it looks like for match number 7, we're seeing a little bit of our lower ranked teams, but Team 17548 Bland SciTech 1. Someone will be playing as a surrogate or FCHS Buffaloes, and it looks like that is 2447, which I believe is Turing Squad. And another low-level randomization this time. So I guess we're just saving the high-level randomizations for later, guys, right?
Or it's rigged like always. Put your ranking notes in chat. Right, match underway here. We got Duck going for the Blue Alliance. Let's see if the Red Alliance gets this up. Red Alliance misses it. They got their wheel just spinning.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, I guess I know where the robot thinks it is, but
yeah.
I guess that's not actually where it is in autonomous right now.
Blue Alliance, they put on the freight and it bounces off of the hub.
Yeah.
And they get caught on a duck. They get caught on a duck crossing the bar.
Oh no. That was a lot of motion from them in autonomous. I don't know about you guys, but I'm always nervous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
My robot's going around things in autonomous. It's just so nerve-wracking every time.
a really
Okay, with
interesting strategy because they can avoid their alliance in autonomous by going all the way around.
Definitely. Yeah, and it sets them up for like a good position to start. And then like once driver period starts, like if they're actually inside there and they don't get caught on ducks.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, looks like Turing Squad is playing with their turret on the Alliance Pacific hub this time. Very
Yeah, we've
interesting.
only seen them do the shared shipping hub in the past.
Yeah, and it looks like their alliance partner, 17548, finally is able to score freight. I think they were having some problems earlier, but now it looks like they got their first freight on the shared shipping hub, and it looks like we're going to see a battle for the shared shipping hub this time between two teams in the back.
Yep, we got 3 on the blue side, 1 on the red side, but it seems like it is balanced. Blue just takes it.
Just tipped it, yeah.
4th block. It's all about the placement of those blocks, making sure that they're placed in a strategic location. And right, they're dropping it from a very high level because they can't reach over unless they're at that high level, but that makes it very difficult to have accurate placement.
Yeah. And another thing is, we don't know if any of those blocks are the heavy ones or the light ones or the middle ones. Uh-oh, looks like Turing Squad has their arms stuck on the Alliance-specific hub back there. Okay, just got free. Hopefully they can get some ducks in endgame.
Right.
Let's take a look.
12, 11. They don't have enough time to get many more ducks.
Any will definitely help their ranking. 1 or 2.
Did the stream just crash for you all?
Yes.
Okay.
I was trying to reload it to see.
Alright, looks like we're having some technical issues. Let's see if we get back on. Oh, we lost all communication to the venue.
I think we're still on though.
Yeah, we're still live, so stick with us. We're gonna try to get back communication to the venue. That way we can see what happened in that last match.
Sean, what do you think? Like, what's your favorite robot that you've seen this year, or like favorite strategy that you've seen this year?
So the thing that I find really interesting about this game is there's no one strategy that will always win, right? Load up the top of your Alliance-specific shipping hub, but I can counter that with putting more freight on the shared shipping hub and tipping it, right? You can try to do all the duck, but I can also counter that by having just more on my Alliance-specific shipping hub. There's so many different ways to score points, and they're all worth approximately the same amount, right? Like, this is one of the first games where endgame, driver-controlled, and autonomous are all worth approximately equal, which makes it so then you have to be good at all 3 if you want to win. And I think that's one of the things that we're going to see, especially when we get to later competitions. We're going to see if you can't do autonomous, you're screwed. If you can't do telegraph, you're screwed. If you can't do endgame, you're screwed. You have to be able to do both.
Yeah. Speaking of not doing endgame, I think my favorite strategy this year has definitely been that capping, capping on the Alliance-specific hub while doing the ducks on the carousel. And that has just been so cool. I remember the first time I saw it was with Team 5385, Enigma Riddlers, a middle school team from Michigan. And they had the top-down view of the field in the qualifier. And you saw this robot right in the corner of the field spinning the ducks, and at the same time, this little tape measure with a little magnet at the end just reaching out, searching over the field, like sweeping for their team shipping element. And then they placed the first one, and then retracted a little bit, went out for the second one, all while doing their ducks, put it down, then just shot forward straight towards the warehouse and got all of the end game points. And I thought that was just like so cool.
Yeah, I agree. The capping is definitely one that's I feel like it's kind of forgot about in this game.
Yeah.
But it's worth so many points. I would say it's a little risky though, because you can definitely tipping over that aligned shipping hub with the cap is a huge possibility. But yeah, I agree. It's worth so many points, but it's kind of forgotten about. So I hope we can see more about it.
Yeah, I think we haven't really seen like a single cap meta. Like the magnet is definitely like a very good, definitely a very good strategy. But I think we'll see like some teams come out with like super cool, super effective things in the next month too.
All right. While we're waiting for us to get communications back to the event venue, try to figure out what went on, let us go and see our sponsors. We wouldn't be able to do this without any of our sponsors. We're really grateful to have them to make these events possible. We're all volunteers. Everyone here is volunteers, so having these sponsors, really critical. So let's go ahead and play our sponsor.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light, who find big insights hiding in big data, who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands, whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. One part inspiration, one part science, one part legacy, and one part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not. It's our job to break free from what is to what could be. Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
To define possible. To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
To define possible.
Three, two, one.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Canton's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Canton products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
Building a robot teaches that the universe is perfect. Mother Nature applies all of her rules all the time. She is reliable and causal. If we learn about her, we can work with her. When she surprises us, she is teaching. So a robot is a natural thing. Its behavior is totally determined by the laws of the universe. And the same laws apply for the whole universe, which is bigger than we humans can imagine. This sphere, for example, is a 3D model of part of the universe. Each tiny speck represents a galaxy. Now, our galaxy would be very hard to find in this cloud of specks. If you could find our speck, you'd be hard-pressed to find our solar system, then our planet, then our continent, etc. Compared to the realm of the laws of the universe, we humans are the small end of nothing whittled to a fine point. Learning about the universe through your robot's behavior can teach humility. Our belief that we are the most important things ever is hard to justify, so arrogance is not appropriate. We do not own the place. We should behave as a temporary user who has a long-term good in mind. Be careful about human chauvinism. It is not good stuff.
All right, and it looks like we're back. We've got Wi-Fi connected back to the venue, so hopefully that'll work out. Still waiting for the stream to come up. They've been playing matches even though we haven't been connected. That way we can get through matches. Really excited to see these teams come back. Video stream should be coming back. Want to thank Heather for coming on as a guest on the show. Really appreciated you coming here. Been awesome to hear some of your stories, and really looking forward to seeing you at probably future competitions, volunteering as an alumni, right?
Right, of course. Yeah, and thank you so much for having me here. It was a lot of fun. Being
awesome.
Back with the robots is definitely great as an alumni.
Yep, thanks, Heather. And we'll have our next guest coming on very shortly. Waiting for video feed to come back. Hopefully that should be soon. Anything else that you have? Either of you?
I would just want to say good luck to teams that are competing for the rest of the day, and yeah, I'll hopefully be back on again at a couple other competitions.
Cool. Thanks, Heather.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Heather.
See ya.
And Sean, I guess, yeah, we can keep talking about what we were discussing before with the endgame strategy. I think capstone, or not capstones, but the team scoring element, team shipping element, capping on that alliance specific hub will be very interesting. And you were saying that like you can counter everything, and especially with that, right? If like one robot's working on that, then you have two robots that are just going in on scoring in the alliance specific hub or in the shared shipping hub, and maybe getting that tipping bonus.
One of the other strategies that I really like is being able to score the ducks that you get off the carousel, right? Ducks are counted as freight. So if you're able to pick up those ducks and score them, they're super light, so they won't tip up over your hub. Plus, they're worth an additional 6 points. That doubles the value of each duck that you score. So if you can figure out a way to potentially score your ducks while if you can figure out a way to score your ducks in your alliance hub while you're doing the carousel, I think that's another way to get high amount of points.
Yeah. All right. Looks like we just had match 7 end. I don't think we've seen the scores yet from it, but we did see 5 freight on that shared shipping hub for the Blue Alliance. To me, I'm not sure if it's tipped towards them or not. I think it may be tipped towards both of them, but we'll see what the refs think. It
looks like it's tipped towards the Blue Alliance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they're still just finalizing their scores. And I guess we can see who we have in the next match, last 3 matches of our first cohort. Next match, it looks like we have Team 4924, the Redbeard Pandas, with Team 8094, Robotic Rampage. So that should be a very high-scoring match. Match number 8. And against them, interestingly enough, it's the 2 surrogate teams, so both of the FCHS Buffalo teams. So I guess we'll have to see who's playing for them. So, Sean, when is the first Chesapeake Championship supposed to be?
So I don't think they've announced the date or location of it yet. Check on the Events at First Chesapeake website. Yeah, I don't think that they have announced when the first Chesapeake Championship is going to be, so we gotta wait.
I see.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see. Usually the Maryland State Championship and the Chesapeake Championship is like a 2-division thing. And so, yeah, all right. I think we got our next guest on the show. So welcome to Timon Littleford. Timon, you want to turn on your camera and say hi to everyone?
Hey.
What's up?
Yeah. Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good.
Good.
Cool.
Do you want to introduce yourself to
the
entire FTC
sure.
community?
So, I'm Timon. I was part of Vulcan 8375 back 2016-ish. When did I graduate? 2017? Yeah. So it's been a hot sec out of FTC. But yeah, no. Went to college for mechanical engineering and just graduated. So yeah.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in upstate New York. So yeah, quite one from West Coast to East Coast. But yeah, I'll be moving back to the West Coast for work. So yeah.
Where are you gonna be working?
I'm gonna be at Amazon up in Redmond, working on the Project Kuiper satellite constellation, internet satellites. So yeah.
Awesome.
Yep.
Very cool.
Cool stuff. Looks like they're getting set up for this next match. So you said you were on Vulcan. Did you do any other first stuff? What
So I did FRC. So yeah, I did FLO back when I was a elementary/middle schooler. Did FTC and then did some FRC too. So kind of been through the whole gamut. FTC does definitely hold a very special place in my heart, though. I think it holds the most special place in my heart.
Awesome. And Timon, are you familiar with this year's game?
I have some familiarity, done a little bit of homework, generally kind of know what's going on, hopefully. But I guess we'll see. We'll see how much of a lie I just told.
All right, yeah, well, I mean, I think you're coming in on a very good match. These are, I believe, our top 2 ranked teams in this cohort. So,
cool.
We'll see how they do. I'm sure they'll do very well.
Yeah, it looks like they might be lined up on the wrong alliances. We'll see if they figure that out.
And they have done that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Timon, you volunteered in FTC.
Yep.
What do you typically volunteer as?
I think I've kind of done a whole number of things, but kind of before COVID, I was a ref a couple times. So yeah, it was pretty fun being kind of the flip side of things, being hopefully not the scary ref, but hopefully not try to scare prior me. But it's been real cool to help out. Been real cool to ref and see kind of what teams do. It's kind of an interesting perspective, because when you're on a team, you have this kind of like tunnel vision of what you're designing and what your robot looks like, and you're very morally attached to that in your strategy. And then, when you become a ref, you suddenly have no moral attachment, and you just find every team's robot pretty cool. So, yeah.
Okay, looks like this match has started. We have team 4924, that is the Redbeard Pandas, scoring in the middle level, and both members of that alliance scored in the middle level in that autonomous, so should be a pretty high scoring autonomous from them. I don't think they were able to get the duck, but on the blue alliance we do see that they were able to get the duck with team 8094, the robotic rampage scoring that one.
Yep. So Timon, you've seen this game. Have you looked at the animation?
Yes, I have.
First thoughts on it.
Look at the one pager.
What was your
first thoughts? First thoughts. I liked the game pieces. definitely familiar with those things, but I am very, very happy with the added ducks. Very happy with that. I think the whole balancing thing is pretty interesting. It definitely adds some sort of, I guess, preciseness and strategy with trying to get the middle one balanced across the teams. I mean, I think that there's a lot more like preciseness and strategy versus, I know rescue was just dump everything in the goal and hope it stays. But yeah, no, I think this is a pretty interesting game. Also, the little hurdle in the middle that teams appear to be driving around, adding some more preciseness in there. It seems like a decently more precise game than some of the previous ones. So I think it's pretty cool so far from what I've seen.
Cool.
Awesome. And Tammin, what would you have done, like, if you were competing this year? Like, would you have gone for the precision in placing, like, and trying to keep that alliance-specific hub balance, or would you have just dumped and gone for as many cycles as you could possibly do?
I think that I know that, like, the meta always changes by the time you get to champs. But what we did when we were a team, when it was rescue, so it was definitely less precise, was just dump as fast as possible. I know historically the sheer volume approach has worked in the past. So I don't know. That's kind of my first thoughts what I would probably do for that. But I know there's a whole lot to the meta of the game, and also, capping them with your team specific thing is another pretty interesting part that
Definitely.
Cool. Looks like this match is over. May have been a mix-up with the teams. We're gonna figure out what exactly happened there. A lot of ducks scored, a lot of freight scored. High match for considering that we had the two best teams here. Let's figure out what's going on there. But while we're doing that, craziest story from FTC, Simon.
Craziest story from FTC. And
you gotta save 2015 or 2016 Worlds for later.
Okay, well, I'll save the fun part of 2016 Worlds, but that part of 2016 Worlds. But another part of 2016 Worlds was our alliance partner tried to climb, and their climb failed twice, and they did 2 backflips down the mountain, and somehow their robot was built like a tank, and somehow they climbed the 3rd time and got the points in the last like half second. So that was a that was a good one. That entire season was just the whole static electricity. Hope your robot survives through the match, which I'm glad that from what I've gathered, that's no longer as big of an issue.
Which team was that you were paired with?
I think that was Hotwired that did the good old double backflip. I'm pretty sure I remember there being a match video of it somewhere on YouTube. I think it has me screaming in it.
I definitely remember playing with you at 2016 Worlds, and we definitely flipped off the mountain. And...
Yeah. Yep. No, that was a pretty common occurrence that year. Everything this year seems more low to the ground, which
every year
blessing and a curse, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, no, I think it's also. I feel like for a lot of games there was like the end game was hanging in a lot of games. Glad to see that they're changing it up here, because I think the hang was getting a little tiresome.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. I mean, we last time we had a hang was in Rover Ruckus. Okay.
Yeah. That was, I mean, you started
hanging, and then you lowered, and then you rehung yourself, and then we only had a hang in rescue.
Yeah.
Cool. So it looks like the match score from qualification match 7 is up. They're gonna work on trying to get the score up for that last match that was played, and loaded up. So we're going to let the scoring team do their work. They're all volunteers. They're all trying to do their best, trying to make it all work. We've had some technical difficulties, but we're really excited to be here, having robots run despite all the events going on in the world. For the audience, in your free time, if you want to have some fun and you want to lock up time in, you can go watch this video where he recaps his 2016 Worlds experience. I'm sure we'll hear more stories about that throughout the day. But
yeah,
his team has like an entire Worlds recap where they pretty much filmed a documentary of what happened to them at the World Championship, and they were the finalist alliance at the championship. One of probably the first
finalist
teams.
Alliance captain. Thank you.
Finalist Alliance captain. They picked.
I feel devalued.
They picked Chesapeake team. Well, back then, Alaska team, Schrodinger's hat. Big team in the Chesapeake region for the past couple of years, and you all were probably one of the first teams to go full custom, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that a fair assumption?
I think we used like 2 Activotics channels. Wait, no, 3. I lied. 3 Activotics channels. Yeah.
So what was it like, at least back then, with the part selection? Like, how did the parts you had influence the decisions that you made in terms of design?
So before the season started, we made like an Actobotics like 6-wheel drivetrain. We cut the slots, or we cut slots into the channel, because back then with Actobotics you couldn't fit chain with sprockets inside the channel, so it was like too high. So we had to cut the channel, and then it was just, we actually brought that to our first qualifier, I think. Yeah, we qualified off our first qualifier for states. But yeah, we were kind of just like, it really wasn't good. So we kind of had the resources to go pretty custom, and it kind of just became easier to just CAD and like CAD where you want things to go and then make them go there, versus fighting with Actobotics channel to figure out where things can go. But yeah, like fortunately for us, we had the resources, which made it pretty easy to go full custom, because we weren't like, we didn't really the parts we had at our disposal weren't the most helpful. But yeah.
Driver, and so for people who haven't seen that robot, probably one of the best robot reveals I've ever seen. Could you describe more about like what you mean by full custom? Like what sorts of machining did you use? What sorts of skills?
Yeah, so we were very, very fortunate enough that locally we found a guy who, I forget his backstory, but he owned like a water jet shop, but he was also just like a one guy like water jet shop, and he was like close to retirement. So we asked him if they could like give us a one-off for some water jet, and he was like, you know what, I don't really care, just send me the DXF and I'll cut whatever you want. And he even supplied the stock, so that was very, very fortunate. So yeah, we ended up with like as I kind of alluded to before, we had 3 like Actobotics channels, so like COTS parts in there for like structural stuff. So we had kind of water jet aluminum side panels, and those were for the drivetrain. And then for our lift motor, we had a like more water jet aluminum gearbox with 3 motors in there. Yep. And then we also had some laser cut acrylic, and then we also had some like polycarbonate parts. Actually, a lot of polycarbonate parts. So yeah, our kind of our main structure was kind of done out of house, but we had a lot of especially like polycarbonate bending, and then cutting and stuff like that. So polycarbonate was mainly for our pickup, and then also for our hopper where we scored from. And if you look in that video, there's the like things that pivot down to hit the climbers and to also score in the buckets. Those were affectionately known as the dog ears. Hopefully you can figure out why. They kind of look like dog ears. But yeah, no, that was a kind of all custom cut and bent. So yeah, it was definitely like a bigger time. Kind of took more time to get things done. Kind of just from the like fabrication phase, things just didn't magically bolt together. But we honestly found that it was it made things a lot easier to design things exactly how you want.
Cool. Looks like we got the match score from qualification match number 8. 144 points, high score of the day, puts Red Bearded Pandas in second, keeps Robotic Rampage in first. They're now going to play against each other here in qualification match number 8. Cool. So you did FTC, you did FRC. What are some of the skills that you feel like you gained from being a part of FTC and FRC?
Yeah. So, I definitely because after you go to college, it's suddenly, when I was in high school, it was kind of like basically a lot of, if not all of my friends did robotics and stuff, right? So you kind of become accustomed to everyone around you doing robotics. In college, not everyone
Drivers,
at college did first robotics or whatever.
3,
so
2,
I kind of
1.
I kind of found that I really one of my biggest takeaways was really got some great problem solving skills out of things. When you're building your robot and something doesn't work, I'm sure everyone watching and everyone knows that if something doesn't work, at least someone has to have the motivation to fix the problem, tinker with it, figure out what's wrong, and go and fix the problem. So I definitely learned because it's the middle of the night in competitions tomorrow, the robot better be fixed, otherwise you can't compete. Jeffrey, from being put in those situations, gave me a lot of practical problem solving and how to think through things. So that's really the big takeaway. Also, from a mechanical engineering standpoint, knowing CAD when I went to college was very helpful. But yeah, I know Sean, you two had you're going to Olin, so I guess you said a lot of people there did first robotics, but
yeah, 60%.
Yeah, 60%. Yeah. So, do you have any similar feelings, or are things a little different when
I 60%? Think that right. So there's a class that we take at Olin which is called Principles of Integrated Engineering. And in that class, you make a fully integrated project. So some team made a swerve drive. I found that really funny because they pretty much made it FTC. Some team did vision tracking for shooting a ball into a target. Again, another FTC challenge. But you find that doing FTC and doing first really helps because you know how to handle the stress of, okay, this is going to take 3 times longer than I expected. This is going to be significantly harder than I've ever done. And B, you learn, hey, I need to start thinking about integration from the beginning, right? You can't build a robot with just software. You can't build a robot with just hardware. You can't build a robot with just electronics. You need to integrate the 3 together in order to make something. And I think those valuable engineering skills, super helpful, and made it so then the people who did first robotics in high school had a leg up. And in that class, I feel all the people that were quote-unquote no-botics kids became robotics kids.
No-botics.
Yeah, I think
you brought up the everything takes 3 times longer than you expect it to. On the FSA team, electric race car team I was on at school, one of the legendary team leaders, who's now at SpaceX, had the famous rule of pi, where take the time that you think it'll take the amount of time you think it'll take, multiply it by pi, and that's how long it'll actually take.
Just got the match results from qualification match 9. That seems like a high score for the day. 187 points. Red Bearded Pandas beats out the other team. That should be also Virginia high score. Not a high score for Chesapeake, but still solid.
And it looks like we finally have our first high-level random of the day. So excited to see how Red Beard Pandas and Turing Squad do, as well as the rest of the teams in this match. I think I can definitely speak to the experience of first as well. At Hopkins, there's a couple people that did FRC and FTC. It's definitely not as big at Olin or a Polytechnic Institute or anything like that. But whenever you start a project, like, you know you're going to fail at some point. Like, it's not just like everything's going to go perfectly smoothly like the entire project, and like having that mindset, like learning from your failures and then growing from them, and making a better product from there, or a better like design and robot or whatever. Like it's really powerful, and it's good having that mindset from the beginning rather than being discouraged or anything when things don't work.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Yep, low scoring autonomous.
3, 2,
looks
1.
like Red Beard Pandas misdetected their target, but here comes Teliap. We got the turret bot on Red Alliance trying to score into that high goal. Red Beard Pandas trying to pick up blocks from the warehouse.
Yes.
What strategies do you think are going to come out in this game, Timon? Just seeing it for the first time, right?
Yeah.
You talked about what you thought it would be, and you talked about how the meta you think is going to change at Worlds. How do you think it's going to change? You want to get into some specifics of what you would do?
I mean, yeah, I think that it's really like it. So like from what we found, it's really you want to maximize the amount of time you're scoring, and thus maximize how many pieces you're scoring. So I really think that getting some like very fast lift designs, and really making your robot kind of as fast as possible to get up there to score. I know, like, I think from what I've seen so far, I think that there's kind of a discrepancy, or a pretty big difference with how fast teams from when they arrive to score, between the time they arrive to score and finish scoring. I think that's kind of where like time savings can come into place. Obviously, depending on what level you're scoring is going to change that. But yeah, no, I think getting some real quick lifts and hopefully some fancy programming to make it as easy for the driver as possible. I really like the chill in the corner and spin the ducks around. Big fan of that. The relaxed approach to scoring, which I also greatly appreciate.
Have you seen? There's 1 or 2 teams out there that are doing the capping mechanism while doing the ducks. Like, they have pretty much like a tape measure with a little magnet on the end that they use to like go out there, pick up the team shipping element, and then put it on top, and then pick up the other one and put it on top, all while doing the ducks at the same time.
Yeah, no, that's another thing. You really want to do as many things at once as are possible, because again, that kind of just maximizes the amount of items you're scoring per unit time, which is the whole point of FTC is to score as much as possible. I think that, like, I guess doing things in parallel and also kind of just making things designing your robot as easy to drive is another thing. So yeah, as easy to drive as possible, and having like presets of like what lift height you should be at. I guess that depends on which way you're tipped. But yeah, getting some presets like that, just making everything as simple for the driver as possible, so they don't have to be wizards. Ishan.
Wow. One of the things I do want to ask you is, you've done FTC and FRC. That's like a pretty unique experience that you've had. What would you say are the differences and similarities of the program? If someone's thinking about joining an FTC team or an FRC team, what would you recommend?
Yeah, I think that I think that there's like with FRC, like, kind of the scale of things is larger, and kind of my personal experience with it was with FTC, everything was kind of smaller, so we were able to quickly go through things and kind of optimize stuff a lot easier and a lot faster, and kind of work to the like very end of getting everything out of our robot, and also like prototyping and everything, and even like, because like with smaller robots, it like really enabled us to go to qualifiers with one robot, our first qualifier with one robot, and then completely take apart the entire robot and rebuild it for the next competition, from what we learned from the first qualifier. So I know with FTC, with like the larger size of things, my personal experience was we were kind of like locked in with what you went with, which is like nice, which is nice if you've done your really good strategy and your really good design before you built anything. But so I don't know. I think like they're two obviously great programs. I learned a lot in both. But I found FTC pretty easy to iterate through, and also with this, like personally with the smaller team, I felt more social with all my teammates.
Cool. Just got word from the referees. They are revising one of the match scores, trying to fix it all up. We're probably going to take a little bit of a break, grab some lunch. There's going to be a driver's meeting for the second cohort, which is going to be coming on soon. And then we'll hear more from Timon. A lot of cool stories. Thanks for being on with us.
No problem.
Let's see. Do we have a video queued? Still figuring that out. Next cohort, we have the team that has competed before, Robo Troopers, but we've got a lot of other top teams from previous years. Capital Bots was the top team last year. They were ranked in the top 10 at the Chesapeake Championship. So a lot of powerhouse teams from the Chesapeake region are going to be here. Excited to see them.
Yeah.
All right. Chat, if you have any questions for Timon, throw them in there. We would be happy to ask them to him, regardless of how embarrassing they are, or anything like that. I'm sure we will hear plenty of more stories. If you like this format of us having guests that come on every cohort or every so often, let us know as well, because this is definitely something that we could do more in the future with having some other cool people in the FTC community hop on in just to add some.
I think cool is a strong term for this guest, at least. But yeah.
I'd say you're pretty cool, Timon. You worked at what's the roller coaster company that you worked at?
Oh yeah, I worked at Premier Rides.
Premier Rides. Yeah.
Go ride Icebreaker at SeaWorld Orlando. It's opening in a month. That's my pitch.
I'm going to Orlando in a week, and so therefore I cannot ride Icebreaker at SeaWorld Orlando.
That's truly unfortunate. Well, there's always next time.
Let's see. All right, let's go ahead and watch another video from Woody. We will probably come back when we're ready to start matches for the next cohort. So we will see you then.
Yeah.
We should all celebrate that STEM education is a popular topic, but we must be very careful thinking that STEM or even STEAM is enough. Most of what is called STEM education is actually science and math training. Being on the first team is real education that includes STEM topics, but it also includes appropriate emphasis on creativity, teamwork, community service, leadership, entrepreneurship, and a whole host of things that you need to know. You are learning to be valuable to society. You are learning to respect your own ability to make a contribution and feel wanted and needed. Good stuff. You're likely to be very successful. You will have a nice relationship with society. You will provide stuff that folks like, and in exchange, society will love you. You will feel needed. But you don't want your success to put you inside a success bubble, looking out at what some are calling the useless class. If you want a meaningful and happy life, each of you need to figure out how to pull at least 100 others with you towards success. This is very, very hard. You will need all of the gracious professionalism you can muster to help others get to the good stuff. In building your robot, you had to comply with the laws of the universe. The physics, chemistry, material science, all that stuff behaved perfectly. Whenever you understood it, you could rely on it. The universe is perfectly causal, perfectly reliable, perfectly constant. In building your robot, you had to face the idiosyncrasies of people. They behaved in ways not always perfect, not always reliable, not always rational. That first throws you into the deep end of complexity, surrounded by a bunch of perfect behaviors and a bunch of emotional, creative, lovable, maddening, and otherwise completely human behaviors. Is just a wonderful thing to do for you. That combination is fantastic. It is good stuff.
One of the things that's most rewarding about seeing a first Chesapeake competition is the energy. This is not a science fair. It is loud, there is cheering, there are mascots. It is something that you have to see to believe. These kids have really found their bliss, they found a goal, and they all are working towards this. And we see this as they graduate, as they go on to college, and as they enter their careers. We feel that FIRST has really been their first step in a successful future for them and also for us.
First Chesapeake obviously teaches STEM skills for building robots, but it's also about more than robots. And I learned so many more things that really made me well-rounded as a person. As a student, I met people both on my teams and at competitions who are doing amazing things and have gone on to do really incredible things in STEM as well. That's a lot of fun, and it's also really valuable because it gives me these connections to people doing phenomenal things in STEM.
I first became involved with First Chesapeake when my two sons became involved with the FIRST program. Both of them were in robotics and found a huge passion for the ability to grow and also to explore the emerging capabilities around robotics. FIRST, and First Chesapeake specifically, is a great avenue for our children to understand how they can impact the world in a fun and engaging environment. I'm so excited about the impact that our First Chesapeake students will have on our future.
I was amazed at what these young high school students were able to accomplish in 6 weeks. They take a project that seems like it's daunting and hard to achieve, and they're able to break it down and bring different skills and diverse backgrounds and achieve it. It's just a really amazing experience to see how someone's learning comes to life. And even more so, having been both a mentor and a judge, also seeing what these students bring to the table and the amount of thought and strategy and through to execution that they have is truly profound, and it's always a pleasure to see what they come up with.
When we think about robotics and when we think about the future engineers, the future doctors, the future astronauts, the future educators, as well as the future trades and craftsmen, those individuals are going to have a strong math and science background. So First Chesapeake being the training ground in order for these new leaders to emerge is going to be very valuable, is very valuable. So we have to continue to nurture them, continue to give them the guidance that they need, continue to give them the mentoring that they need in order for them to be able to dream about what it's going to take for us to continue to be competitive as a country in this global world.
Our First Chesapeake students are going to have a tremendous impact on our future. They are already making a difference today. They are working in companies such as NASA. They are working for the military. They are working in film. These are creative, smart, driven young people, and they are tomorrow's technology leaders.
I think things have changed. The sponsors have changed from definitely also not being in California anymore.
All right, and we are back. Looks like we got teams loaded up for cohort number 2.
Yeah, and it's interesting. So this will be 3 new teams this match. Looks like BC 4-H Party Times is playing one more time, or maybe a couple times. But as Sean mentioned before, Robo Troopers is our first team and only team this competition that has competed before in Freight Frenzy. So it should be interesting to see, what experience from previous competitions they bring back. And Sean, as you mentioned, Capital Bots did quite well in the past, ranking top 10 in Chesapeake Championship. So hopefully we'll see a very high score out of this match. Yeah.
Cool.
Timon, I had a question for you. So, you mentioned that when you were competing in FTC, you guys had access to like water jets and a lot of like custom fabrication things. What do you think about the shift to like a lot of custom fabrication for like, I feel like it's not only just like the top, 1-2% of teams, but like a lot of teams now have access to water jets, CNCs, laser cutters, all of these things with companies like Send Cut Send and just local manufacturers. And what do you think of teams transitioning to that type of fabrication and competition?
Yeah, I really think that because like we would prototype and do some initial things with like a lot of like Acrobotics, and like I know Go Build is kind of the new building tool of choice. But yeah, we would like do a lot of prototypes with that, but we really
pick up
found
your controllers.
that it was
3,
easier
2,
to design
1.
something and design where things would go and design stuff, and then kind of just design do the custom route rather than kind of trying to play the game of how do I make this work with our building tool of choice. But yeah, I really think that if you have the time and you have the resources, obviously like there was a lot of time investment involved to kind of not only like get the resources and stuff, but also like learn how to design these custom parts and make them work and things like that. But if you're like, we found that we kind of had a limiting factor with like off the shelf building components, and we had the time to go custom. So that's kind of how we did it as a like for our final robot. But when we were just like tooling around trying to figure out what was working, off the shelf building components were very useful. And so I think that there's a good use of both. But definitely if we needed some custom geometry or some like for our lift gearbox, we had 3 motors geared together, and it was just easier to put the motors in CAD, put the mounting holes in CAD, plonk them in together, versus trying to deal with how to build it with the parts we had on hand. Yeah.
Timon, one thing I just want to interject really quick. Looking at this match, I am so excited for this cohort. Oh my god, this Blue Alliance, the blazing fast arm of troopers, looks like it's going to be a lot of fun to see how it runs for the rest of competition. And their partner Capital Bots is definitely doing very well. I think we could see a new high score for Virginia, right in this first match. What do you think, Ashan?
Yeah, 15-167 here looks insanely fast when getting their arm up to score, which as I kind of said, it seems that there could be a lot of time savings based on how fast you do that. It looks like with their quite quickly geared drivetrain and arm, they've at least got that down to a decent level so far.
It looks like it's gonna rip itself apart every time it moves that arm, right? Like, it's moving at like unsafe speeds. One of the things I'm noticing is that whenever they put up that arm, like 3 or 4 out of 10 times, they just chuck the block. When they do that, that incurs a penalty because that's considered launching a game element, and launching is not allowed in this competition. So I think there's penalties that are happening there. Like, sure, looks like it should be a high score, right? 170 points. I don't think that high score is going to hold up just because of the penalties that they're incurring. Other thing to note is they were checking the blocks. In autonomous, I think they picked up 2 pieces of freight. They were not able to deposit their first piece of freight. They went into the warehouse, tried to pick up a second piece of freight to deposit, all in autonomous. So pretty impressive that they were doing that. But then they left the warehouse with 2 pieces of freight, and I think that would be a penalty.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing is they're going to have a little bit of time playing a bunch of matches in a row to work out all these kinks.
Yeah.
But, go ahead, Timon, you were saying.
Sorry. The insanely fast arm on 15-167 made me drop all my other trains of thought.
You were talking about like how sometimes it's easier, especially with like gearing motors and things like that.
Yeah.
Finding it all up in CAD rather than
how to build
the channel together.
Yeah, we kind of like, I guess by the end of our season, kind of our robot design philosophy went to use our CAD tool to its full effectiveness. Kind of try to do as much as you can in CAD before making anything, because it's you have Control Z in CAD. You don't really have as easy of a Control Z after you've bolted this entire thing together.
Definitely.
But
I think, yeah, one thing too, like, there's always another side of the coin, especially this year. We're seeing like a lot of supply chain issues and things like that, which has led to teams who are, I mean, I know like the teams, my old teams, I still mentor them and talk to them. They spend probably first month and a half maybe CADing or modeling all of these things in Fusion and whatever softwares they use. And then they went to order them and just everything was out of stock. And I know like on Go Builder right now, it seems like you're fighting for pretty much like CPUs and GPUs when you're trying to order like 8mm X bearings because of how quickly they go out of stock. And it's just like crazy. And if you do design for like what components you have in-house, then you don't need to worry about that, which is definitely like a big time saver.
Yeah, no.
Also, are you scalping Rex bearings?
No. The only Rex bearings we have are the ones from that MTI goodie bag that they gave us when we went to MTI this past season, and I am so glad we have those. Just being able to have like a couple of those is like it's really funny. But it seems like every second like they go in stock, like a minute later they're all out of stock.
Yeah. I will say that you can be amazed with how much you can do with a sheet of aluminum, a hacksaw, and a drill press. It won't look pretty, but it'll get the job done, and hopefully it can save you.
In actually pretty much, in all of my years except my senior year, all of our machining was just done like in-house with bandsaw, drill press, sander, just all like basic shop tools, no lathe, CNC, none of that stuff. And 3101, one of the teams at our school that I was on for a couple of years, they went undefeated at the World Championship. And I remember watching them like sand out the holes for their motors in their aluminum drive plates that they then cut on the bandsaw, right? Like there was no, we'll just send the DXF to send cut send and then get it powder coated by this company and then do all of that stuff. It was like all just like completely by hand, which I definitely think it's just like a different skill set you gain. There's definitely huge advantages to both of them, but I think like seeing that transition especially has definitely made it like an interesting conversation topic.
Yeah, and I know previously you mentioned that like one thing is that like if things don't work, you got to figure out how to fix them, and it's like I don't know, we had a lot of components machined, but you are also like you don't never expect things to go perfectly because they don't go perfectly, and you think the design's good and things don't fit, and then it becomes hacksaw, sander,
duct tape,
drill press, duct tape. It's like things aren't all roses and daisies, no matter which way you do it, because you're definitely not perfect.
So looks like we got a score from that last match. 140 points, 50 points of penalty would have been the Virginia State record.
Points. Oh my god,
right?
Yeah.
But the 50 points of penalties were just killer.
Yeah, I really hope. We don't really know exactly what those penalties were from, but if they were launching penalties or anything like that, I really hope that RoboTroopers and Capital Bots can figure those things out, because those are definitely two teams with a very high scoring potential. And seeing them fall because of penalties would be a little disappointing for them. And yeah.
Well, so Timon, you're Mechie, right? Mechanical engineering is what you did. Your major.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, big question that a lot of FTC teams ask when like they start out: what CAD software do you recommend?
So honestly, like I've used pretty much most of the available CAD tools, and there's not one that's better than the others. Honestly, I know that this becomes a pretty hotly debated topic, but every CAD tool that exists, except for like Tinkercad, every parametric CAD tool that exists can really do like what you want for like robotics and stuff. And it's just like choose the one that's available to you and or the cheapest. I know Fusion for like hobbyists is a thing. I know Onshape, whatever,
completely free.
Yeah, and students, yeah. And like I don't know if you like end up with a SolidWorks student license or an Inventor student license, yeah, like it's really honestly all CAD tools are bad. They're just bad in different ways, but none of them are bad enough to make them unusable. So just go with whatever you got, because like the time you spend messing around with looking through page 6 of Google, figuring out which CAD software is the best, is time you could be spent designing a robot or learning the software.
I'd say there are like very, very specific or like very rare cases in which like one CAD software will let you do something that another one just absolutely. And especially in the realm of FTC, where like most of the parts we're designing are like 2.5D, like just flat plates. Holes, curves, whatever.
And the assemblies are like sub 500 parts and stuff like that. And it's I think that a better like it's better to learn one CAD tool to kind of a greater extent than to just figure out which one's the best, because in my experience, no matter which CAD tool you learn, if you're interning somewhere or doing a project at school or whatever, they're going to use a different. They're going to always use the CAD tool that you haven't used before. Companies use, every company I've been at has used a different CAD tool, so there is no best one.
I think, like, especially in FTC, I think like a really important thing though is like the shareability, right? Like how much like Google Drive that CAD tool is, because like these are like pretty collaborative projects. And so I know Onshape and Fusion have really good collaborative features. Like setting up SolidWorks PDM, I think would be kind of a nightmare for high schoolers.
We used Inventor and GrabCAD, but GrabCAD is like kind of a fake like management system. You can't really check out parts or check them in. So if someone edited the part that you're working on, or someone edited the assembly, there's no real fix other than someone loses. So I know Onshape and Fusion have some pretty decent collaboration tools, but the reason we went with Inventor is you could get the good old Autodesk like student thing for just typing into an email or whatever, and it was just what I forget someone went with, and we just went with it, and we just did it, and definitely a time save versus arguing about which CAD tool has the best surface modeling.
So, Timon, you were at RPI for 4 years?
Yeah, I was at RPI for 4.5 technically. I spent a year doing internships, so I became a semester-ish behind. But I graduated a couple weeks ago. So
what are some like different projects or like some cool projects you've taken on there, whether it be through assignments or clubs?
So I will say to all the incoming college students, if you're doing engineering, I will say that probably my biggest takeaway from college was I joined FSAE race car team, electric race car team. There's a ton of other clubs, Design, Build, Fly, Rocketry Club. Just if you're doing engineering, join an engineering club you find interesting and do that. And just become a leader or whatever when you're like senior like junior, senior, whatever. Like you did for robotics here. It stands out a lot, and I got a lot of extremely valuable skills out of it. So yeah, no, a lot of my time at school, kind of the things I like to talk the most about are, I like design brake rotors for the car, design, some wheel carriers, some other components like that. Yeah, got it. You just spend a lot of hours in the CAD, a lot of hours problem solving, and it's you kind of get the same satisfaction of when you build your FTC robot and it works and you point at it and go, I worked on that. You build a race car and the car
Drivers,
drives and you
pick
point
up
at
your
it and you go,
controllers.
oh, I worked on that.
3,
and then it starts
2,
smoking and then
1.
things become less happy.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're seeing a 2v1 with Redbeard Pandas over here. It looks like their alliance partner was not in this match. Is Sean any? I think Sean might. Yeah, Timon, I know like over at Hopkins, Baja SAE is another big thing. Like they have design, build, fly, and rocketry, which also are pretty good. But yeah, I've been involved in Baja SAE, and like it's like meeting that same group of people that are just like super dedicated, maybe obsessed with like a project. It's really nice to have like
no,
find those people.
Yeah, no, totally. I definitely 100% recommend joining whatever interests you. Join Baja, join Hybrid, join FSAE, join FSAE Electric, join whatever team you want. Just when you're it's pretty cool to be designing stuff in college, and compared to other people who kind of didn't have those experience.
Yeah,
I felt like I got a lot out of it.
So just for the audience, looks like Team 16839 are having robot issues, so they won't be in this match, but they definitely hope to play in later matches. Sean, we just talked about those launching penalties and just penalties in general. I think we unfortunately may see someone in this match. Looks like Redbeard Pandas had a little bump into the Alliance hub and maybe pushed it off a little bit, as well as Fungo Mineral or Fungo Freight pretty far. But looks like they're doing really well with those ducks, as we've seen them, throughout all of their matches so far. So hopefully they do break that 100-point barrier. Timon, what's been your favorite or most memorable mechanism you've designed for robot? Whether it's a whole subsystem or just one small piece.
Favorite mechanism I designed. Let's think on that one. There's a lot of kind of some of the things I did on my internships. It wasn't a mechanism per se, but it was kind of a fun way of assembling stuff using some pretty non-engineering tactics, aka just marking where you want to put it with tape and then figuring it out. I quickly learned that the complicated solution usually probably isn't the best one. Keep it simple, very valuable, and keep it simple, and I think that kind of the more and more out of robotics I get, the more and more I'm trying to just design the optimal. I will say that the optimal solution is usually the most boring one, unfortunately. But when cost becomes a thing, the optimal solution becomes slightly more boring. But I don't know.
So in these matches right now, Red-Bearded Pandas is playing, but they're all playing surrogates because they just didn't have enough teams for this cohort. Just one thing to note. So even though they scored 113 points, won't affect their ranking, won't affect anything. They're just there to be good sports.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, optimal solution is always the simplest. Here's the score. So I'll cover that. 113 to 28. Penalties on the Blue Alliance. More than double their score was in penalties. So just can't have that.
Yeah.
There you
go. So what about in FTC though, Time? Is there any mechanism when you look back at it, you're like, yeah, that was a pretty cool thing?
Honestly, so I think my favorite mechanism from our 2016 robot I honestly forget who came up with it. But if you look at the reveal video, there's a quick clip of it. It's like 1 or 2 seconds long, I think. But so to hang, so I guess this is a twofold. To hang that year, you need to like grab onto the bar, pull yourself up, and then you couldn't be touching the rest of the mountain. So we kind of had like 2 hooks which would pop out of the robot, and they stayed under this hood because we were out of the robot sizing limit with the hooks up. But when they're collapsed under the hood, they was within like barely within the sizing limit, and they were like spring loaded or whatever. But so the hooks pop out, and then when you go up to hang, it's real nice because you get a rotation point with the bearings where those hooks were that they popped out that rotation axis. So when you go up to hang, our robot kind of like hit up against the bar and then tilt itself up, so we would get the hang points. Had that not been a rotation axis in there, we would have still been chilling on the mountain because we added hang the very last second before Worlds. We wouldn't even know we would be able to hang at Worlds, so the robot was definitely not designed to hang from the beginning. So it was kind of just sheer luck that the geometry worked out. But yeah, no, that was
in CAD. You didn't check it in CAD.
I think we checked it like oh, will this hang? And you do like we didn't super care about the hang, so we would just throw it in, and I don't think the CAD model was even right, and it was like, would it hang? Maybe, and then get back to work. But yeah, the hang was pretty clutch. Definitely robot wasn't intended to hang from the beginning, but it ended up hanging and actually doing a pretty good job at it.
Yeah, it was quick. Well, you had a 3-motor lift that year.
We had a 3-motor lift because we kind of just designed the gearbox for like, if we're hanging, just chuck 3 motors in and hopefully this is good enough. The reason why the gearbox was like kind of a decently large deal was it was supporting it had to support our robot was, I forget how heavy our robot was, but our robot was very heavy. And it kind of had to carry that entire thing up a mountain. The drivetrain would bounce up and down as you're going up the mountain because again, we didn't, fully design a great hanging mechanism from the start. So there was a lot of resistance that a robot could have been designed to like not have, but it just ended up with brute force it. But yeah. It ended up being okay.
Awesome. Looks like we're going into
next match.
13.
Robo Troopers is back.
Return of the Robo Troopers. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if they get that arm fix.
Yeah, and I assume they're probably ranked 1 in their cohort because they're ranked 9 right now and they're at 18.
Yep. Right now, ranking is cumulative score. So until every team has played their 5 matches, it's not like we're going to be able to tell what their actual ranking should be, which is kind of annoying. Yeah. I feel like they should just make an average score. That way, like, you can compare teams that have only played 1 match versus 2 matches versus 5 matches.
Yeah.
But that's just not how the ranking system works. So.
And I really like the Red Solo Cup as the team.
Honestly, that has not been the first one I've seen. I know a couple other teams have ran it throughout the season as their team shipping out.
Do they have a blue Solo Cup when they're on the other alliance?
Get a yellow Solo Cup that would be on both sides.
Yeah, there you go. It's a brown Solo Cup alliance agnostic.
Or technically it should be a green Solo Cup if you're doing it by light, or yellow if you're doing it by color.
I didn't sign up for this.
All right, Kevin, time for another crazy story. Tell us about West Super Regionals Rescue.
West Super
How did that go?
Yeah. It went surprisingly well. We had a qualifier before West Super. We already qualified from our first qualifier, but we went to a second qualifier since we completely, tore down and rebuilt our robot. So we were going into that qualifier with a new robot, and things went, pretty terribly. I think we got out in semis, and like we were never we were never looking good. We were just looking different forms of bad. So then Supers came around, NorCal. We won states, and then West Super Regionals. We had we ended up picking. We were Alliance captains. We were first two Alliance captains, and we ended up picking the second seed. And then our second pick was the last seed at the event, which was pretty good. But we had a couple back and forths. It was a little bit of a struggle to win West Super Regionals. We didn't have hang, and our robot was pretty unoptimized, but we kind of pulled it out. It was pretty nice, kind of being we hadn't like gotten past states previously, so it was pretty nice winning West Supers as the first seed. What
are your feelings on Super Regionals? Did you enjoy like having a Super Regional, or were you just
really enjoyed having a Super Regional? It was I really enjoyed having a Super Regional. We didn't have to travel far, which was very nice. I know teams are traveling like far, like teams are traveling like it was like the world's travel kind of thing, which I know was hard for teams, especially like smaller teams who didn't really have the resources for that. But I really liked. It really felt like a mini Worlds, and it was real nice.
Drivers,
it was also cool
pick up
to
your
meet
controllers.
teams from other
3,
like from
2,
on the
1.
West Coast. The states are a lot farther apart. So it was nice meeting teams from other states before you met them again in at champs. It ended up with our pick from West Supers was also our pick at champs. It was nice kind of meeting people.
Yeah, I never got to go to South Super Regionals. We lost at states, and then we got lotteried to Worlds, both us and our sister team. So
the lottery always comes in clutch.
Yeah.
So it looks like in this match, Robo Troopers, they got 2 blocks on during auto. Their partner isn't moving. So they did the cycle during auto, just filling up that shared shipping hub. They got it tilted in their favor.
That arm is really fast. Oh my god.
That arm is really fast. Yeah.
Looks like we have another turret bot on the Blue Alliance that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, is that 14597?
Something like that.
Or actually, no. I think it's 14597. Could be wrong about that. Yeah, Sean, there's those blocks flinging around that you just said. Robo Troopers just dropped one. I think it went under their robot, luckily, rather than into it.
Yep.
See, are they going to go for ducks? They have 20 seconds left. Are they just going to ignore ducks?
I think they were just having some trouble getting over to there.
Okay, 15 seconds. Let's see how many ducks they can do in 15. They're rushing their ducks.
Oh no.
Right? They haven't scored a single duck yet, but
I think they just
way too fast.
One. Yeah.
2, 3.
Still pretty good though. They still do get a very good score. I think Robo Troopers is probably one of my favorites going into this competition. And that arm, oh my god.
Yeah, unofficial score says 126 points. Not the highest, but still a very respectable score. They keep on scoring above 100. I think that makes them the number 1 seed.
Definitely, because right now, which RP does rank 1? Are the rankings published or no?
The rankings are not published right now. The page is down. Maybe they'll go up later, but right now we can't find the rankings there.
Yeah, I mean, 8094 and 4920 they were getting pretty high, like consistent, like 120, 140s later in their games. So if they keep that up, I mean, they do. It could be tough to beat them, but I think there's definitely teams in this cohort and another cohort that have a chance of topping those scores.
Yep.
The solo cup got knocked
Topping
over.
those scores.
That makes me sad.
Yep. What got knocked over?
The solo cup.
Oh.
Yeah, I think the turret bot strategy is pretty interesting. I guess not having to rotate from when you drive in to get your block or ball, and kind of just not having to rotate with your drivetrain, having to rotate with your turret. I guess it'll be interesting to see how that develops with teams. If you can get it down quick and accurate, that theoretically, if you don't have to rotate your entire robot, that would be nice.
Right, that's the big issue with a lot of these turret bots, right? How do you control a turret? You have an aim pad, right?
Yeah.
Using the joysticks is not a very easy way to control a robot, right? Like, the only thing that a joystick is really good for is driving. Like, it's not good for controlling a mechanism.
Yeah, I mean, I know in like Skystone and stuff, like, I would use in Skystone and Ultimate Goal, actually, I would use our joystick, like I would use the sticks to control our intake, just because I thought it was so much easier to just vary the power of the intake from there, and then use those buttons for preset things was a lot better than figuring out what to use the joystick for. And then in Skystone, we ended up using the joystick to control the lift, but instead of having it the more I hold it up, the higher it goes. Well, that was also there, but it would be if I flick it up, then it goes to that level that I want it to go. So it was essentially a button, right? Instead of the variable output from the stick, variable input from the stick. Yeah.
Yep. I think that one of the things that at least in college we're spending a lot of time on that I think is undervalued in FTC. The good teams have figured this out, is you got to design for the user, right? The user of your robot is the driver, and making it designed for them and making the control scheme designed for them and making it as easy on them as possible is so critical. That's what sets the good teams apart from the great teams, right? Is that something you'd agree with, Timon?
Yeah, no, you can have as good of a robot as you want, but if you can't drive it, kind of useless. Yeah, I know we had a lot of presets built in and just driver assist and stuff, so that we could drive it as easily as possible. We had a fun feature on our lift where if you were too gung ho on the hang and you would bring the lift in too hard, the lift would entirely unspool itself and your robot would just collapse back to the ground. So I think we tried to put in kind of a software limit, but we didn't get the kind of encoder at homing correctly and whatever. So we had no limit on that, and that actually cost us a little in the finals of Worlds. So make sure that drivable robot, and also make it as hard for your driver to break the robot as possible. I know when we have teams with quick arms and stuff, things get a lot more, I wouldn't say dangerous for people, but dangerous for the robot. Just implementing things so you can't over travel things is pretty helpful for not only scoring high, but scoring high multiple times, rather than scoring high and then not bringing your robot to the next match.
Yep, totally agree with that. Looks like we're waiting for one team to get onto the field. That would be SBS Robotics, except spelled with zeros because they're quirky like that. One of the things that I think, so we talked about how designing a robot for the user is undervalued. I think we also talked about how designing a simple robot is undervalued, right?
Yeah.
Those two things 99% of the time will beat out the most complicated robot ever, right? You'll notice like all the powerhouse teams, they have very similar looking robots because they're the simplest mechanisms, and they are also well equipped for the drive, right? They have sensors on them that make it easy to control. There's a reason why linear slides are so commonly used by the top teams. It's because they're so much easier to control than a giant arm that's moving around, right?
Yep. Yeah, no, just keeping things simple is usually simple things that end up being faster, because less moving parts usually makes the goal end up being faster to achieve. But yeah, no, we kept it pretty simple when we did things, and it definitely I think that there's a lot of designs that are I can avoid turning my robot if I design this 4 linkage arm or whatever, and that's really fun to design and looks cool, but the time both building the 4 linkage arm and the time attempting to drive the 4 linkage rotation probably takes longer than your driver just flicking the stick and the robot turning 90 degrees. Again, a boring solution, but time savings and simplicity. Yeah, little bit better sometimes.
It's all those little things that I think make a difference. Cool. Looks like Capital Bots is up on this match. We still don't have the other team to join. 19832 is not available to play in this match. So, Hyman, I know this because I know you personally. You're a big roller coaster fan.
Yeah.
So you wanna talk a little bit about how FTC has impacted your career in terms of roller coasters and how it was working at Premier Rides?
Yeah.
Give a background on all of that.
So,
what is Premier Rides?
So I interned at a roller coaster design company, Premier Rides, in Baltimore. We built magnetically launched roller coasters. If you've ever been to Universal, we did the Mummy. We've done a decent number of rides across multiple countries and stuff. And we'll say it's pretty fun to work roller coasters. But yeah, we were talking about the keep it simple thing.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
A lot of the
3,
as I kind of talked
2,
about before,
1.
simple things are usually cheaper. When you're trying to sell projects, be a competitor when you're bidding, making things cheaper, simpler. Also from a maintenance standpoint, these roller coasters are kind of built to live many years and have a ton of use out of them. So making roller coasters very easily maintainable, making maintenance really easy for everyone working on it makes everyone happier, and also decreases the cost to the client, meaning they'll come back to you to build another one. That also, if you build a simpler robot, easily maintainable with your FTC robot, you're gonna have less downtime between matches. Also, there's less things to go wrong. So if something does go wrong, you can figure that out faster. And yeah, it's from a maintenance perspective, it's real nice to again build simple things, build things that work and are will never fail or things like that, which never actually happens. But less points of failure is usually better. But yeah, no, it's kind of nice. We're going middle school and high school, and elementary school, doing robots for a competition to kind of bring those skills, bring kind of those design tactics I learned, make things assemblable, another thing like that. If you, as you all know from we're designing your robot and whatever, you can design the coolest thing, but if you can't put it together, it's useless. So design things to be assemblable, design things simple for cheaper, easier to maintain, things like that. Really, it's kind of cool to bring those skills and apply them to larger projects at a cool company. Yeah.
One thing I'd like to say really quick, it looks like 14575 has really found their stride this match. We're seeing almost double-digit freight numbers, or actually, we are seeing double-digit freight numbers. Sorry, in the high level of the Alliance Pacific Shipping Hub. This could be a high score. If barring any penalties. Oh, and we have the shipping hub tipped. So this could be a very high scoring match. They were just really going at it with those freight that match.
I think looking at what they've done, the thing holding them back is their autonomous, right? They've and their ducks, right? They only got 5 ducks, right? 4 ducks is worth 24 points. If they got 24 additional points, they would have the Virginia State high score. They would be touching 200. And then I think also in autonomous, had they scored a little bit more, that would have pushed them over the edge, gotten them to about 187.
Yeah, well, they're going to get the tipped points. So that'll be 20 more. So that'll be.
I don't know if the tip points are already counted or not.
Oh yeah, no, you're right. The tips are counted. I was looking at the Alliance Pacific Hub. I thought that was it. Yeah.
Yep.
So they definitely have room to go higher very easily. Like, it shouldn't be too difficult to squeeze out a couple points from them, which seems to be very promising.
Yep, and this next match will mark our halfway point throughout the day. We're probably going to be going up to around 5 p.m. today. At the time, we got Ethan from Go Builda coming on the show. That's going to be a ton of fun. Ethan also FTC alum. Now he works for Go Builda, and so he'll be talking about how his FTC experiences have helped him and probably some cool stories. And no, Timon, I saw your text. We don't want you to leave. We love you, Timon. Well, however long you want to stay, we'll figure that out as it goes.
Okay, cool.
I think we're at a good time where we can hear about World's Finals. Let's wait for the score. We got the score, 146 points. Solid score by 14575. Kapelbot, 30 points of penalty, right? Big difference in this match. They could have been at 170 points, almost touching that 178 point match, but that penalty really cost them. Let's hear about World's Finals, Timon, because I think you have a lot to say about that.
Yeah,
Let's hear the learning experiences.
Yes, the learning experiences. So I will say that, I know, there's a lot of matches which are, no one really did anything wrong. That's the way the cards, fell or whatever. I will say that World's Finals for us was definitely not like that. We did a number of things extremely wrong. So I guess kind of the backstory is, because, we were competing, West Supers and everything, in, the Western half. And that, at least that year, there was kind of, I guess, there were fewer extremely competitive teams. So kind of the matches we were used to playing were definitely less competitive than East Coast. So that led to things like, basically the first match of the best of 3, we won, but barely. Basically all the scoring items, all the blocks and cubes were sucked up from the field a minute in or something, and which is something we'd never seen before. So we barely won that match or something, but it was just by sheer luck. And then the second match, we were terrified of how fast everything happened. And that year, you could score balls or cubes, but cubes you could fit more in the goal. You could fit 15 in the goal. I think, if memory serves me correctly, you could fit 15 in. The balls, you could fit 3, 4, or 5 in, and then things would start rolling out. So we could only score cubes, and the other alliance could score both balls and cubes. So we were stressed because basically all the cubes, since they were the primary scoring object, got sucked up in the first 45 seconds. And then everyone was just starving for balls and figuring out what was going on after that. So we did the very poor decision of, between match 1 and 2, trying to actually configure together some method of scoring balls. It turns out that, when you do a very last minute change, things don't always work out well, and things usually don't work out as you think they will. And when you have zero time to troubleshoot or even test, it means that you can go from scoring only cubes to be able to score nothing, basically. So that's kind of, so we obviously lost finals match 2, and then there was a whole lot of nerves and everything going on for finals match 3. We took off the poor decision, but that can't really fix the whole emotional things going terribly thing. So I ended up losing finals 3. But we also ended up, I think we were too gung-ho on the lift, either finals match 1 or 2, and broke the lift and had to restring the entire lift in like the 5 minutes we had. So that was kind of adding to the pressure. But definitely rule number 1, don't do things last minute. Things don't work out well. There was, I think we thought about it after, and we kind of figured out that if we didn't change anything and if we just did what we did before, we probably could have won. But hindsight's
Drivers,
2020.
pick up your controllers.
Hindsight's always
3,
2020 on my
2,
vision.
1.
So it was a great learning experience. And I mean, we still did pretty well at the end of things. It definitely wasn't drama-free, for better or for worse.
So this match is going to be really interesting because during Autonomous, accidentally, the Red Alliance pushed their aligned shipping hub to the opposite side of the field. So you can see it sitting on the barrier right there.
The world traveling item.
Yeah, definitely not a legal strategy, and that's going to make it a little bit harder for Blue to be able to cross those pipes. Looks like Blue is going to be using that gap without the barrier for right now, but still doesn't make it any easier for them.
Yeah, this should be very interesting. It's up to them.
Looks like Red Team is hanging out on their side of the alliance, picking up things. Based on the position of what kind of happened there, I don't expect a lot of scoring in that's gonna be going on, but yeah.
And they're not even going for their own shared shipping hub, so I don't know what Red Alliance's strategy here is. If they just want to get some points on the board, go for their shared shipping hub. That way they can get those full points from block and maybe tip it in their favor.
Yeah.
Right, endgame has just started.
Yeah, and Blue's going for their ducks. I mean, we've seen bearded red pandas run all of these past matches. They're very consistent. They'll always do a good job with their ducks. And looks like
they're gonna have 7 ducks is what the unofficial score says. Nice job by them. 6 on the top, level 2 in the middle level, not too shabby. I think overall pretty good score, 146, 152 unofficially. We'll have to see what the official live score says. This match also will not count for them. It will count for their partner 14169. But we will have to see.
Yep, and there those penalties come in, at least I guess unofficially.
Oh no. Yeah, so in previous years, penalties used to be added to your opposing alliance score.
Yeah.
Right? So you would never be subtracted. Because ranking is now based on your score, they have to remove penalties from your score.
And then those negative numbers actually count. Those negative numbers actually add, or do they?
I think they bottom it out at 0.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
so I think when the official score posts, it will be 0, but we will have to see. Yeah, I definitely remember in FLL there was a huge controversy with some teams ending up with negative points, and people felt really bad about it.
Yeah. I remember all those like hilarious matches with one team winning by like 900 points just because the other team had their robot just like crash in a very unfortunate position, and can't do anything except rack up the penalty points at that point.
All right, here we go. We got our score. 199 points. That's a new high score.
99 points.
Definitely the high score for Virginia, coming close to Maryland with a high score of 216. So
yeah,
see if that happens.
Definitely top 10.
Yep. For now, let's head over to an alumni video where we can talk about what it's like to be an alumni.
Alumni means that I have an entire world of connections.
It allows me to volunteer and give back to the community.
I think first can really prepare you to solve any number of the world's big problems. The skills that you're going to be learning can completely change the future.
Okay, guys, looks like we're... I'm sure Timon and I will make some... and I think Capital Bots should have another good match. They've done past. Timon, what do you think about these?
You're at least on my end, you're cutting out a decent amount, but I think that we should hopefully see a decently high scoring game here. The red solo cup is back in action, so I think things are gonna look good for this match.
Yeah. All right. Is this better?
Nominally, yes. We will see.
Okay. All right. I think this should be better. Can you guys hear me now?
Cool. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. So Timon, what are like some of the classes you've taken, going through a mechanical engineering program?
Yeah, so I guess some of there's your first or second semester freshman year you always take. For me it was it's really your introduction to like statics and whatever. So it's basically kind of like applied physics, how things react when you put forces on them. That's really your kind of ground for all your mechanical engineering. And then your next kind of core mechanical class is mechanics and materials. So that's an extremely helpful class. I know I've used basically, there's a lot going on there.
Yeah, there is. It's very interesting. Recently, it's like, in past years, it's like autonomouses are looking more and more like teleops. It's no longer just like straight, like very controlled, slow movements from robots. Robots are going all over the field, curves, turns, everything. And it's like, I don't know if someone's driving it or if it's code running right now.
I mean, there was a good attempt with that ball there. It looks like they nudged it at the beginning, and then
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
They missed because they didn't know where they nudged
3,
it.
2,
But, again, with
1.
that fast arm, they look like they're going to be pretty good here, already starting to score. But
and honestly, looking at it, it's not just a fast arm. Like, it's a fast arm, fast drivetrain, fast intake. Everything about that robot is just borderline too fast.
Yeah,
but,
no.
It's working for them.
Yeah, the big thing is that they can drive it. Which is
definitely. I'm sure that required a lot of practice on their end.
Yes.
Like that was a very quick pickup right there. By 167. Wow. If they keep this up for the rest of the day, I'm sure they'd be ranked top 2, top 3, maybe even just straight up.
Yeah. It's also, it looks like when they go back to get more cubes and balls, it looks like they're just using that wall and just slamming against it so that they know when they're lined up. It's also stuff like that. Use the field to your advantage.
Definitely.
I know FTC walls aren't big fans of being slammed around a ton. I'm sure the volunteers are going to be kicking that wall back into place after this match is over. But if it's there, use it. Looks like they get points on the shared one.
Yeah, a couple things. I know a lot of teams this year have been putting like four wheels at all of the corners, just like free spinning wheels, so they can ride the wall super easily. It's definitely been like a very successful strategy. But it looks like 15167 is, oh my god, did they just... That's one of the dangers of
it has a friend.
Car.
We have a friend. we have adopted, we have
oh my god. At least their alliance partner is able to do the ducks for them. That's
Oh, we're free. It'll be, I guess, interesting to see how those penalties come out. Not sure really from this angle what exactly happened there, but there's some friendship going on that side of the field.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like 15167 seems to be a lot more optimized for the high goal, just because their arm is so long, they have to.
Yeah, it looks like. I'm wondering if they can score out of the side that they intake on, or if they need to go low, if they have to bring their arm all the way up and over.
I mean, honestly, with how fast it is, it's not too inefficient time-wise to go all the way over, but it definitely would be nice. I assume they can't go under. It looks too long to go under.
Yeah,
but I feel like it'd be a lot better for them if they turned first and then put their arm out rather than the other way around.
Yep.
Yeah. But, you were talking about your courses.
Oh, yeah. Mechanics and materials is where you kind of learn how things break and, what stresses and stuff are. That is pretty much the most invaluable class in mechanical engineering. It's really, You'll be surprised how far you can go in a job with basically those two classes. Then you get up to some classes. There was a higher level class I took where it was just a bunch of random things like. One week it was like motor design and gearbox design. Another week it was like fatigues. So if you got a sheet of metal, you bend it back
Unload
and forth.
and load. Yeah.
It'll eventually fail. Learning about how cracks and stuff form and how to stop them, things like that. But it's I definitely had a pretty good time with it, and definitely in the mechanics and materials class or strength and materials, or it's called whatever at different schools. It's a very, very helpful class. Yeah.
Oh, that's super cool.
Yeah. How's your? I know you're pretty early into the program.
This year we've had this past semester, since I'm just a freshman, so this past semester we didn't do any statics or dynamics courses that are called statics and dynamics. Those are more sophomore and junior year courses. But basically we had a mechie freshman lab, so there's a variety of things in the beginning, and then it sort of halfway through the semester it shifted towards a semester-long project, or I guess half a semester-long project. So that was a lot of fun. And then we had just a introduction to mechie designing CADs, drawing, drafting, SolidWorks, teaching those types of things, as well as just an introduction to different material properties, and different mechanical principles, things like that. And then a mechanics course, and a mechie seminar, which was which I really enjoyed, which we'd have guest speakers from different fields in mechanical engineering, just because it is such a broad field with so many different things to do. I mean, you could go and become a patent lawyer with the mechanical engineering knowledge you have.
It's there's a ton of different things you can do with a mechanical engineering degree, and really a lot of engineering degrees, especially in general. Yeah,
definitely.
We'll see. Hopefully, an official score on that one coming out relatively soon. Would be interested to see how that whole hugging on that.
Yeah. So, have you kept up with your old team this year?
Yeah, I keep up with a couple of them. They're all doing pretty well. One of them's doing a Aero PhD at Purdue. Another is doing a computer science PhD at MIT. Then you got a few, working. A lot of them, pretty much, or most of them went into computer science. So a lot of them are working at, Facebook, or I guess Meta, and Apple, Intel, and Microsoft, and places like that. But they're all doing well. And I think we still talk about FTC. A lot of our experiences at FTC a lot. I've definitely found that you never kind of it never falls out of your mind. Especially when you're back with people. I get it. It's definitely a lifelong experience. It seems that you're a little. I mean, you just recently graduated, so I assume that you're talking to your teammates.
Yeah, definitely. Whenever I go home, mentor them still, and if they have questions, answer them, and whatever. Do you keep up with the current Vulcan team too?
We have a group chat that kind of cycles with all the current Vulcan team members. I not really recently, kind of more updates, but I know the team's doing pretty well in pretty recent years, and I'm real happy to see. It's it's kind of interesting when you it was the team because I was kind of around a little after the team was just formed, so there was a lot of the members there, but obviously it's all new people that I've never met before. It's kind of interesting to see the same name, same color scheme, same logo, but different people who are doing their own thing.
Yes.
It's great.
Yeah.
But so
okay, looks like we have a score for this match. Wow, talk about penalty. So it would have been the Blue Lions taking the win this match with a score of 110-70, but because of two major 60-point penalties, that's going to bring the Red Alliance winning this match with a score of 70-50. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure pulling from.
Yeah, they were definitely violating some social distancing over there. So I think the penalties. I think the penalties are pretty. Yeah, I think it's pretty reasonable over there. But yeah, that's another thing that can happen. Robots can and do collide, and yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like we're gonna see two top teams go against each other this match with the Robo Troopers, who we just saw last match, and the Redbeard Pandas again in this match.
Wait.
Yeah. You know, I think it's really important teams get as much driver practice as they possibly can.
Yeah. No, totally.
Just, you can never have too much driver practice.
No. Yeah, it's really like, it's pretty helpful to kind of stop building the night before. Stop building decently before the competition and just get that driver training in. Usually driver training can sometimes achieve things that you wouldn't had you spent the time. Have you spent more time on design and build and not with the driver training? You can like kind of you can kind of miss some things like that. Driver training is extremely valuable for learning how to drive what you've designed, and like definitely like when like we were at like World Finals and stuff, like really the entire match came down to driver training. Like came down to who was the better driver. Kind of like at those points, it's less of who has the better robot and just who can use their robot better, because we won one match and then it came out to the like bad driving at some points. But yeah, no. But again, you can say that you're gonna stop your design a week before and use that last of the week for driver training. But
it's very rare that it actually happens.
It's very rare that actually happens, and just so I guess I think every single team that competes also has the same experience, so don't feel alone. There's another little bit of lack of social distancing going on in this auditorium. Hopefully they don't get Hopefully they don't get entangled here like we saw last time.
Drivers,
looks like
pick up your controllers.
But,
3,
we'll see when we start moving.
2,
There we go.
1.
Yeah, and Robo Troopers having that very fast autonomous that we.
Yep.
Whole time. Man, I can't even imagine how. Be fun, scary combination of both of them.
It's kind of like, you know, the meme where it's like the dog sitting in the house and everything's on fire and it's like, this is fine. Yeah. That's kind of how I think everyone feels at that point.
Yeah.
So like the fun comes before and after. But during is but yeah, no, it's a great time. And honestly, like, it's like I personally found like the experience like really fun, really rewarding, and everything, no matter like how good our robot was or how well we were doing, right? Like, yeah, we had some pretty bad matches and a pretty bad competition our rescue year, and like it was very, it learned a lot and still had fun. But yeah,
I'm just trying to understand like what type of hard stops or something these guys have built into their robot, because having software take care of stopping, like accelerating and decelerating that arm so quickly every single time would be a little nerve-wracking for me.
Yeah, no, I think it's I assume they're trying to keep a really lightweight arm at the end of or lightweight mechanism at the end of that arm to reduce that inertia on there. But yeah,
but at the
probably
same time, like it does look like it's like a full Gobilda arm, right? Like that's
totally
heavy.
Totally. That's quite the gearing, probably quite the control loop in there. and I'm hoping it isn't slamming full speed into the hard stop every time.
Me too.
But if it is, it's doing a pretty good job. So, but yeah, it looks like they got it down. I know they did some moving of the shared goal in the middle. We'll see how that one turns out.
I can just imagine when they first prototyped the arm and they're like, holy crap, look how fast it goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that first time running it at full speed.
Yeah, I assume, like, you know, you probably work your way up to going that fast, and I think it's one of those, like, I don't think it ever really becomes too fast if it's controllable, and that appeared to be controllable. So, yeah, no. Yeah, also, like, yeah, talk about that really fast drivetrain on there, too. Fast drivetrains are extremely helpful just for scoring. But yeah,
you mentioned those penalties. This match could be decided. Oh my god! Right now, it's a tie. That would be crazy if we saw a tie.
Yep.
And at 117 points apiece, that is quite a bit of points to tie. And it's not like any of their scores are the same, right? Like
no.
You're seeing one mineral. You're seeing one freight in the aligned storage unit, like the little taped off area in the top. And okay, I think our match results just came out. Blue won. Wow. 117 to 122. And you know, there's those penalties we've been talking about all day. That match was decided by a major. Very close match. Both teams did really, really well, I'm sure, to all of their ranks.
It looks like those penalties came from, I guess they were at the wrong angle when they were trying to score in the shared shipping hub, and they were trying to realign, but their arm was out or something.
Yeah,
and they were knocking the pole and shifting it over. I think that's just it happens a lot. You know, your robot being a little unwieldy, but
another way that those
penalties come to driver practice.
Another way that penalties happen a lot in this game is there's very specific rules for how you can pick up freight and how you can deposit it. So you must be completely in the warehouse when you pick up a piece of freight, and then you must completely leave the warehouse before you can score it. So if you have an arm that's slightly in the warehouse while you're scoring a piece of freight, that gives you a penalty right there. If you push a ball out of the warehouse, that gives you a penalty right there. Right, so it's very easy to rack up those 30-point penalties.
Yeah.
Totally.
So we're now going to see with these last 2 or 3 matches, a lot of the teams jump up in the rankings because they will finally have all the matches that they need to have the points to challenge all the teams from the first cohort. So that will be interesting, right? You can already see Capital Bots is in 7th. I can expect them to go up to 2 or 3 based on the way they've been playing so far.
I'm gonna go get some more water, guys. I'll be.
Yep. So any other unique robots that I may have missed that really stood out to you, Timon, so far?
I don't think we were kind of talking about the fast arm, fast drivetrain, controlling that, you know, making sure it doesn't get unwieldy on you. But yeah, no, I haven't seen it seems that a lot of teams have the general, you know, put your scoring mechanism on some arm and try to score in whatever goal. I think they have that down pretty good. I've seen a decent amount of drivetrain variety. I mean, I've seen like a lot of mechanism wheels going on. I'm seeing some treads here.
It's Mechanim, not Mechanim.
Well, you're wrong. Which I can argue. Yeah. Have fun with that one, Twitch chat. But yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how the games have kind of progressed. It's, I guess, less and less defense heavy. I know, like 2016, there was a lot of robots bashing into each other when they were trying to go for like the only 3 blocks on the field left or whatever. So that's kind of why Mechanum, the M word. That's why the M words weren't used as much back then. But yeah, no, it seems that, you know, with the M word drivetrains now, it seems that you can get a lot more versatility and driving out of them, and being able to drive around quickly like that. But yeah.
So you did your mechie, right? And
yeah.
I'm assuming you learned how to program for FTC just a little bit, at least, right? And you at least understand
vaguely, yeah.
So, right, you understand how to control a robot. You understand like what parameters go into making the program. How do you think that's like affected you in your time of being a mechie in like the real world?
Yeah, I mean, like I didn't have, I was never like a real programmer for the robot or anything, but it was nice to like have a like higher level overview of what the code does, and also like having like a vague understanding of like PID or usually PD control loops and stuff like that, and also like general programming structures and things like that made things like pretty helpful for like designing things, because right, like if you're designing something with a motor that needs to be controlled or whatever, knowing generally how those control loops work, and also like a lot of sensor feedback, you know, robot like learning from, you know, FTC, like what sensors are used, how they work, what like really when they're used and what they can be used for, and also like how good are they generally makes utilizing sensors in your designs pretty you have a lot more understanding of how they work. But you know, yeah, again, I was not the main programmer on the team by any means.
So it's Mechanum? I'm very annoyed with this.
What?
I thought it was always Mechanum.
I'm pretty sure it's
according to the site, it's Mechanum.
Well, there's a downvote button there for a reason.
Downvote it. Go ahead to a chat.
Yeah. Do you think we'll see 200 broken today, Sean and Timon?
I mean, we got quite close. I would think that we're gonna see 200 be broken.
I don't know. I don't think it's going to be broken in this cohort because the top 2 teams have already played with each other, and I don't think they will play with each other again.
Mm-hmm. So we're going for the mid goal this time.
Yeah.
So what's that white arm on the top of Capobots? Is that like a capping mechanism?
I hope it's a capping mechanism. Honestly, it looks like it is because they have like the little loop.
Did they just cheesecake a capping mechanism onto their robot? For those of you unfamiliar with the term cheesecake, very popular in FRC, not as popular in FTC, though I know my team has done it a couple times.
Drivers,
a lot
pick
of
up your
top teams will
controllers.
design mechanisms that
3,
are designed to go onto
1.
other robots. So they will build a mechanism and they strap it onto another robot. That way that other robot gains scoring potential and can help them out. So like in Alliance Selection, I might strap on a mechanism that does the capstone for you. That way you can do the capstone while I'm doing the ducks or I'm scoring other things. I know in FTC it's commonly done for autonomous, where teams will cheesecake an autonomous program that allows a robot to park. And that's been a pretty common way of doing it. But
yeah, I know in FRC, like the cheesecaking from top teams can go to insane lengths. It's like they'll pick like some really low-seeded team and they'll just use them for their drivetrain and basically cheesecake on all the scoring mechanisms. And it's like, I feel like that's kind of demoralizing at that point. But I mean, if you win, I guess you're winning. But yeah, no, it's pretty funny to see a team that, you know, maybe doesn't have the best scoring abilities in the qualifiers and then get picked by the first seed and then come back with, you know, their own drivetrain and then a bunch of other duct tape garbage on the top, which somehow scores better than how they did it previously. But yeah, yeah, I don't. I haven't seen much cheesecaking going on in FTC. I know, like, we thought about it at some points, but I guess with like smaller teams, you usually have an FTC. It's like there needs to be some design work going on to your cheesecake. You know, some like pre-design, making it be able to, you can cheesecake whatever robot you want, and I think that there's less resources on your FTC team to kind of waste your time with that, I guess. And
I think also
yeah.
in the FTC, it's a lot more mechanically packaged, right? You have to build your robot so small. Adding a cheesecake on is just so difficult because there's no space on most robots.
Yeah, I think at that point, the only thing you'd be able to do was use the cheesecake team as a drivetrain and cheesecake the rest, but like really, I don't think that's like, I don't know, with this game, I don't think that's very realistic, but we'll see.
Yeah, I also feel like it'd be difficult to like give a team like an intake and a basic lift and then say, okay, win finals with us now.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I know like when games have defense, a lot of I know for what the Stronghold or whatever, when you could, for FRC, when you could like block other teams' shots, you would see cheesecakes where they would just like they would just take off anything to do with like scoring on their alliance partner and just build them a giant wall out of pool noodles and then just block every single shot. Just tell them to just chill and just play defense exclusively. So yeah, like cheesecaking usually works if it's just like you exclusively play defense and here's a thing which will help you block more. But I have not seen many cheesecakes which are actually good at getting points.
Yeah, a lot of cheesecakes happen in defense. In 2015 FRC, there was one cheesecake which was a crossbow to grab all of the cans from the middle. If you haven't seen that, definitely take a look on YouTube. My favorite cheesecake that I can't confirm existed, but I've heard rumors of it existing, is, here we go, we got a score, 87-37. You can see Capital Bots takes the number 16 now. 30 points of penalties, they would have been above 100, right? You need to be averaging above 100 to be in those top 5, even top 1 seed, and that might set them back. Favorite cheesecake rumor that I've heard about is an FRC team, they just weren't able to do anything. They went to Target, or a team went to Target, got like an electric fan, took off the blades, and put it on their robot to have a fan that was firing upwards to block any frisbees from getting into the goal in 2013 game. And like they put like a fan blade on a sim motor, which those things are insane. So 2 more matches here. Capital Bots and Red Bearded Pandas. This actually could be a high score.
Yeah,
going against
feel like
Robo
this could be
Troopers.
a very high score.
This is going to be a very competitive match between the 2 alliances here.
Definitely. Hey, Sean, do you know what time Ethan's coming on?
Ethan will be coming on around 4-ish, so we'll finish up this cohort. Timon's going to stay on until the end of the cohort, and then We'll probably take a small break for the drivers' meeting and then get back to matches. Get back to matches for cohort number 3 and try to get through those before 5 p.m.
Awesome.
Yeah, I really think I really think as the season progresses, we're going to see a lot of cooler, capping of the capping with their team piece. It doesn't seem like a lot of teams are doing that now, but I think that's the thing that we're going to see with a lot of red solo cups going on top. Would be excited to see it.
I think also, a key is going to be making a universal capstone, right? Because you want to make it so then your partner can also cap, so probably adding like a magnet on the top that everyone can grab or something like that.
Yeah.
I'm sure the teams will communicate on Discord and figure it all out, so then at the Chesapeake Championship, everyone can cap everyone's thing.
I mean, but also, isn't a red solo cup not the most universal item you can get and practice with?
But they're hard to pick up.
That's fair.
A red solo cup with a magnet.
Oh. This is too advanced. No, sorry. Feels like we've been lately exclusively seeing 15167 play.
Yeah, them capital bots.
Yeah.
And pandas have been doing really well.
Yeah.
Looks like the match will be starting soon. So, Sean, you said 3 or 4 teams move on?
Yeah, it's going to be either 3 or 4. Don't know the exact number. Yeah, and nothing we say here is actually official. Nothing we say here counts for anything.
Nothing we say here matters.
That is very true.
Yeah.
It just will live on YouTube forever.
The good old field resetting.
I think they're counting to make sure that the same amount of heavy mineral every.
It's actually surprising with when you're resetting the field or whatever. By the end of the day, how hard it is to count. It's very surprising how you forget numbers that 17 exist and things like that.
So in that last match with the 30 points of penalty against Capital Bots, that was the shared shipping by their alliance. Caused them to have the 30-point penalty that stopped them from breaking 100.
From being a ref and resetting the field at some points, an annoying thing is when a team picks up the robot and takes a block or a ball off the field. But an even more annoying thing is when a team is practicing and they leave the practice cube in their robot and then bring it to the field. That is exclusively one of the because you suddenly have this phantom cube that you have no idea where it came from, and you're suddenly you also have forgotten how to count, So yeah, teams, please check your robots for either you stealing a cube off the field or you donating a cube to the field. Because yeah, the field is a very the field doesn't like it either way. I really like the chest as the drivers, what they store their controllers in for an entrance door. The chest is cool. Always better to elevate that than having to chuck it on the ground every time.
Yeah.
But yeah.
This year, for the driver station, they added something that I think is like game changing. Is that going to move? Oh, they got it around. Let's see if they get the second score. For the driver station, teams can use the Rev Driver Hub, which makes it so then you don't need a USB hub or an OTG cable. That OTG cable would always go bad.
It's like welding, like effectively welding the OTG cable and USBs into your phone and controllers.
Yeah, but then you can't charge your phone.
Yeah, but...
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
You just charge the batteries.
3, 2,
So that was
1.
2 cycles during autonomous by 167, right? So that's 2 extra blocks that they got on. That's gonna be 12 extra points. Plus those blocks will count in end game, or count for driver control. So that'll be another 12 points. So 24 extra points that they scored by getting those 2 blocks on the high goal.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like 15167 has really found their stride in this match. Really quick cycles, spending barely any time intaking or outtaking with their scoring.
Yeah, their partner is just stuck on that rail. If they decide to go for the shared shipping hub at any point, that's going to make it really difficult for them to do that.
Yeah, I just hope they don't tip the shared shipping hub or touch it anyway to cause a major, 0 points added is way better than 30 points lost.
So. Looks like their partner's going to the other side of the field, probably playing some defense or just...
Not quite sure exactly what's going on right now. But all I know is that 14175 is at 12 freight on that high goal, on that high shipping hub block. That is crazy.
That is insane.
Definitely the highest we've seen today. 14.
Definitely.
35 seconds. Are they going to go for ducks or are they going to get this last one? They got 15 and now they go for ducks.
Wow. As long as
will they be able to get all their ducks? They sacrificed 2 seconds of endgame for that 15th piece of freight. Let's see if they get all the ducks. They're on pace to do it.
Oh man, this is nerve-wracking.
Both alliances neck and neck on the ducks right here.
Yeah.
This could break 300 if they get enough ducks. And the park.
200.
200, yeah.
Oh, so close. Is that their last match, or do they play once more in the next one?
I think they may play once more in the next one. I'm not 100% sure.
They do not, actually.
Highest combined score between those 2 alliances is 157 to 190. It's pretty crazy.
Unless they play as a surrogate for some team. That was their last match of the day, but definitely a very good match to end. Very high score.
That was a lot scored by one robot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, but I feel like by the time we get to states, or championship as it's now called, we're going to be seeing a lot more robots being able to do that 15, and there's not going to be enough blocks and balls left in that warehouse to be able to do both the Alliance shipping hub and the shared shipping hub.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of, going for that one single block and ball, which is dropped by the other team across the field. It's times like that when, having a fast drivetrain and just having a very drivable robot makes it, if you're trying to snipe if you have no game pieces left, you got to go sniping and fishing. Yeah.
I hope 15167 gets another chance to play in this next match, maybe as a surrogate or something. They definitely have been playing super, super well.
Unofficial score says 196 to 186. What was our high score of the day so far?
199, I believe.
199. That's one duck.
I know.
If the score
one
holds.
duck, one mineral, and the one freight in the middle level. It's so, so close.
It's been really good how, like, not only, like, fast, like, 15167 is, but also, like, consistent. Like, I don't know, they've been putting up pretty high scores every time. I know they had an issue with the shared hub, you know, knocking it, getting some penalties previously, but at least in this match, it looked like they had a pretty clean match.
Right, yeah, and no jams. I didn't see a single jam. They didn't.
Yeah, no, I didn't see them. I didn't see them throw anything. Yeah, I didn't see them, you know, go all baseball pitcher on it. But yeah. I wonder if they put like a flat plate or something on that arm, like how far they could throw something. Like I guess we had a decent amount of deliberation going on between the refs here.
Yeah, I think we heard that there's some issue with the endgame alert that.
Yeah, I saw. I think it was. Yeah. I think there was some driving going on after at least the live stream UI's timer hit 0.
Yeah.
Which. Yeah, we'll see how that one goes.
The 2 minor penalties on the Blue Alliance. Let's see what this end score ends up being.
I don't know if it bothers anyone else, but it's so disappointing that like it flashes the results a second before like it does like the whole animation.
Yeah.
It seems like an issue with like the first software in general. But it's like so sad watching it go and then like seeing the results right before you wait for like a really hype result.
Yeah.
Well, there's the score. 20 points of penalties for warehouse operations on the Blue Alliance. Still puts Capobots in 4th, puts Robotroopers in 3rd. Redbeard Pandas will maintain their number 1 seed is what it looks like coming out of this cohort. Puts them in a good position to advance to the Chesapeake Championship.
Yeah, and I mean, it's important for everybody watching to remember it's not just the robot performance that matters, but there are also awards. So the Inspirers will definitely decide who also goes to the Chesapeake Championship. And I believe the award ceremony is on Tuesday, right, Ishan?
Yep, the award ceremony is on Tuesday at 6 p.m. here on twitch.tv/Chesapeake.
Awesome.
All right, last match got a ton of teams. Number 5 ranked team here. I think they played in the first cohort, so they won't be playing for a spot to move up. But all the other teams in the bottom half of teams so far, they could all push up to be in the top half of teams.
Yeah, I mean, you never know with a super high scoring match, especially because this is cumulative score. They could just rocket past 8-9 teams if the score comes out.
If I had the results up, I would go full numbers guy and figure out exactly what they needed to score to push them up to a certain rank, but can't do that right now. So yeah, Abbas, you were talking about how other awards come into play for advancement. Do you want to talk a little bit about the other awards that exist?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so first off, we have the Inspire Award. That's just there's the one definition in the game manual, but in general, the Inspire Award is just given to the team that best embodies like all of the principles of FIRST, everything that's in the description of all the other awards, including robot and non-technical awards, right? So that means being well-rounded in your outreach, your fundraising, connecting with other teams, the design, innovation, and programming aspects of your robot. And then also then after design, or after the Inspire Award, is your Think Award. So the Think Award is given to teams who have the best notebook in the past, but now it includes the portfolio, your judging process, all of that, essentially the documentation of your team. And then after you go on from there, you get into your non-technical and technical awards like design, innovate, control, and then motivate and connect. And then besides those two, you also have promote and remind me again, Sean, what's the other?
Yes.
Promote and sorry.
Compass.
Oh yeah, Compass. Yeah, promote and Compass.
Compass is the mentor award.
Yes, which are videos, and promote is sort of like a 1-minute commercial.
Pick up your controllers.
And Compass is
3,
like
2,
talking about a mentor
1.
who's really impacted your team and other teams, who is really important. Yeah. So it looks like our last match has started, and we're in the teleop period. We saw a little bit of action in Autonomous, not too much from the Blue Alliance, but the Red Alliance does seem to be doing pretty well. Looks like 14169 is going pretty fast out there, trying to score in that top level of the Alliance specific hub.
Looks like 2412 has unfortunately not moved, and that might be posing some issues for 19832 to get by. Looks like they're kind of trying to push their way past at the beginning. They got in. Hopefully they can figure out how to get themselves out and score. This definitely probably is changing their strategy. But yeah. Oh. We might have some social distancing violations going on between the robots here. There is a face-off here. They're having a quick chat.
Red Alliance got that shared shipping hub. One of the things with the shared shipping hub is once you tip it in your direction, it's very hard to untip it in the other person's direction because the blocks just bounce toward the center. And so they have less leverage on the entire shared shipping hub. And getting that shared shipping hub early is going to be really important, especially when we get to contested shared shipping hubs. We haven't had that yet, but still, overall, really high, really good scoring, right? 5 blocks on the top plus the shared shipping hub. That's not going to be too shabby. Probably lead to a 100-point match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, on blue, we can see that 19832 is able to get some of the ducks on. Looks like their wheel is going a little slow, but they are able to get 2 of them. So that's good for them.
Yeah, 8 ducks on the Red Alliance. That's 1 duck less than perfect. 5 on the top, and then 2 on the shared shipping hub. I think overall good score by Red.
Yeah, that was, I think, unfortunate with the robot disconnect or whatever over there. Definitely threw a wrench in the works. It happens. You hate to see it, but it happens. And part of this competition is trying to figure your way out of that and deal with the situation. But
all right, is that it for our cohort? Are we just waiting for the scores to be announced?
Yep, we'll wait for the score, and then we will take a break and move on to the next part. This was going to be Timon's last match for tonight, so thank you, Timon, for coming on. Really appreciated hearing your stories.
Really enjoyed being here. Glad to talk with some fellow FIRST folk. Yeah, I just want to say good luck with all your future endeavors in school and things like that. Have a good time. But yeah,
yep.
Thank you.
Thanks, Timon. We'll probably try to get you on later. I think you got awesome stories that everyone appreciated.
Yep. Yeah, let's be back. Cool.
See you later, Timon.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, and here's the score. 151 points. Really, really solid performance. Pushes one of the teams into the 8th position, and the Blue Alliance, even that 22 points, pushes someone into the 9th position and someone into the 14th position. So, solid way to end off this portion. Let's see if we've got some videos queued to show you as we wait for our next cohort. This is going to be the last cohort, 10 matches left for everyone. We're going to try to get this done hopefully before 5-ish.
Yeah.
Okay, and let's go ahead and switch to some videos. See you all after the break.
Three, two, one.
One of the reasons why Qualcomm has invested in FIRST for so long is because we know FIRST works.
That worked. Perfect.
We see these students coming through the program not just learning about engineering, but also those 21st century skills that are so important.
FIRST is probably like the biggest reason why I'm confident at all now. 4 years ago, I was the shyest, quietest child on like the face of the planet, and FIRST definitely changed that.
Part of this Rube Goldberg machine is sort of fostering the relationship between Qualcomm and FIRST.
Working at FIRST teaches you various skills that you can directly transfer to the workplace. It teaches you to work with people with different personalities. It teaches you to respect ideas that you don't necessarily agree with. Most of all, it teaches you to meet aggressive deadlines that you will necessarily face at the workplace.
Qualcomm invents breakthrough technologies for wireless, and so this machine and programs like our partnership with FIRST are really, our way of inspiring kids that STEM can be fun and working with the team can be fun.
Science, technology, engineering, mathematics are foundation of what industry is on right now. We are a technical leader in the world.
We know that there's a shortage of students with STEM skills, not just in the US, but globally. And that's why Qualcomm's so invested in making sure that these students have the skills necessary to compete in a global economy of the future.
I do like taking on a problem because once you finish it, you feel really accomplished.
I feel like technology combined with teamwork and creativity can solve basically any problem that we face today and will be very crucial to the success of our future.
Here at Canton, Virginia, we take pride in the products we manufacture and the services we provide.
We are located in Newport News, Virginia, and are Cannon's only manufacturing, engineering, recycling, and technical support center in the Americas region.
CVI produces a variety of products using advanced manufacturing techniques,
while also serving as a factory service center providing expert customer service in the repair and refurbishment of Cannon products.
Canton, Virginia's manufacturing services also extends to injection mold making, medical contract manufacturing services.
However, none of this would be possible without our team of dedicated members.
During Manufacturing Day, we want to recognize the hard work and commitment of our workforce. Thank you.
These are not ordinary college students. They're extraordinary students. Capital Tech students. People who'd rather stay up all night coding instead of partying. People who build their own computers. Who construct clean rooms out of sheets and duct tape. Who fly drones with their brain waves. Who build experimental CubeSats to explore suborbital space. Who thwart cyber criminals at the speed of light. Who find big insights hiding in big data. Who have the tech savvy that our nation's critical infrastructure demands. Whose mantra in the face of any challenges, find a way or make one. You don't find Capital Tech students struggling to find gainful employment. You find them at NASA, the Department of Defense, and the National Security Agency. Our undergrad, grad, and doctoral students are a pipeline who fuel America's most tech-driven government agencies and private sector supply chains. It's here that they learn to work the levers of advanced technologies, to not only further their lives and livelihoods, but to ensure the future of America's prosperity. Capital Technology University, the talent to shape tomorrow.
Leidos. 1 part inspiration, 1 part science, 1 part legacy, and 1 part opportunity. We live in a complex, uncertain world, a world that demands breakthroughs today, like safe and reliable transportation, a robust infrastructure, better health solutions, a safer cyberspace, and an efficient military. Leidos, ready to support your next breakthrough.
Somewhere
past the edge of convention,
beyond the boundaries of tomorrow,
lies a special kind of impossible.
A kind of impossible.
Where pioneers forge ahead.
Where no idea is too bold.
And no challenge too great.
Because making a 200-ton airplane disappear is impossible.
Until it's not.
Predicting cyber attacks before they happen is impossible.
Until it's not.
And solving the mysteries of the universe is impossible.
Until it's not.
It's our job to break free from what is
to what could be.
Ready to leave the boundaries of what's known?
To define possible.
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 All right, and we are back. Hello, everyone. We are going to be jumping into cohort 3 of the Fairlawn qualifier for FTC Chesapeake. Got a bunch of new teams coming in. Really excited to have these teams come on the field. They look like they're all setting up. Robo Troopers is back playing surrogate matches in this first match. We got the Portable Blue Devils, we got Raider Robotics, and Radioactive all coming. Portable Blue Devils have also already played their 10 matches, or their 5 matches, so they are also playing surrogates. So the Red Alliance, nothing that they score here really counts for anything besides their own pride. Exciting to see these two new teams, Raider Robotics and Radioactive. We'll see how they're able to compete in this third cohort.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see. I mean, Robo Troopers, even though count, it should be a lot of fun seeing, like, it seems like they really found their stride in the last couple matches. So just more and more driver practice is going to go well for them. And I think it'll be super helpful.
Yep. Really, this should be pretty exciting. If you look at the website, the rankings were just updated. We can see that in the first rank is the Red Bearded Pandas, second was Robotic Rampage, third Robo Troopers, and fourth Capobots. So Red Bearded Pandas and Robotic Rampage from the first cohort really are taking the top 2 seeds. If this holds up, Red Bearded Pandas will advance to the Chesapeake Championship, and Robotic Rampage will be the next team if there is a double qualification. So if Red Bearded Pandas wins the Inspire Award, or Robo Troopers wins the Inspire Award, if Robo Troopers has already advanced. I don't know if they've already advanced. I'm just saying stuff. So let's go ahead and take a look. Looks like teams are getting ready. We're going to get randomization very soon.
Yeah, I mean, Robo Troopers was finalist lines for first pick at their last event, so I think it'd be really difficult for them to advance. So I think it's likely that they need to advance off this qualifier. And Sean, you're much more familiar with Chesapeake than I am. Are there more qualifiers after this?
Yeah. So next weekend we're going to actually have 4 events, 4 qualifiers, 3 happening on Saturday, 1 on Sunday. A lot of teams are going to be there, and we got our guest on for this cohort. Hey, Ethan, how are you?
I am doing pretty good. How are you?
Good. You're a little bit on the quiet side, I think.
Yeah, I think.
All right, let me see if I can turn that up. Classic. Give me just a moment and I'll see what I can figure out there.
All right.
Sounds good. Yeah, so there's going to be 4 events this next weekend, and then the weekend after that there's a couple more events. Events will be running through February, and then the championship will be after that. They have not announced the championship date or location yet.
I see. Yeah, so it's like teams have many more chances to qualify after this one, which is good news for them.
Yep. Cool. Looks like this match is about to get underway. We got a randomization. They're going to be trying to go for the top level. Let's see if they can do that. That's going to set up Robo Troopers really well because they usually can do 1 or 2 more cycles. That's going to be a lot of points that they can get.
A lot. Yeah, and I mean, I'm just looking at rankings now that they're published on Events.com for Chesapeake. It's really interesting how Red Beard Pandas went 5-0 in their qualification matches. That's super impressive. They're the only team so far to have done that, actually.
Yeah, Robo Troopers looks like they're stuck in the warehouse. They aren't doing multiple cycles. They're just doing the 1 cycle.
Yeah. I mean, but still, 36 points out of an autonomous period is pretty impressive and leads them well for their next matches, or for the rest of the match.
Pick up your controllers.
Hopefully we'll see some
2,
really fast
1.
action from them. And I know this isn't the first time we're seeing 16-3-8-9 tonight, but it is exciting. Wow, look at 16-7-7-4 go. Another team, they have a similar scoring strategy to the Red Beard Pandas, and that they score from the outside area into the shared shipping, but they're actually going over the pipes too. That's pretty cool. You know, I think we'll see how effective it really is in a couple seconds throughout the match. But
Yeah, it looks like Robo Troopers now getting their stride. They're getting a bunch of balls up there, which is really good. The one block that 16774 scored looks like it's on the red side, so it's not even going to count for them.
That's a shame.
Yeah. Their partner 16829 doesn't look like it's going to be moving in this match.
All right, Ethan, are you here with us?
I am, and my audio should be louder. Is that better?
It's a little bit.
Still pretty. Yeah, it's a little better, but it's still pretty.
I think we might be able to also tune that on our end.
I can make it louder in Windows.
Okay.
Awesome.
Louder in Windows? Is that better?
Yeah, that's a lot better.
It's getting better, yeah.
Well, how are you guys?
Cool. How are you, Ethan? Yeah, it's been a long time.
I'm doing pretty well. Yeah.
Good. You want to introduce yourself to our audience?
Sure. So my name's Ethan. I work here at GoBuilda. I do kind of our research and development and some of our customer focusing stuff like tech support and videos and other resources like that. I have a lot of different roles. I kind of jump between different places, but a lot of my focus ends up being working with customers in FTC. I'm an alumni myself. I've been on a few different FTC teams, but most notably, I was on 7236 Recharged Green. So I'm really excited to be here. I always love interacting with events and really happy that I get a chance to.
Yep, we're going to hear a lot of stories about Recharge Green coming up. So for you, since you haven't been here, pretty much what we're doing is we've got this event going on. We commentate over it, but we've been having guests come on, tell about their experiences in FTC, a lot of alumni. So talk about how FTC has impacted your life and what it's really taught you. So that's some of the stuff that we'll be talking about. Looks like unofficially scores 162 to -25. They'll probably zero out. We will see how the penalties come in. So Ethan, we're going to dive right into the deep end.
Yeah.
Craziest story from Recharge Green.
Craziest story from Recharge Green. Oh man, that's a tough one. I think the craziest story is one craziest versus most impactful to me. I think the craziest hour of FTC was my senior year state championships. We didn't do as well in the robot as we thought we were going to, and going through awards didn't do as well either. We won control, which used to be ranked lower in the advancement list. It was
it was last in the advancement list.
Last in the advancement list before you got into highest ranking team not previously advanced.
Yeah.
So we were like, oh man. And I went through and ran all the numbers and it was like, okay, we are number 13. Every rumor I've heard from how many teams are advancing at this event is 12. I was written off. I was like, dang it, we're not going to Worlds this year. Well, at least we could help Recharged Orange, which was our JV team. They were Finalist Alliance first pick, I think. And there's a video somewhere of me just crying my eyes out as soon as I said 13 teams advanced. That was the craziest moment. Oh.
What year was this? Relic Recovery?
Relic Recovery. Yeah.
Relic Recovery. So how many years have you done FTC, or did you do FTC for?
I was in FTC for 3 years. So I was Rescue, Velocity Vortex, Relic Recovery. And then I mentored Recharged pretty heavily for 1 year after. And then that was before I started here. I was like, I can start, but after Worlds. And I've been, of course, pretty involved ever since with not as directly mentoring any one team, but of course talking to tons of teams throughout different mediums with GoBuilda.
So you mentored that team for a year, went straight to GoBuilda. Did you do any higher education, or were you just going to go straight into the workforce?
I went straight into GoBuilda from high school.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah. That's really
I certainly didn't imagine. I thought I was going to end up selling insurance with my dad. That was going to be my career path. And GoBuilda reached out and was like, hey, you should maybe do this instead. And I said, yeah, okay.
Okay. It was all good. Cool.
That's awesome.
So you said you mentor teams. Why do you mentor teams? What do you feel you get out of it, and what makes it enjoyable?
So I'd say my life has been impacted by FIRST probably more than most, which makes sense. I definitely would not be anywhere near here. Really, I probably wouldn't be in an engineering field without FIRST, which I think is true for a lot of students. But
Definitely.
I think that the ability to work with other students and work in an environment that really pushes people to learn through failure and to succeed, and even though you have failed. I think the biggest thing that I learned through FTC was probably that it's okay to fail and you should need to work through that. And I was not a very good leader, and I think that being able to not be a good leader in an environment where I had coaches to stop and say, hey, this is what you aren't doing very well as a team captain, was really influential and something that really impacted my life. And those kind of, advances and just learning experiences for me are so important that I want to help everybody have that best experience that they can. And that's super rewarding for me.
Awesome. Yeah, I definitely remember seeing you at Worlds. You had like a bunch of wheels on your inclined plane for relic recovery. I think I definitely stopped by your pit. May have traded shirts with one of the teams. I don't remember whether it was orange or green.
I'm sure you did. I think it might have been me.
It might have been you.
I think I have
Probably
a shirt somewhere.
You do? Okay. It might have been me, or it might have been Arjun, my brother.
That's true. I don't really remember. It's been a minute. It doesn't feel like it's been that long, but it's been 4 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. And so you said you mentored the team, Robert Ruckus, and you've been involved in GoBuilda ever since. What was that transition like, going from being in FTC to being in the workforce?
It was definitely jarring. The biggest thing is, I think within FTC and within specifically that high school team environment, at least I learned to do a lot of things myself and not rely on other people on the team as much. I think that's one of the biggest things I didn't do very well as a leader, is take in and step over and do too much. And that was probably the biggest shift going into the workforce, where you're like a team of superheroes who all have your own niche. And really, if I have a specific thing that I need designed and it's got complex geometry, I'm not designing that part. I'm having somebody else do it because they're better at it than I am. And that kind of mentality and shifting toward being a player in a team primarily was really pretty different. And something that I, wish I was better at when I was a student.
I see. Cool. Yeah, it looks like the next match started. Got some motion on the Blue Alliance hub.
Pick up your controllers.
By the Blue Alliance robot.
3,
I've seen some
2,
motion between autonomous. We'll have
1.
to see how that comes into play. Ethan, what do you think about this game? You've seen like every game that there is to see in FTC. I would consider you like an FTC historian. Tell us what you think about this game.
I like it. I like a lot of games that don't necessarily force different designs from robots, but reward them. So this, I really liked the bridge in Skystone for doing the same thing, where it's like, you don't technically have to make a 14-inch tall robot, but it's a whole lot better if you do. And I really like that aspect of both being narrower than the gap and being able to go over, and what that's kind of done to shift up the different styles of drivetrains that have been so prevalent in FTC.
Sure. And Ethan, having done the GoBuilda robot in 3 days, looking back, like, what would you do different? What would you keep the same? What did you think was a good takeaways from that robot?
I think the biggest thing that I would want to change is the drivetrain. Being able to consistently go over the barrier and not ever get stuck feels critical, especially just depending on the level of competition that you're going to go see. Defense, somebody could park in that 13-inch gap and make you go over the barrier, and if you can't do that consistently, that's pretty scary.
Yeah, what do you think about the teams that are doing like commercial off-the-shelf GoBuilda drivetrains, where they're like flipping the motors upwards and then running miter there, versus doing like the kit from,
that's something that we really love, that we really prioritize a lot of our kits to use primarily components that are very versatile. We're really happy that it really doesn't take very many extra parts to do something like that. you could totally build an upright motor configuration right out of the strafer chassis. So that's something that we are really happy about, and something that we were really excited that we had the chance to say, okay, let's solve this problem just with parts in the kit. And it was exciting to see other teams do the exact same thing of how do we use these parts in a different way.
Definitely.
But
Cool, and
overall,
so
I do like this game a lot. I think it's really, really fun.
yeah, if you were strategizing with the team and you were mentoring the team, I'm sure you're mentoring some teams now. What's like the number one piece of advice you would give them when approaching this game and thinking about the strategy of this game?
I think the number one thing, especially in this game, is going to be versatility. It doesn't feel like this lends itself as well to a specific archetype of a robot like we saw in Rover Ruckus, right? You had a robot that was tailor-made to score on the depot side of the lander and a robot that was tailor-made to score on the crater side. And at really high levels of competition, that worked out great. I don't think you're going to see that as much this year. I think the versatility to be able to do either one or both throughout a match is going to be really critical.
Yeah,
and
I think like
switch back and forth and intake those. They're not minerals this year.
Cargo, freight.
Cargo, freight. From wherever is going to be really cool.
Cargo is
speaking to that versatility. I mean, we saw at the Michigan State Championship, you had one team that had been running a turret pretty much all season. It just looked like every meter was getting faster and faster and faster. And the other team was a super, super simple but very effective design. And they were pretty much equal the entire match with like every match one or the other would like just go one or two freight up on the other. Like it wasn't one was consistently better than the other. You know, so it's always like driver practice is really what will decide the game this year, not really just the robot design.
That's true. I think almost every year the practice and implementation of a design is the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or just came in for that last match. 40 points of penalty, probably for moving around that blue line shipping hub during autonomous, having some motion there in between. Changed the outcome of the match. Would have been a win for the blue lines had those penalty points not been there. What do you think about having this new ranking system, right? You've seen the ranking system where it was based on wins and losses, and now we have a ranking system that's based on points. What do you think about that?
I like it. I think it's different. I do like on paper the competition that comes from your qualifying matches, wins and loss record really mattering. It makes me think back to, I am disappointed I can't remember their team name, but there was a team after Relic Recovery or Rover Ruckus Worlds that ran a ton of ran a ton of like analysis on the Rover Ruckus Edison division at
I remember reading this.
Yeah. And because that division was interesting because it had 5 undefeated teams.
Right.
So it is literally ranking points, which at that point was the culmination of your opposing alliance's score throughout those matches.
Was it Black Diamond that ran that?
Oh, that feels right.
I feel like it was Black Diamond 9899.
I could totally see it being them. I don't really remember.
Okay, I'm pretty sure it was like their alumni.
What was the conclusion of that?
If I remember correctly, it was that this was basically the best way to rank teams. Was all of their points put together. How many points did you score?
Right.
It feels like it's a really good option.
It feels right.
Yeah, it's the important statistic, in my opinion, is just how much did you score?
The only issue like that I see with this is when it's like, you know, one team on the opposing alliance decides, oh, we're just going to play defense in this match because our robot isn't working. But the problem with that is like, just because your robot isn't working, that doesn't mean you should make the other alliance work less. You know, like it's not going to affect your ranking. It's only affecting their ranking.
Right. It definitely discourages defense, which is it's interesting. I think there are ups and downs to that.
Yeah. I mean, I'd say that even the old ranking system kind of discouraged defense because unless you knew that you were going to be outscored, there was no point in playing defense because it would lower your ranking points,
right,
or your tiebreaker points. So you had to play for the win first. So sure, you play defense for the win, but if you think you're going to win, or you think you're definitely going to lose, then there's no point in not playing defense.
I think I found the post. It's a TVP discussion update. We simulated 4.2 million more synthetic FTC tournaments. Here's what we learned, and it was by Black Diamond. Yeah,
Black Diamonds.
Yeah.
That was a super interesting discussion. I think it brought a lot of really interesting discussion. The thing that I really liked that it got rid of is scoring for the other alliance.
Yeah,
right.
It was fun sometimes. It felt cool to do, but
yeah,
was not the right thing.
Being the one scoring for the other alliance, it felt amazing. Being scored on,
so good.
being scored on by the other alliance, like, kind of demoralizing.
Yeah.
For those of you who aren't like attuned to the way ranking used to work, it would be first based on wins and losses, and then the tiebreaker would be the losing alliance's score. So if you knew that you were going to win by a huge margin, you might go and score for the opposing alliance to increase the losing alliance's score, which would then boost up your rankings. That way you could be able to score more. And so there were some games where that was easier to do than others. Like in Robo Ruckus, people would just dump into the other side and like gone.
Sometimes
Same with
by accident, sometimes on purpose.
Yeah, sometimes by accident, but a lot of times on purpose. Same with Rescue. Velocity Vortex, that wasn't really a thing that people did. It became a lot... Go ahead.
Yeah. You could do it in Velocity Vortex. You just shoot into their goal, but I don't remember ever seeing it.
It was just hard to do because there was no live scoring.
That makes sense. Yeah, you have to be counting their goals throughout the match. That would be tough.
Live scoring is what enabled it to happen in River Rockets, right? You can look at the scoreboard and you're like, okay, we're up 100 points. We're going to do 5 dumps in their thing, get them 20 points, and then switch up. All right, looks like next match is up. But yeah,
let's talk about the teams going into this match. I mean, Little Box again, they've been pretty good throughout their whole cohort, and then again 16774 and 16829, both new teams playing in this new cohort, so it should be really interesting seeing how they do. I believe we still have one team that has not played a match all today, or sorry, every team has played a match. Now this is the first time teams are playing at least 2 matches, so it's interesting how we're getting towards the end of the day. We're going to see how rankings finally line up for everyone.
Yeah, the one annoying thing that I've seen about rankings is I want it to be an average score. That way I can compare teams.
Pick up your controllers.
Right, like
3,
let me be able to compare a team that's played only 1 match with a team that's played 5 matches. Especially in a competition like this where we have 3 cohorts, 8 teams coming in each round. They're all going to be at different phases of the competition at any given time. So sure, any team that's not played, they're going to have infinite because divide by 0. But other than that, it just makes it so much easier.
Yes, we got it for 1 year. We had it for Skystone, and then it's been gone. That's the most frustrating part.
Right.
Yeah.
So close.
I really liked it. I remember just explaining things, and I remember talking to my family at Iowa State and Skystone and being like, yeah, this is just the way rankings are now. You don't have to worry about who's played how many matches.
Yeah.
And they were like, oh, thank goodness.
And then
I'm sure they didn't remember the old way, but...
Yeah, like I last year I remember I was manually calculating all the average scores. I'm going to do that right now for what teams need to target if they want to travel. Right now the highest ranking point in this competition is 702 points, and that team has played all 5 matches, so on average they were scoring 140 points per match.
40.
That's what a team needs to beat.
And then it's 130 for second, but I guess second is still good to aim, but you need to beat 140 per match to get it, because just a couple alliance slots going into this. Speaking of a couple alliance slots, Ethan, what do you think about this whole new just 2, sometimes 3? I don't know if any region will go 4. It should be interesting to see if any regions get 4 slots. But what do you think about that?
I mean, it is kind of unfortunate. Like, that's not very many slots, especially with kind of the unfortunate things that you get from a two alliance advancement, two robot advancement, that thing, where you may be pushed to decline an invitation. Basically, if you are in the top 7 sometimes, I guess that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You probably would if you're in top 4. But there also aren't a whole lot of other options. I totally see why we went to a single championships in Houston. Feels kind of unfortunate to say, but it probably is not going to get canceled by a regional or someone outside of first, with it being in Texas. So it does track. It makes sense. It's too bad that it's this way, but at least we know it's this way, and it has been publicly said, and that's the way it is.
This may be the last time a team from California plays against an East Coast team, right? We saw this at MTI.
Yeah.
And this is like the last chance. If they decide 2 champs is the way to go, and there's never going to be 1 champs, no team's going to spend the budget to go to MTI. No team's going to spend the budget to go to IOI or whatever other off-season events. So really hoping that... I don't know what to hope for, actually. I wish they would just increase the number of teams. Make it 4 divisions of 40 each at each championship, or make it like 4 divisions of like 60 teams each, something like that. But I don't know.
More teams, or super regionals.
Right, super regional. We love super regional. We had an entire super regionals remembrance moment on our last guest.
I feel like I was like, this year has got to be all about super regionals. I'll keep tuning more, and I think there should be 8, but there are logistical concerns with adding another step at every competition level, but especially one that requires teams to travel between states. We were always lucky Iowa State was, North Super Regionals was in Iowa. It was an hour away, but if you're brainstem and going to NSR, you're driving, I don't know how far it is. Pennsylvania is from Iowa, probably 13 hours.
It was a long drive for them. They were not happy about having to make that drive. But then again, they chose to compete in Ohio.
Yeah, they did specifically try to get advanced there, so. But
I feel like the district model could work.
8 hours? It's
what? Ohio to Iowa is 8 hours.
And that was so there are downsides. It's more expensive for teams. And with just 4 super regionals, it didn't make sense.
I feel like the district model is another way around that, right?
Yeah.
Like that's kind of what Chesapeake's done. I've really liked the way that like Maryland and Virginia combined. It's made it a lot cleaner.
Wow. Let's take a look at the scores for this match.
50 penalty points.
With 50 penalty points. We're really seeing that a lot today, honestly, the major and 2 minors. And it's pretty much for a lot of the same stuff, rotating the shipping hub, pushing the alliance specific one. Teams have got to be super, super careful about that, because as you can see here, not only does it swing the match, but 50 points is a lot to make up for when you're trying to get that first rank,
Absolutely.
And looking from in the back end, we can see that the penalties from red, there was 1 major for the placement of the duck, probably during endgame, and then 2 minors in the warehouse. So, teams have really got to watch their stuff when they're driving. I can just imagine the uproar if World just decided by 1 iffy penalty here or there.
Yeah, I think that really pushes the importance of driver practice, is
definitely
following that warehouse order of operations and making sure not to touch the shipping hubs.
Yeah. Yep. I think that this game is very easy to get penalized on because the game design committee did not want a repeat of Global Ruckus, right? They specifically created those warehouse operations so then a team wouldn't build a conveyor belt between the warehouse and they were not expecting that to happen. They were definitely planning on teams going into the crater, and they were definitely planning on teams spending their time, and that's why they said you can't score from the crater, because they were just expecting teams, okay, they're gonna have an arm, they're gonna do the full motion, take their time, and then everyone just ended up making effectively a fast linear side conveyor belt. I think that because of that, that's made it very easy to get penalized because they want the game to be played in a very specific way.
And Sean's brought up a very good point a couple times here. You know, that I think we should reiterate now that you're here, Ethan. If you're going into intake, right, and you just hit one of the balls a little funny, they can just shoot out, and suddenly that counts as, you know, that's a penalty for you messing with the warehouse. And teams have really got to watch that with their intakes. We know as the season progresses, we can see some very crazy intake designs, as we did last year with Ultimate Goal. You know, those horizontal noodles that were 8-10 inches long sometimes for some teams. And it can really just make it pretty, you know, you got to be careful and you can't be reckless to how you're controlling freight.
Yeah, I think any kind of ball in a game does kind of lend itself to rolling along a floor. I know we saw teams in Rover Ruckus have issues with, you know, oh, I hit that ball, it rolled into the opposing line, or rolled into my depot. That's 2 majors worth of penalties. So
yeah, or if you just like,
it takes a lot of eyes to really drive well in FTC.
And then when you're like, you know, when you have those really fast intakes that we're seeing teams having, you just like pop it right into like a pit, and then they just pop, like, you know, the balls just pop up and go everywhere. That's also like a big issue teams are seeing. Yeah,
I agree. All right, gonna go ahead and get started on this match. While that's happening, Ethan, what's your favorite FTC game of all time?
My favorite FTC game, I still really like Rover Ruckus. I think it was really good. I think it's hard to you know, that was also the year teams I've mentored. The team I mentored was most successful. Like,
right,
that was our peak. So it's hard to remove those feelings from my opinion of the game.
Yeah.
I like Velocity Vortex a lot, and I also like Skystone a lot. I think those 3 probably were my favorite games overall.
Yeah, I thought in Rover Ruckus it was really interesting how like only one team ever cleared the crater completely. You know, Kraken Pinion, they cleared the crater in their match, like in their qualification match, but nobody else the entire season had, which was pretty impressive.
Yes.
Yeah, it was definitely refreshing, like seeing like teams not finish the game like in a minute and change. When they had, like, you know, they'd sit there with 40 seconds left in all recovery.
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
Yeah, that was my favorite part of it.
3, 2, 1.
I think this game does seem pretty promising. I'm excited to see if anybody gets close to clearing out a depot.
I definitely think we'll see
warehouse
cleared out. Warehouse, yeah.
Warehouse.
I definitely think we'll see them get cleared out. Probably by like later state championships, like Pennsylvania states with Brainstem and Out of the Box and all of their sister teams and everything. Like that'll definitely be intense. Massachusetts, Texas, NorCal. I mean, really, every region has really good teams.
I actually have to disagree because with all of these regions, only 2 advancement slots, none of the captains can pick each other. So none of the powerhouse teams can get together. In quals, you might see it. I don't think you're going to see it in the finals.
Yeah. Ethan, what do you think about 15-1-6-7? We have interrupted our conversation many times in the last cohort by watching them run. Their arm is so fast. Oh my god.
They're great. I feel bad for saying this, but that's the team I've been watching, you know, this match. I'm like, oh, that's smooth. That feels right. You know, you hear F1 drivers say smooth is the fastest always. And that, I think, it holds true in FTC a lot, and I think you get that watching that robot run.
Yeah, and you know, it's not even just their arm that's fast, it's their drivetrain so incredibly fast. Intake is super fast. You know, it's a shame that they had some hiccups during their matches. I think otherwise they could have placed very well. But, you know, it was those penalties that really killed them. I remember their first match, they got at least 1 major, maybe 2 minors along with it. And then I know another match, they whipped their arm out too fast, got caught under the robot, and that got them 1 or 2 majors. I think just 1. But
yeah, I think you do definitely see the importance sometimes of having a really short robot. You know, watching them score in the shared goal, that is a tough space.
It's a tough space to fit in, definitely. You gotta be super careful with your turning and everything.
Yeah. I was surprised. I expected ducks to be easier than it seems like they have ended up being. They're pretty challenging.
Yeah.
Especially to get a reasonable amount through. It's hard to not want to spend extra time scoring that 1 more piece of cargo.
Right. I feel like it's a mental trip, right? The duck is definitely worth more points.
Yeah.
But because you're in the moment, it's very easy for someone to go, I'm going to do an extra piece of cargo and then go for the ducks without doing that math in their head.
Yep.
Yeah. Ethan, did you watch the Michigan State Championships with Enigma Riddlers doing the capping and the ducks at the same time?
I saw bits and pieces. I did not watch very much of the stream, but that's really cool. I never would have expected teams to figure out that, capping from 6 feet away is honestly pretty viable. It's really cool.
I'm wondering if by worlds or states, for a lot of regions, we'll see like a push for like an open team scoring element where it's just Timon from 8375 Vulcan was a big advocate of the Red Solo Cup. I guess you are too. Yeah, but he was a big advocate of the Red Solo Cup as a team scoring element. So if we saw that with Little Magnet, I think it'd be pretty cool to see teams just like pretty much any team in an alliance scoring the team shipping element while they're doing the ducks.
Right.
Which would just
I don't
be like
remember
super,
any of the
super cool.
teams, but I think I have seen a couple. Man, they're a Texas team. Their team number starts with a 6. Is it Iron Gears? Is that who I'm thinking?
6832.
Yeah, that sounds right. I think they had an open source or open concept, whatever that would be, shipping element.
Oh,
It seems
okay.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I think there are some teams that push for it, but I could see it being tough to standardize, especially outside of your one region. I know in a lot of regions, you kind of get this conversation between teams before events that like, hey, we have a really good history. Let's talk about how we can make this work at the state championship or whatever.
Yeah, I've heard teams bring like 12 team short scoring elements to meets to get just so they can make sure like they always have it.
Yeah, we always work with our alliance partner, no matter what they bring. Yeah.
You can also cheesecake scoring elements, right? Like if your partner's not running autonomous, you literally just give them your scoring element, write their numbers on it, get it inspected, right? Match score came in from that last match, 123 to 2. Capital bots, or not capital bots, Robo Troopers, it was that 30-point penalty, right? Put them below 150. Below the 140-point average.
One major though, Sean. It was actually 3 minors for 3 separate warehouse operations. And then blue, we also saw 3 minors. Or on red, we saw 3 minors, not 1 major. And those were 2 warehouse operations and 1 launching penalty.
I believe the warehouse operation issue that they were running into was they were still in the warehouse while scoring. So that block had not cleared the warehouse. And scoring in that center shipping hub is hard. It's like very narrow, right? Like you can't extend out, and that arm just extends out too far. Makes it impossible for them to leave that warehouse.
Yeah.
Yep. I was watching that. I was like, I don't want to call this out. I'm a commentator. That's against the rules, but it really looks like they were in the warehouse still.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it'd be interesting, back to that team scoring, team shipping element discussion. There's like a lot of like little trends going around, seeing like one team hit like all of them, There's obviously the magnet, having something you can pick up with a claw, and then I think we've seen like a couple teams here and there make team shipping elements that you can't tip over, like, no matter how hard you try to tip it over, it always right itself. And I think that's definitely like a super cool design to pursue, but we'll see if someone can, combine all of those.
Man, I'm gonna have that toy commercial theme song stuck in my head all day now.
Yeah.
What?
Ishan, we have yet to see 200 broken today, right?
Yep. No, we had a 199.
We had a 199 and a 196 or 190.
196. Yep.
Yeah.
No 200. But we did have 200 in the first week of competition for Chesapeake. So that was 216. So that's the score to beat in Chesapeake. Don't know if we're going to see it in this, since everyone has played once and we haven't seen any teams that could really push over that bump, but hopefully someone can survive us.
We saw Robo Troopers. They just had that one match where everything went right for them, right? We saw 15 freight in the top. We saw probably 8 or 9 ducks. Just everything went well for them that match. You take them one more team working with them, and you could definitely break that 200. And I'm sure all the other teams here definitely have the potential with a good auto and a good end game.
All right.
So Ethan,
well, teams, go ahead.
Yeah. So like, what's like a typical day at Go Build at for you, or is it just like, yeah?
Ooh.
Being on the FTC Discord.
There's definitely some of that. I try to keep up on a lot of the first forums. I'm not active there, but I'll read through Chief Delphi, and I'm always make sure to get through the FTC subreddit and all those places. There's definitely a lot of interacting with people on the phone and helping them work through their problems, whether they're FTC or just a customer, building some crazy project. I talked to a guy one time who he had a dog that he wanted to let out, but he had his girlfriend's mom's cat that he was keeping, and he was like, "Man, if this cat goes outside and it's gone, I am going to be in the doghouse." So he created this RFID chip and put it on the collar and had the device scan it and really quickly close the dog door if the cat was near. So stuff like that's always a different project every day, which is definitely really fun. The downside is generally you're not doing the fun part of the project, you're helping fix an issue with it. So
yeah,
there's always problem solving, and like a lot of work environments, they're always interacting with other people, trying to find the best solution to whatever problem or solution you're trying to come up with.
And so like, how big is the Go Build team?
So our overall team, I think, is about 22 people now.
Drivers,
and is that
pick
for
up your
like
controllers.
Servo City and Go?
3,
That's
2,
overall.
1.
We really all work through both companies pretty much interchangeably.
I see.
There isn't anybody who just does one thing here, which is true of Servo City versus GoBuilda, but also pretty much any role. We all take on lots of different roles here.
It's awesome. Yeah, and looking into this match, we have Red and Blue Alliance. Now we have the autonomous period done, and it looks like Team 16829 on the Blue Alliance is doing pretty well getting those cubes into that Alliance-specific hub. Ethan, what are your thoughts on balancing the Alliance-specific hub? If you were to play this game, would you just try to get that 10-point bonus as hard as you could, or would you just dump and dump and dump as much as you could?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems difficult to get that 10-point bonus. And I think in most qualifier matches, I don't think it's super necessary. I don't think I would probably go for it. But the other thing is, if I remember correctly, I think you can kind of use your manipulator to write that Alliance hub. If that's something that's really important to you at the end, possible you could pick it up and try to center it. But especially with the kind of unpredictability of autonomous this year, you may put it on put a block on the lowest rung and have that really large imbalance from the start. That might be hard to overcome without a lot of extra time. That may not be worth it.
Definitely. And do you think we'll see teams later trying to write it, or do you think like in endgame, one thing we haven't seen yet is teams cycling the ducks. We saw some teams try it in Michigan. Nobody here yet, but there are a lot of qualifiers left for
Absolutely.
Maryland, Virginia, DC area. But I think it's interesting that we haven't seen too many people do it because you're already out of the warehouse. You just need to pick them up. They're way lighter, way smaller. It's a lot easier to just put them on top of everything that's already there and have kind of mold into that space and get the 6 extra points for each one.
Yes. I think we might start seeing that after we see more teams, very consistently get to 10 ducks within that end game. This is a good example. It looks like we had 4 and 6 across an alliance. There's still 40 and 60 points, if I remember correctly, that's available in that. But
6 points per duck.
Yeah, so 24 and 36.
Yeah.
But in this game, that's a lot of points.
That is a lot, yeah.
Right, with scores hitting 200, that's what? 15 to 30%.
25%, yeah. And Yeah, and what about teams when one person, like, spins the ducks off and the other person actually picks them up and scores them? I think that could be like a very, very cool. I know the Zubotics teams in Michigan were trying that. They weren't like too successful with it, but they had it. They pulled it off a couple times. Yeah. What's been your like favorite design this year, or like one that like really surprised you at how?
Oh, I haven't really seen that many robots yet this year. I haven't done as much watching events as I have in the past. I'm excited to get to. I'm gonna be a referee in Oklahoma City tomorrow, so I'm excited to see some more real life robots. But I think it generally takes until February for me to really, establish a favorite robot for a season. But yeah, certainly. I think I cannot remember their full number, but it was a 15. They had that really fast arm. I really liked that robot. That
15167. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the scores for this match. So we have 70 points on the Blue Alliance with team 16829, 16839, and then 49 points on the Red Alliance with teams 2412 and 14597. And we can take a look at the penalties, because even though they just say 10 or 20, 30 points, those are a big portion of the score. And in fact, all of these were five minor penalties total, and all of these were for warehouse operations.
Yeah, that certainly feels like it's the thing to get right. It's a tough to all keep that in your head and not miss like a ball rolling out or anything like that.
Definitely. Yeah.
I do feel like this game has a really nice balance between the amount of points you can get from, the different game modes. You can see Blue Alliance here. You have 20, 40, and 40 between autonomous, driver-controlled, and endgame. It feels nice and balanced. I like that. There are lots of games where that swings really heavily toward endgame or autonomous, but I think that balance is really nice.
Yeah, today a team in Texas was just 2 points shy of the world record, and they had 95 points in both autonomous and endgame, and then 130 in driver controlled, which is pretty fair, like a pretty fair balance considering your driver controlled period, is 130 seconds, your endgame's 30, and then your autonomous is 30 as well. It's pretty.
Also, your driver controlled period takes into account any not minerals, freight that you store during autonomous, right?
Yeah.
It counts in the driver control period as well. So sure, they scored 95 in auto, but they also probably scored 3 or 4 blocks on the top level. That puts them at another 18 points that they scored in autonomous, but only counting in the driver control period.
Yeah, I think they really hit the nail on the head with like balance game. It's not like just one thing to focus on is too broken or anything like that, because I mean, you're seeing teams that are getting like 130 points with their freight in teleop. I mean, this is not just any team, but like, the top teams are getting like 130 points because of their freight. But, if you do 60 points for the Ducks in endgame and then 30 points for two caps, that's 90 points. Like, you're pretty close. And then with parks and things like that, it works out. And that like teams who aren't doing freight still have a lot to work on and have a lot to optimize.
Absolutely. Yep. There's always that kind of balance between where do I focus my time. We're still fairly early season, depending on where, how far your team is going this year. So there's still a lot of time to optimize other mechanisms where we may see teams who really excel at cargo freight versus teams who really excel in autonomous and at ducks. So it'll be exciting to see teams kind of round that out more and find their foothold in each different area. So is this the same Red Solo Cup we saw earlier, or is this another team with Red Solo Cup? I
think there's just been one team with a Red Solo Cup at this competition. I know 14481 Don't Blink ran a Red Solo Cup at theirs. I've seen a lot of teams running.
Pretty iconic.
Yeah.
Put a 9 in on the top of that and call it a day.
Yeah.
It's funny that I haven't seen any other ones, but it's funny that it's a Red Solo Cup and not like a specific kind of one. Like there's no pattern on it. It's not really
not the Costco ripoff.
It's very classic for sure.
Yeah. The only trouble is when you leave it on the field and someone asks whose team scoring element is this.
Right. You definitely shouldn't also use them for drinks for your volunteers. That would not work out very well. Or it'd work out really well for the teams. You never know.
Yeah.
Yep, not sponsored by Red Solo. We are talking about generic red cups here.
Yeah. These are just these are red team cups, obviously.
Yeah, as we gear up for our next match, this should definitely be a good one. Seeing Robo Troopers and Capital Bots again. And Raider Robotics has definitely been pretty good this season, this cohort. The robot definitely looks very, very well built. Those big drive plates on the sides protect them well. Yeah.
Ethan, I want to hear your coolest or craziest alliance selection story. Because that's like where all the chaos happens, right?
Yeah, it always is. Let's see. I'm trying to that's always a tough one. A lot of times they end up being fairly easy for a first pick, and the second pick, ends up being where you kind of make those decisions. I definitely have moments looking back that I'm not happy with the pick that I made. That we made as a team. I'm like, that wasn't my greatest move there. But even then, all those times we also didn't perform as well as we should have. So it's hard to really place any blame there. Craziest alliance selection stories. I think overall, just shifting from being a good team at State versus being a good team at Worlds. So a lot of things surprised me. Like, hey, we have this hotel ballroom that we rented and put
oh my god, yeah.
a field in. You should come over tonight and practice. And I was like, what? Huh?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, the first time I heard that, I was shocked too. I was like, oh my god, what is going on?
So we had Gluten's and Lambro's field in our room.
Yeah.
During River Ruckus.
It was surprising. And the number of teams on the scale of FTC, it's pretty small, but there were probably 10 different ones set up. It was surprising. And we brought our own field, but we were also staying at a church, so we had extra space. But the idea that you could be able to spend that kind of money to just have a room for your field was really surprising. And also, a lot of the world's level alliance selection is so different than everywhere else. That really surprised me.
Yeah.
So tell us about your experience going to Ford Field, that entire elimination. Talk us through how that was. What surprised you? What was interesting?
So let's see. I think the thing that surprised me the most was just how. I know it makes sense in retrospect, but just how strict everything was. It was like, I was not a part of the drive team or the 5. You had 5 people that could go early. I think you had a couple of hours early. And then the rest of the team, you could choose, it was 5 more people maybe, or 10 people to go sit on the stands. So I went down and sit on the stands and was like, oh, I can do this. If I get up, there's going to be some penalty, I can go to the bathroom or sit on the stands, and that's about it. So just having those 5 core people really be the people who are important and can do things on the robot definitely wasn't the way I expected it to go. See. It was fun. I think it was really fun to be sat on the same bleacher as everybody from the other alliance. Like, oh yeah, the guy right behind me is cheering for the other team. But at that level, you pretty much know everybody. I didn't know some of the Nyan guys, but I knew almost everybody else's first name. So it sounds weirder than it really ended up being.
Yep.
Man, I'm excited to see some more matches though. So it looks like, is this, let's see, 14575 have collected another piece of cargo, but aren't
Drivers, pick up your controllers.
I don't know if they actually collected it.
Three,
No, they collected it. It
1.
seemed like it got jammed into their intake when they drove into that pit. I don't know if it was on purpose or not.
Yeah.
But
It's a small thing, but it can help. You know, it's one less thing you have to worry about doing.
I still don't know what that white line that's wiggling on the robot is for.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It seems like it would be something that would not be great for warehouse order operation rules.
Right, because they're in the warehouse right now.
Yeah. But hey, you know, it could be, help aid parking. I know we've seen that in previous years. Having some kind of long object to spit out and make it so you don't have to be quite as far toward that parking space as you would otherwise.
Yep. Referee's pointing it out. They just put it back, and now they score.
Oh, so it does move.
It does move. I think it's for their capstone or whatever it's called.
Their team scoring element.
The team scoring element. But yeah, I'm glad they brought the team scoring element back. I missed it in Ultimate Goal. Right? It was just like a little unique thing.
Yeah, it's fun. I really liked introducing it. I liked the human player. I don't miss it that much this year, but I do like it.
We still have it to an extent with the coach putting the ducks on the...
Yeah.
Right, like if you look at the game design, the advantage of having a human player is it opens up space on the field, right? Because you don't have to store all the elements. Rover Ruckus suffered from that, right? Or not Rover Ruckus, Relic Recovery. Right, when you had all 60 of those blocks, or not 60, it was
48.
Like 48 of those blocks in the middle, made the field very congested. Skystone really solved that by opening up the field, by putting the field elements on the outside. In this game, I don't think you really need it, right? Like, field's pretty open, besides that small congestion area next to the shared hub, which is like there on purpose. Like, it's definitely not an accident that's the case.
Totally.
Yeah.
This was a hard match to decide who to watch, for sure. For me,
definitely.
It's like these are both really great alliances.
Yeah. You know, one thing that's super interesting is that we had 10 freight on the top level of that alliance-specific shipping hub, and they still kept it balanced.
They got it balanced.
Yep.
Both alliances got it balanced. 4 and 10 on top.
Yeah.
And nobody went for that shared shipping hub. Nobody got anything on there. I think people went for it, but
yeah.
Yeah,
I know specifically 14575 definitely went for it, but kind of struggled to get that arm in that space to where they weren't violating any warehouse rules. It sure seemed like.
Yeah, and in this match, 16774 did not play due to technical difficulties. They kept their robot on the field, but they did not. Cool. We had 2 blue minor penalties for warehouse operations, 1 red minor penalty for warehouse and operations. 120 points, not too shabby of a score versus 93. Pretty high scoring match.
Certainly.
All right, and we've got 3 matches left, and that's going to wrap up the event. Chat, if you have any questions for us or for Ethan, feel free to ask them. We'll be keeping track of that. What's next for you, Ethan? Like, just going to hang out at Go Builder? Any future plans?
I mean, I really enjoy working here. It's been such a great experience for me over the past, I'm close to 3 years, which blows my mind. But that's definitely what I'm planning on doing for as long as I have plans. I really love working here. Future plans for this weekend, like I said, I'll be over refereeing in Oklahoma tomorrow. Be down in Oklahoma City. I just finished fixing my parking brake on my car. That's why I was here at work. So that was fun. So I may end up probably go wash my car. It's always fun. But
the advantage of working at a hardware place, you can just steal the tools.
It's like, oh man, I forgot to grab my 16mm wrench. I guess I'll walk over to the tool chest. It's definitely nice. So
yeah. Ethan, speaking of work experience, what's your favorite project that you've taken on at Golda? You know, whether it be something like official, like a kit, or unofficial, like the Go chair or anything like that?
That one was really fun. I didn't do a lot of our big projects like the rover and the Macandum chair I didn't have a very big role in. Those were primarily intern projects. And a lot of projects like that kind of push the scale of GoBuilda aren't generally done by our full-time employees. Generally, they are an intern project, because that teaches us a lot about how people who aren't as in tune with what every specific thing in GoBuilda is like, how do they build? How do FTC teams build with GoBuilda? What can we take away and learn from that? And what are some things that we see in design into parts that don't get utilized? And how can we move and improve our resources so teams know more about that kind of stuff? So
yeah,
I think the biggest thing that am I the most proud of? I really loved this year's series of kits. I think that have always had a pretty big role in our FTC specific kits. So stuff like the Viper Slide kit and the Strafer and the FTC kit, I think have all turned out really nice this year. I'm really proud of how far each of those have come. And I think that, being the primary person in tech support, I see a lot of the issues teams have with stuff. And growing in FTC and continuing to have more teams use those parts while having fewer issues with them is really promising and is really exciting for me. So it's kind of boring, but I think those are, the Strafer and the FTC kit and the now 2-stage Viper Slide kit are probably my favorite accomplishments here.
Awesome. And you mentioned GoBuilda interns. Do you want to tell our viewers a little bit about that?
So I unfortunately don't have very many details. We haven't quite ironed everything out for this year. If we end up doing them, we'll certainly publish stuff like on our social media and on our website. So those are both great places to keep an eye on.
Awesome.
And in the past, what's that program look like?
So a lot of times, in the past few years, it has been FTC alumni who have just recently graduated a lot of times. And the big reason we do that is to find people that we want to join our team. A couple of our full-time R&D members have been interns, and that's something that is really important to us. It's also great to get a lot more opinions really inside the walls and to teach us more about how customers end up using our parts. So the variety of experience with GoBuilda components is really powerful there. But a lot of times it ends up being 3 months through a summer, just about that, 6 weeks.
And it's like we're getting set up for our next match. We're going to see Team 16774 once again, and Team 14597. Really all of these teams we've seen play multiple times today. And okay, looks like we have a team on the Red Alliance that managed to get their duck off the carousel. That'll be a good 10 points for them in Autonomous. And full parks by both teams. Very impressive.
Yeah, it's surprising how many points you can get with such a simple Autonomous, right? That's 26 points that the Red Alliance scored just by knocking off a duck and parking, right? That's definitely something that I could see,
pick up your controllers.
especially at
3,
river qualifiers,
2,
cheesecaking onto
1.
another robot, right? If I'm a team that's going to be cycling back and forth from the warehouse, I can cheesecake a simple duck program onto a simple robot rookie team maybe that hasn't competed before. They'll have the pleasure of being able to run an Autonomous, and they will very much enjoy that. And then you also score higher points with them.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. It feels like there are a lot of things to do in Autonomous this year, and not a lot of fields to do them with. So I'm excited to see some potentially more coordinated Autonomouses that we generally tend to get throughout a season. But compared to Skystone, I think you'll see more robots coming close to each other and having to work around another person's Autonomous.
Yeah, Skystone, you pretty much had the one primary robot, and then the other robot was parking. ultimate goal, everyone had to shoot, but they didn't really need to come close to each other. They could shoot from like different sides of the field. This autonomous I definitely see a lot of people doing. We saw a little bit of closeness in River Ruckus when teams would approach the depot, but wasn't that much. It was very easy to plan around, and then people just ended up putting their marker in their arms and could hit each other with those arms, and it was fine.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and one of the things that I think is also I wish this game had was being able to score on that shared shipping hub during autonomous. Right? I get why they didn't do it because it would be very easy to get penalties, and there are definitely teams that would like completely destroy that thing and ruin the game. But getting that shared shipping hub early puts you at so much of an advantage. And if you have the programming capabilities to drive around, get that shared shipping hub, not run into it, not get penalties with it, and just own it early, makes it so then you can fight a winning battle.
Totally.
Yeah, so a couple things. Lord Savage 5505 from the Twitch chat asks, would preloaded freight delivered in autonomous is also counted towards points during driver controlled as well? And the answer is yes. So every freight
We are not referees, though.
Yes.
We are not referees. We do not sort the points.
Read the game manual. But any freight scored on any level of the shipping hub of the Alliance specific shipping hub in autonomous is 6 points, and then it also earns like the specific points from that level in the driver controlled period.
Yep.
Yeah. And Ishan, to your point about scoring in the shared shipping hub during autonomous, I feel like it's just like way too high risk, high reward. Like if you it can really mess up the game for the driver controlled period, and then like if you do score on it in autonomous, it's just such a high advantage. I don't know.
The reason why I really wish they had it is because there is definitely a main and a secondary autonomous here. The secondary autonomous is scoring the ducks, they're scoring their one element, and then they're potentially scoring that duck. The main is cycling. And there's no room for both robots to be cycling because there's just not a lot of space in and out of that warehouse, right? I don't think even the topmost teams would risk having two bots cycling in and out with those tubes and with the gap, right? Like most teams that are cycling, they're going through that gap. And if they're not going through that gap, they're going fully on the tubes. They're not having one wheel on, one wheel off, because that's just really unpredictable. So I have a very hard time figuring out what the second robot's role is after they score that duck.
Yeah, I mean, in my story in that shared shipping hub feels, while not as dominant as an autonomous in Power Up at the FRC game, it sure feels like 254 in Power Up had that 4 cube autonomous, and
yeah, that won them the match.
To such a just dominant position through the match. It won in every match. They didn't lose one.
Right.
So I think it totally could lead to something that would be a really hard team to beat in a lot of matches.
Yeah. So penalty on red for rotating the shipping hub, and then you had some penalties on blue for the warehouse. Penalty on red for the warehouse as well. 65 points still for the Red Alliance. They would have broken 100 without those penalties. That's the one thing, I don't think we've seen a single match here today without penalties. It's just, referee has a very active job, and if they catch the penalty, great. If they don't catch the penalty, then that's just going to be, but 3 matches left, 28, 29, and 30.
I mean, I think it's... Go ahead, Ethan.
No, you're probably talking about something about this, actually.
I just like to, give a shout out to the teams that are stepping in for others that haven't been able to make it there. I know we've had 2 or 3 teams that weren't able to attend the competition, and we're having a lot of teams not only playing their 5 matches, but playing 10, 11 more matches, or not more, but 10 matches, 11 matches, so everybody gets a chance to play and compete with their robots, and I think that's really awesome, because running a robot consistently for 5 matches is definitely difficult. Running it for 10 and 11 is exponentially more.
I remember after Relic Recovery, our robot, after that season, was just... It was tired. It broke so much more than early events. And it's tough to keep up something throughout a whole season. And then not have it be really beat up just through the course of an event. That was, 2018 FTC. Components a lot of times were different then. So I don't know if that's as much of an issue nowadays, but yeah, that was a hard
I remember Velocity Vortex robot. We abused that robot so much because, right, you take it to every outreach event. The kids love the balls flying, shooting, right? Shooting is always exciting. That robot had a gear drivetrain, 2 aluminum gears meshed together. It had steel plates on the outside, and we were using brass pinion gears on our flywheel because you couldn't get any other gears that were going to be working for that back then, right? No steel, brass. I think we ground up at least 5 of those gears throughout the season. Every outreach event we would go to, we would check the set screw and be like, I don't see a set screw in here. How is this still working? It was a time. It's crazy how far parts have come in FTC to make, right? Sure, you could build a robot with the parts back then, but now you can build a reliable robots with a lot of the new stuff. GoBuilda has been putting out, Rev's been putting out, a lot of the suppliers have been putting out.
Yeah, I think the barrier to entry to reliable robots has gotten so much lower. I FTA'd an event in Oklahoma last year, and I was like, I don't feel like I have a good job here. Robots work. And it blew me away. You don't realize it until you're at an event. And a lot of the times, robots work really consistently. And I'm like, oh, I don't even recognize this competition anymore. It's just...
I remember modern robotics and those snakes of USB cables that you'd have running out from that core power distribution hub. That disconnect and you were just done, right? Yeah. And now they got rid of the OTG cable between the driver station, right? There's no more OTG cables. There's no more USB. There's just okay, you plug it in, it disconnects. Oh well, it's just your camera. You just need it for the first 10 seconds of the match anyways. Kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, I think the ease of reliability has gotten so much easier to build a consistent robot. Not to say that it's easy. It's still hard, but it's definitely easier. And I think the level of resources have also increased. I think there are certainly more information about making your robot reliable and overall just building a robot.
Yeah, with stuff like Game Manual Zero and just older videos that have been put out there by various teams, I think there's a lot of information, and it's almost getting to the point where it can be overwhelming.
Right. I think that there's definitely been some talk in the GM0 team of the GM0 Lite or something like that. That's just, let's get off the ground running. How do you build a robot 101?
Right.
So I think that's something that I wish I had more time in the day to be able to dedicate to projects like that, but it's tough.
Yeah.
All right, we're seeing this match start, and 15167 is taking off as they have in all their previous matches with their autonomous. This autonomous is definitely just like the rest of their robots, super, super fast. I mean, we've seen it zoom around the field pretty much every match, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse, as we saw here. I think that's the first time we've seen it get caught. Yeah.
It's cool to see an alliance made up of two pretty darn
pick up your
similar robots,
controllers.
at least in their architecture.
3, 2,
15167 and 14575 are both pretty similar robots.
Yep.
And
they're both narrow bases. Their goal is just to there they get in their way. I do like how they can go over the tubes though, right? That's what sets some of them apart. And if they're both going to cycle for that top goal, one has to go over the tubes.
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly takes some engineering to get something that goes over super smooth and as quickly as driving around. I think we're going to see some teams do it. I think we have seen some teams get very...
We have.
But yeah, it's a challenge, especially with, the exact shape and size and spacing of those. It's tough, especially with a 4-inch wheel, to make that really smooth.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing Capital Bots and oh, sorry, I completely blanked on the name. Trooper Robotics?
Robotroopers.
Oh,
they're going. Looks like they're going for a cap right here. They're going to pick up their cap soon.
Wow.
They knock it over.
All right. Well, what could have been?
GG.
Right.
So yeah, that's a tight space, but it looks like they may have got that okay. That shared shipping hub deposit.
Yeah.
But
They have to go at like a really strange angle.
Yeah, it's balanced.
Yeah, it looks like it's pretty close. It may be touching the red side also. I think it's cool. It's cool to note, how well I think that 16.829 has been doing with their partner in such a critical location. I think they tend to favor going halfway through each, 2 wheels over the pipe, 2 wheels through the gap. So having their alliance partner broken down in such a critical location is tough.
Yeah.
Oh, and they just missed the park, but they'll still get, I believe, 3 points.
Yeah, for a partial park.
For a partial.
This is looking like it shapes up to a pretty high-scoring match. That's exciting to see.
Definitely.
Yep. 150 unofficial.
Mm.
And they haven't given the tipped points yet either, so it could go up to 164. I guess we just saw a minor penalty. There, if they give the tipped points for the shared shipping hub. Ethan, so do you think you'll attend the World Championship?
I would really like to. I definitely miss Worlds. I have a hard time remembering when events happened in time because I don't have Worlds to mark the end of my year. So just for that, I would like to get to Worlds.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll be able to. Even as just a spectator who walks around, I really enjoy watching matches in real life. But it'd also be fun to go as a volunteer. I'm really liking refereeing. I think that's a fun role to volunteer at.
At the World Championship, I'm sure it could be stressful.
Yes, I'm sure.
There's a lot riding on those calls.
Yes, I do. Judging is a little too similar to, judging is a very team-based skill. You've got to be able to communicate with other people really clearly and express what you mean, which is a little too similar to work for me. I want to do something different on my weekends.
Yeah.
So I don't love judging as much as I like refereeing, but robot inspecting still #1 role for me. I wish I could do it all through a competition. It's fun. I enjoy the rule part of it and getting a close look at robots and seeing how they're built.
Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely seems like a pretty high-scoring match. This is, I think, the first one I've seen without penalties on at least one alliance.
One alliance.
Right. So we still saw a minor on the other, but still.
Yep. And so then these next few matches will be the final matches for this cohort of teams. Looking at the rankings, seems like this cohort's still at the bottom just because they haven't played all 5 of their matches. They should be able to hop up above a couple teams in this next match if they score 50 to 100 points. But we will have to see what they're able to pull out here. It looks like Red-Bearded Pandas is going to hold the #1 seed, though. I don't see any of the teams with matches left being able to score 500 points in a match.
I mean, it's definitely well-deserved.
I don't know anything about their team, but their name is sweet, so...
Red-Beard Pandas, Tuxedo Pandas. If you remember Tuxedo Pandas from back then, yep.
Absolutely.
So when they graduated, the coach still runs the team. One of their main members is a mentor of the team. And they just rebranded to Red-Beard Pandas because it was a new team. They wanted to have a new name for the new members.
That's nice. I'm surprised. I wonder if I did hear about that, because we were Servo City and Actibotics were a huge supporter of Tuxedo Pandas for a long time. So that's great to see that they're carrying on. They're definitely an old blood FTC team. So
yeah,
cool. Definitely in that, Schrodinger's hats. I don't trying to think of some other teams from that era. Hot Wired.
Yeah. We had Hyman on from Vulcan Robotics earlier.
Yeah, that's
throwback right there.
It brings me back. Yeah, there's a different era. I think we'll probably start to see that, especially as FTC ages, just different eras of FTC.
Right.
It may be kind of like I made it up, but it feels like pre-Velocity Vortex is definitely an era, and
right. Velocity Vortex was a change. As soon as there were robots before Velocity Vortex and robots after Velocity Vortex.
Absolutely. I think a lot
I think
with the Neverests and the 550 size motor being so adopted, like it's hard to stay the same. You could use it.
It was Neverests, and I think it was D-Hubs. The Servo City D-Hubs made it so then you didn't have to use set screws.
Right. Even if your set screw comes loose, it still spins.
Right. Those are the two big innovations in first that I think made a huge difference. And then, now we have Hex, right? Hex everything. Half the teams adopt quarter-inch or 3/8 inch Hex, and half the teams adopt Rev Hex or Go Build a Hex, and so it's interesting to see how that has evolved.
Yes, just kind of a shift away from 6mm and quarter-inch D, and 3/16 or 4.7 millimeters.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, most teams, they would design with dead axles in mind, right? Like, back when it was all Tetrix or Actibotix was fairly new, no one trusted their shafts to transmit anything. I was going to bolt that thing together, and it was not going to fall apart, because that's the only way to build something reliable.
The whole shaft has come out for this to fail. That was the way you had to build the robots. I mean,
right.
That was the way you designed drivetrains. Yep. So I think planetary gearboxes have been huge. Also in that, overarching change in FTC.
Yep. At planetary gearboxes, the thing that set them so far apart was just their efficiency, right? There's just so much inefficiency in a spur gearbox like the Neverests. Well, it used to be the 20, 40, and 60, right? We had the 40s on our drivetrain in Relic Recovery, and we were at Super Regionals in the finals matches. One of our drivetrain gearboxes just shattered. Like, gone. Locked up the wheel. We were driving on 3 wheels for a semifinal match. Got through that match. Luckily, we had a lunch break before the event finals. Otherwise, we would have had to play event finals with 3 wheels.
Yeah.
Right? And like, getting the planetaries, sure, they're a little bit harder to tension chain. Sure, they're hard to align gears. But if you design properly, like, you can totally get around that. And so the Orbital 20, when that came out, huge improvement. Rev released some, Go Builder released some. And I think not only did they improve the reliability, they are also significantly more efficient, less friction inside the gearbox that allows you to get just more power out of FTC robots.
I think something that's really cool and something that is on my hopefully roadmap for 2022 to teach more teams is, how does motor power work? How do I get the most out of a motor, and when can I do that? And within the current limits of an FTC battery, there are times that you just can't reasonably pull every ounce of power out of each motor.
Yeah.
So
I think that's
understanding those motor curves and when you can use power is something that I think it has been a really huge shift in the high end of teams, and I think it could be a really sweet shift for everybody.
Yeah, I think that's something that's like super, super important for teams to understand. Like, Go Builda and Servo City and Andy Mark, they write the no motor torque and then no load torque and no load free speed, right? And then everyone's like, oh, well, that means I can go, like 3.2 Newton meters at 150 RPM or whatever. That's not how that works, right? You have to find that spot in the middle and see like what you're actually going to be rotating.
Thankfully,
and I think
motors, it's pretty simple. If you're using 20% of the torque, you're at 80% speed. It's pretty simple. You've just got to get that understanding, and I think a lot of it comes down to intuitively understanding how that changes. It's different than a lot of other things in real life. torque is kind of weird. It's not as similar to leverage as would be nice. So once you get a feel for that and understand, okay, I'm using 20% of this motor's torque. That means I'm using 20% of its available current. So I'm probably pulling about 2 amps. That means I'm probably running about this speed. You can learn a lot about your mechanisms through those spec sheets and kind of read further into it.
Yeah, I feel like a Go Build a TV video on that would be super, super powerful to understand.
Ethan, you did a study on drivetrains and different gear ratios for that, right?
I did. I am not the happiest with that. If it's the one you're thinking about.
Yeah, the spreadsheet.
Yes, that's not my favorite. I just used some calculators. It was fine, but I didn't really understand what I was doing. So I'm excited to be able to come at that with hopefully a video. That's on our radar. I've got a couple more videos that are ahead of it right now.
Cool.
But yeah, I definitely want to figure out the best way to present those, because about every event I go to, somebody needs to learn that information for their robot, and I teach it to them, and they're like, oh, that makes a whole lot of sense. I just didn't know that. And I sure didn't know it in FTC. You just don't.
Right.
You don't know what you don't know.
Yeah. Can
Drivers,
you discuss
pick
that
up your controllers.
study Sean was
3,
talking about briefly?
2, 1.
Yeah, I think I posted it on Reddit. It was just a spreadsheet. I went through a calculator bent for FRC and put together different gear ratios. I think the crux of it was basically the same as the general mentality within FTC right now, which is somewhere between 15 and 20 to 1 is going to be a good drivetrain ratio for you. The big thing
depends on the weight.
Depends on the weight is a big thing. The big thing with brushed DC motors is that you have a limited amount of power you can get out of it. So a lot of times your ratio doesn't have to be as exact as it feels like it does. If you use, you're talking about maybe, a 20% shift, but if you are not getting closer to that peak output power, you can be 20% off plus or minus, and you're getting the same amount of power out of that motor. And even if you're 10% off, a lot of times you end up at a pretty similar speed. If you look at a lift with, a calculator, Recalc is a great one, if I remember correctly. You can change that ratio around and find that a lot of times once you figure out the amount of load that's on that motor, you don't see a whole lot of variation with changes between like 3.7 to 1 and 5.2 to 1.
Right.
Totally. So that's definitely, it's a deep subject, and it's something that's hard to kind of totally understand. Arms and lifts are just great examples of it because they're pretty simple. If you forget that your arm rotates and the gravity affecting it shifts, and you just talk about the extreme load condition, that's a great example of torque, and lifts are as well. There's another step in there with a lift because you're transmitting that torque into linear force. But they're both great ways to look at that, and they're both applications where those motor calculations are pretty consistent because your load is pretty consistent. When you're talking about taking the mass of a robot and accelerating it, it's not very consistent. It's a lot harder to calculate. You also don't have as direct a connection between your actuator, your motor, your servo, and the load as you do in other applications. A lift, one rotation of the spool is one rotation of the motor, moves your lift 120 millimeters. With the chassis, the wheel slip is a big thing. You may not have two exact same scenarios where you drive the same amount with one rotation. So it gets a lot more complicated in drivetrains. That's not my favorite intro into that subject, but there's a whole lot of that physics and calculation you can do behind an FTC robot that is great to understand a lot more of the principles behind it.
Yeah, Ethan, you mentioned arms and torque. I think one trend we've seen recently with teams like really trying to make their arms as fast as possible is counterspringing. So let's talk about this match really quickly before we delve further.
We had a cap in this match. That was pretty exciting.
That's cool.
We had the long arm and did the cap. They didn't go for ducks afterwards. They're only playing surrogates, so it doesn't really affect their score. But Yeah, it was nice to see they got a cap. They helped their partner get into the 12th position. Other teams, 21 points, just got some points on the board. I think I'm going to have to head out for today. Been a really long day. Had a ton of fun talking with you all. We've got one more match left, but I gotta head out right before that last match, unfortunately. We will see you all on Tuesday for the award ceremony, but take care until then.
Yeah, and bye, Sean.
See ya.
And, we can see this was another match with 0 penalties, or I guess our first match in this cohort with 0 penalties for everyone, which is always nice to see.
That's great to see. This year seems like a year that's going to have a lot of penalties. I'm less excited about refereeing tomorrow now. But yeah, 0 penalties on both sides is great to see. So.
But yeah, we were talking, Ethan, about counter-springing those arms. What are any thoughts on that? Or
that's something that's super powerful, and countering the effects of gravity on lifts is something that you see a lot in FRC, and you don't a lot in FTC. And arms are in the same boat. You can solve the problem of an arm being hard to move with a ton more torque, but a spring or something like counterbalancing it with a load off on the other end of that pivot can be really powerful. We saw unknown elements in Rover Ruckus do that very famously. They had that chunk of aluminum on the far side of their pivot. That makes it so that other end of that arm can be pretty short, but it can be really darn easy to rotate that. You add inertia, of course, but a lot of times that's a great trade-off,
Yeah.
Inertia for a less torque required to rotate that.
Yeah. Yeah, and with springs, it's super cool. It seems almost magical sometimes with how fast teams are going and how their springs just always, extend, retract, extend, retract.
Yeah.
Very cool.
The other thing that's cool with both of those is I think FTC teams overall, maybe excluding the top end, have gotten better at controlling their mechanisms. So something like feed forward in a PID loop is a great innovation for an arm because you can calculate out where you're seeing the effect of gravity, and your PID loop can change and become more accurate at different points of that stroke. And with a lift, it's less important because it's pretty linear, but you still can improve it. So I'm excited to see always the software improve as the hardware improves.
Yeah. All right, looking to our last match of the day, we have Robo Shooters again with PC Pocket Robotics, Radioactive, and Squatch Watch. Should be a very entertaining match. Let's talk about the wheels, right? I think we have 4 different mechanisms on every robot in this match. I can't quite see what 16829 is running, but we can see that the 3 other teams are all running 3, which is something pretty interesting.
It's cool. Different mechanism wheels always have different ups and downs. It's exciting to see lots of different teams experiment. It's cool to see those 6-inch big mechanisms. Those always scream Kraken Pin and Rover Ruckus to me. But it's cool to see.
Yeah, definitely.
So I totally think that those larger wheels can have big advantages when going over the barrier. I'm excited to see if 10358, I think that's who that is, takes as much advantage of that as I think that they can.
Looks like our Robo Troopers are having a pretty good autonomous this time with everything that they wanted. They have that freight correctly placed on the lower level, then they got 2 additional balls in the higher level. This could turn up to be a very good match for them. Only kind of slip up on the Alliance was that the duck didn't fall off the carousel at the right point.
Drivers,
went off
pick up your controllers.
In the middle.
3,
but let's see
2,
how it goes. And Red,
1.
Honestly, Red also has a very good score, 25 points coming out of the autonomous period, and they're looking to go very, very quickly. So I think we'll get some high scores out of this match. All of the teams working together.
To see. Totally.
Yeah.
And I think we saw, 15167's almost preload after autonomous really coming to play there. They were really quickly able to get back into.
Oh, did you just see that, Ethan? To avoid the warehouse operation penalty, 15167 before going all the way out, they just stopped and bumped that ball right back in.
Yeah.
So they're definitely learning from previous penalties that they've gotten today.
Yes, you've
no
got to
doubt.
be aware of that. I think that's a great thing for a driver coach to try to be really in tune with is where are all of these penalties coming from, and where can we hold on and spend a little extra time and make sure not to get one, because a minor is more points than a cycle.
Yes.
So
yes.
It's worth it to spend even 10 seconds to stop and make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I mean, I know you mentioned it earlier with the really big wheels on 10:35.8, and look how easily they just climbed that barrier a couple seconds ago. Exactly what we expected. Really well done.
Yeah, those bigger wheels make it so you're angle.
Okay, well, maybe they went a little too fast over the barrier. Wondering if they'll be able to get back up. I remember in Rover Ruckus, we had we had 3 teams at our school in Rover Ruckus, 516, 3101, and 506. And one time, I think it was when 3101 tipped over, 506 corrected them in the middle of the match. Like they had so much torque. They had a worm gear for their arm, like to power their arm. So they put it right under 3101 and lifted them all the way back up so they could keep scoring for the rest of the match. That was super
it's
cool.
Unfortunate to see 2 teams in this match seem like they're pretty stuck, but still looks like it's a crazy solid match as far as, both those both those alliances performing really well.
Yeah, it's a shame that no one's getting 20 points for tipping that shared hub. But, it is what it is. 161 points, barring any penalties, will definitely make for a very, very high match score.
Yes, absolutely. And 95 is also really pretty solid.
Yes,
so it's cool to see a pretty solid score against an even better score.
Definitely.
So it is cool. I'm excited to see, how different regions are approaching this season, making it so real life events can happen. It sounds like Chesapeake is doing where you have different cohorts that come to the event at different times. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're like all at the event and like in separate rooms or something, but yeah, they are like separated. So it's like 3 distinct sets of matches. The only issue was that because some teams weren't able to show, they had to like mix some of the matches, or like they had to mix some of the teams to play as surrogates. But yes, the intention was definitely there.
We saw that in MTI, and I think it's very cool.
Yes,
it's especially interesting. It's cool. It does some interesting things to rankings, I'm sure. Maybe less so where your primary method of ranking a team is their average score. But still, it's very interesting. And I'm sure it makes something like OPR as a method of evaluating a team more accurate, because your data points are just less scattered.
Yeah. It was very... Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting, though, for MTI, having competed there, seeing how the match bracket being released early was like such a big player. Like I remember seeing how and looks like we have our final score of the day. Very, very high scores from both teams. No penalties on either side. 162 to 95. And I think we can finish this up before we end for the night. But like seeing like the match schedule released beforehand and like knowing who you would work with and who you wouldn't be playing against was definitely very interesting, but nerve-wracking at the same time.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, I think it's time to end for the night. Thank you everybody for coming out, watching the matches, interacting with us. Thank you to our sponsors. It simply wouldn't be possible without you guys. Everyone, remember we have the award ceremony Tuesday night at 6 p.m. on this Twitch channel. And then we also have more competitions next weekend with more qualifiers as we gear up for Chesapeake States or Chesapeake Championship, which will be later. And once again, thank you to all of our guests today, Heather, Timon, and Ethan, for coming out, really teaching us a lot about the FTC community, engineering, what it means to be a first alum.
I'm happy. I had a lot of fun. I can't believe I've been here for like an hour and 45 minutes. Biggest of my life. So thanks. It was great to talk to you guys again.
Okay, everyone. Have a good night.